right, we're going live. All right. Give this moment for the delay to catch up on YouTube so I can cut the volume down over there. There we go. All right. What's going on, everyone? Peace, power, and profit to you warrior traders. And I don't mean Ross Cameron wrote warrior trader, but for you warrior traders who are out there sticking in with this market today, we have an unbelievable set of events that's happening today. And I'm pretty sure you all are very well prepared in some cases. For some of us, it caught some of us off guard. But if we already were reading the tea leaves, so to speak, we saw that this day was coming. Now, we can set it as a precedence for it just being one particular day, but I do think we do have more potential downside to look out for. So with that being said, again, peace, power, profit to everyone. Thank you for stopping by today, tuning in with your brother African Emporium. I'm honored, humbled as always to have you here. As I always say, power and profit to you all. Welcome to all, to the family who's watching at the job, necessarily can't comment or say anything. I do appreciate you stopping by today as well, sharing a little bit of your day with me. I do have the link for the panel if you do want to jump on like we always do here. We like to have an open forum here. We don't run a dictatorship over here. We like to have everybody's perspective to come into play. So you're welcome to join the discussion, so to speak. So let me post that in the YouTube there for you guys. So jump on, so let's talk about it, right? As of now, we do have Kevin on the panel. So pretty sure, he has a lot of good market insight he's going to share with you guys as well. So we can try to make sense of everything that we're dealing with. First and foremost, I do want to say, again, in these moments, we live for these. So this is not a moment for us to kind of, feel like, this is something that's overwhelming. I know for a lot of new traders who are trying to make sense of all this, who were kind of caught up in the hoopla of hearing people say, continuously buy the dip no matter what, and a lot of those guys were buying in up there near the all-time highs above, SPY, 300, plus up near towards the all-time high. I've known, a few traders to hit me up in private box, my private inbox, asking me what to do because they were listening to other people and they was buying it up there in their 320, whatever. But again, in these moments, we do realize that this is a part of the game, right? It comes with that reality where you never invest or trade more than you're willing to lose. And you always understand this is a game of risk management. Let me repeat that. This is a game of risk management, learning how to manage your risk, understanding what risk versus reward ratios really mean when it comes to your money, right? And you're dealing with a market that's, for some time, basically all of 2019 was in a constant, melt up to a degree, especially when the rate cuts really began to pick up around, Q2 of that fiscal year. So for us, again, this is a moment that for a lot of us who are somewhat contrarian to the market, but still also carry long-term positions, we understand that there's ebb and flows. And so when there's moments where you can short the market or hedge the market, so to speak, this is where you make a lot of that money back up on some of those long positions that might be getting, a little tested right now, especially if you are not necessarily insulated in your trade, meaning you're in lower than they are trading right now, which obviously is a great dollar cost averaging opportunity, average into your position, right? But the one question that remains is, when do we know the bottom is in, right? Everybody's always trying to, figure out when is the actual bottom in, right? Again, if we got people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, y'all know the acclaimed astrophysicists, whatever, they can't even predict this stuff. So what makes you think that, we can, right? Or the market makers can, or those analysts at CNBC, right? It's all somewhat of a speculative market in that perspective, right? Right? Because everybody wants to time the actual bottom to kind of come in and just add all this money back to the market. Well, we know one thing for sure, right? And that's that this coronavirus scare, and this is amongst many other topics that we're going to discuss here today, this thing is just not going to blow over easily, right? This is not, no couple of weeks and we out of there, right? This is not going to be that kind of reality, right? We're dealing with something as pretty much, you know, that's close to a pandemic level, right? They won't, you know, claim it a pandemic level yet. However, we do know from the value of how the market is reacting to it, they're acting like it's already near pandemic, you know, status, right? And so algos that are trading this market at, you know, at high, you know, flow values, you know, they are emotionless, right? They're just triggered based upon certain key phrases, words, different data points that are a message that kind of cause them to, you know, to sell big blocks of stocks all at once, right? No matter what, right? They're going off, you know, strictly, you know, algorithmic kind of metrics and saying, hey, all right, these things doesn't line up, you know, sell, you know, again, block 1,000 shares of this company, or, you know, 2,000 shares of this company, 100,000 shares. And that's, you know, obviously causing a lot of people, what, stop losses to be triggered, right? For those who already were kind of sitting in, you know, thinking that, you know, they already kind of figured out what the bottom will be based upon their technical analysis. Well, a lot of people woke up with a real gnarly, nasty, funky. You do pick your best adjective and describe what this market felt like to you if you were long the market anywhere again above Friday's closing price, right? And you were already at a point where you were trying to average down in your position from the, you know, the already aspect of the market dropping literally a week ago. And this morning you woke up like, man, you know, like seriously, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, because I got the little inbox. I had people texting me, hey man, what are you doing? Are you trading anything? I guess, you know, people want to have that kind of camaraderie to discuss what to do, what you're trading, and this, that, and the third. And, you know, for me, again, I was always kind of, you know, trying to set that tone for a lot of you guys who follow me, or even just kind of, you know, check in on me from time to time, see what I'm doing. That, you know, these are moments where we want to start being a little bit more cautious, right? Again, y'all know my mentality, or my modality is always going to be obviously, you know, due diligence and discipline above all things, right? Understanding what, where, why, when. You know, obviously no particular fluid value, but you can just say what, why, where, and when in terms of how you need to be trading the market. Understanding what you're trading, why you're trading it, you know, where to trade, and then when you should pull the trigger, right? And then you backlog that to the ideal of what the market is looking like, right? And so right now, we know the market is pretty much, as you can see right now, actually up on my screen, that's the chart of Bitcoin right now, right? That's Bitcoin. You can't necessarily see it too clear from this point unless I just, you know, share it, you know, directly on my screen here with you guys. But that's Bitcoin going over there in the background. They got that, you know, that ugly little stair step all the way down, right? You know, coming off pretty much last week's little move that it made to kind of get back up above that $9,000 handle, and it kind of trended sideways in a nice little, actually a little bull flag, you know, between 9,000 up to like 9,200. Actually had like a little nasty wick. I say nasty wick because that actually ended up being a bearish engulfing candle when it was over with, but it had a nasty little wick that penetrated above 9,200 on Bitcoin, and then after that it was just sell off, you know, pretty much sell off like gangbusters, right? And there went Bitcoin, right? And so a lot of people might even be confused with that, because it was like, well, hey, we thought Bitcoin or cryptocurrency would be a nice hedge against the equity markets being beat up now. Well, it turned out that a lot of people who were sitting in Bitcoin too, even some hedge funds and this, that, and the third, who were secretly buying Bitcoin, all right, they actually sold some of their positions off too, right? Obviously, you know, you could trade Bitcoin now through the futures market, so that in itself was also not spared. So a lot of people, you know, shorted Bitcoin, right? A lot of people took money out of Bitcoin on top of it, obviously causing it to plummet down even lower than, you know, than normal. So you down now roughly close to about, let's say, well over 2,100. About $1,600 somewhere around there, give or take, right? That's crazy, you know. So the overall entire market, not just, you know, equity as a whole, again, crypto is also being taken to the woodshed, right? So it seems like there's no safe assets to be hiding in right now. So, you know, that becomes the $1 million question. What is out there to trade? You know, what's out there that we can, you know, find some alpha in, right? We're seeking alpha every day, meaning we're seeking profit, we're seeking gains, we're seeking opportunity to, you know, again, grow our reality here in terms of this market, right? And so that becomes the discussion of the day, right? So real quick, let me, forgot, add my brother in. Sorry about that, over Chris. You know me, I get to talking and forgot I have to go over the StreamYard and add people in. But yeah, so, you know, that's what we're going to discuss today, guys. Again, I know you guys are busy in your day. You guys woke up like me, probably watched the futures market yesterday and saw that, you know, mega drop that, you know, Dow was down over 1,000 points, S&P was down over 131 points, and instantly they did what? They halted the market once they hit that, what they call that limit order in terms of the NASDAQ and the NYSE, meaning if the market ever dropped, meaning the overall high indexes drop over, I think it's like 7% or 5% or it's 5% to 7%. I want to say they'll halt the market, right? They'll halt that particular, halt that particular exchange value, and so it gives pretty much traders time to level out the bid and the ask in terms of spread. Because basically what happened was you had a lot of people piled up on the ask, which is the sell side, and nobody was trying to buy the market, right? I think I looked last night around, gosh, I want to say like 8 or 9 o'clock, and the ask on the S&P 500 futures, the ES mini futures, was sitting at 3,200 contracts, and the bid was only like 33. Let that marinate for a moment. That means a lot of people had orders lined up like a free list line, like people were ready to dump this market basically at the end of the day. And so because of that, again, how Wall Street is, they're going to find a way to, save themselves more or less. And if it was the other way around, we wouldn't have this scenario, right? So again, that's just how things work, right? We understand that there's always a more concern to save the market more or less than to stop it from going higher, right? Because we all know, let's keep it real. We all know if the market was up 5 or 6%, meaning if the S&P 500 was up about 5 or 6%, 7%, do y'all think, I'm gonna ask you guys, right? Because I trust you guys. You guys are my battle mates every day. We go to battle, right? Respectively with this market every day. Do you guys think that if the S&P 500 was up or the Dow was up 7%, would they halt the market to the upside? I'm curious to know. If you think they will halt the S&P 500, press 1, right? If you think they won't, press 2, right? Because that tells you a lot about how, again, not only that, Wall Street obviously is very concerned, but Trump, as a whole, in terms of how he valued the market as a barometer of his success, he's also watching the market too, right? And I don't know what executive powers that he does have, and this is how he can intervene on the market from that perspective. However, but I'm pretty sure a lot of phone calls were going off last night during the futures market, and people were panicking and asking major questions about what to do, or are you guys going to stop this or whatever the case, right? And again, for what it's worth, you never hear that same kind of concern when the market is going up to the upside, just melting up or just parabolic moving up to the upside at any value, right? There's always like, well, hey, that's a part of the business, and I'm fine with that because again, I got long-term positions out there too, right? So I take it both ways, but for me, again, just looking at the overall market and applying fundamentals to it, as I've always been taught, like a lot of people are, you marry technical and fundamentals with price action, right? That's the overall schematics of trading the market. If you're a trader, especially even long term, right? You marry technicals with the fundamentals, and then you merge it all together with the price action. The glue becomes the price action, the liquidity, right? The volatility. And if you have all those things lined up, then you got a good case for, obviously producing some yield, right? Producing some alpha, producing some gains, all right? And so again, that's the part of this market that shows us, we're in this for, we're in it for the long haul. We understand it's a marathon, not a sprint. So we don't panic in these moments. We just get sharper, right? We get sharper. So for some of you guys who are new to this, I see a few people that popped in. Hey, what's going on, family? Jaleel, peace, power, and profit to you. I see my brother Matheson popped up. Hey, peace, power, and profit to you, family. We have my family Travis and Sop through. Hey, how's it going today? Peace, power, and profit, family. CG3, I see you, family. Peace, power, and profit to you as well. And anybody else that may be watching and listening in, you may be busy, maybe trading this market like everybody else, trying to stay focused, right? Because it's so volatile. Again, I want to say salute to you all, right? And so again, this is the moment that a lot of us have waited for, who were somewhat contrarian to the market, meaning like who was thinking, at some point this market has to turn over, right? At some point we have to realize that the market just can't continuously just melt up on no particular real solid fundamental catalyst, right? Because we do know this, if nothing else. Pretty much all of 2019, we had no collective earnings growth that came out of our natural GDP. A lot of that, in terms of our business, is really producing a really good growth aspect of us getting pretty much getting the data that we had good, jobs growth numbers that came out every other month, or every other month. You're hearing the Trump administration saying that, hey, people are going back to work, right? There's less unemployment, right? There's a lot of, energy that was surrounded around people obviously getting out there, getting employed and making money. Then apparently, it would seem that these companies who are hiring all these new people had been doing good business as well, right? Performing really well and producing, right? Because you're not necessarily hiring people unless you obviously have a good steady track of what? Producing profit or producing some good value of picking up new business contracts and this, that, and the third, selling your products, whatever you're doing, right? So apparently it just didn't make sense. It didn't match up at the end of the day where you're going to continue to have this explosive job growth. However, and we only finished out around about 2.5, 2.6 on the natural GDP last year. And a lot of that came on the back of what? Buybacks. Companies who were buying their shares back as opposed to spending money through CapEx, meaning capital expenditures, spending money back into their businesses that they made to better their business, so to speak. You didn't get that. You got a lot of people buying shares back, and that's to increase their earnings per share growth, which obviously kind of somewhat manipulated their earnings beat for some of those companies who were always buying shares back religiously over that 2019 fiscal year. And on top of that, you had the Fed lowering interest rates, right? And so you had a recipe for Alice in Wonderland kind of market where it seemed like it could do no wrong. And this is on the backdrop of what? The trade war, right? The whole ordeal with the trade war. All right, them actually coming to a ceasefire. Basically, what they did came to a ceasefire, and pretty much made it known that they were just going to ride out what they had in terms of the existing tariffs, and then they would kind of placate, kick the can down the road in terms of any kind of future tariffs. Well, as of now, we heard nothing about tariffs going forward, right? Because there's something more serious going on where that becomes takes a back seat, right? And so at this point, we do know going into the election, we would probably I'm pretty much banking on this that we would never talk about tariffs or trade war ever again at this point into the election, right? Because with this this coronavirus now crippling pretty much the global markets, that's going to overshadow pretty much all that kind of reality. Because now you don't have to worry about someone just saying, well, hey, we're going to raise tariffs on your imports and this, that, and third. Well, the coronavirus did it for you by default. Right? Because if no one is going to work in China, then those ports are empty right now. Those ports are empty right now. Japan, Korea, China, America in some cases, falls out, or some outflows are going out, but far as getting stuff in from other places, those places are empty. I saw a video literally over the weekend where this sister, actually a black woman, was in, she works over there actually in China at one of the major ports over there. She was going around filming pretty much that Chinese port was at a standstill. There was no trucks moving in and out of there. The ships were nowhere around. It's pretty much like a ghost town. And this is one of the most busiest ports over there, right? And so that says a lot about whether or not we're getting goods, from that area, which we know we're not necessarily getting nothing at this point to the degree where we were before, right? And so those are things that we think about, So again, you say, well, you said a whole lot in that one little piece there. How does that, how does that, become relevant to the market? Well, again, you got companies like Apple, you got companies like, MU, you got companies like, you name it, even Tesla, right? If China is shut down and they're not necessarily working, right? Because they got all these factories over there, then, again, what does that do to, these companies over here dependent upon that, right? And their products, right? Again, it's a very simple, equation when you think about supply and demand. If the demand is there but there's no supply, well, you're in trouble, right? And we do know that this virus, again, as catastrophic as it is, even though people downplay it for it being somewhat like the flu, and that could be debatable too in terms of how the severity of the actual virus itself is, but we do know it's wreaking havoc on people who are, again, less healthy, the elderly, people who are asthmatic, who have respiratory issues already as a whole, who may be, suffering from other illnesses. It's wreaking havoc on them, right? So at some point we have to realize that, again, that stokes a level of fear in people that also causes them to be more skittish with their money, right? Not necessarily want to be out in public, going to restaurants, going to the movie theaters, going to their favorite bars, whatever the case, right? And it kind of makes people feel somewhat skittish about even hanging around people who maybe even were Asian descent, right? Because they feel like now anybody that look Asian, you know, can be a potential carrier of the virus, right? People may not even ever been to Asia, right? They might have been born in the United States, never even been to China, but just by default of them, you know, having, you know, an Asian background, nationality, you know, people are going to try to avoid that reality, right? They're going to avoid them, avoid their businesses. Well, maybe. I know some of y'all still going to be down to me so hungry Chinese, little hole in the wall restaurant trying to get them little dirty little chicken wings. So, right? I mean, I'm not going to count y'all all out. I know some of y'all joking they're going to stop getting that little dirty rice and chicken wings, right? All right. But yeah, y'all know the deal. But either way, these things matter, right? So again, I want to discuss that again today with you guys. You're welcome to join us. Jump on the panel again. I did drop the link in the description box to jump on the panel today. If you want to discuss what you see far as the market from your perspective, talk about some of the trades you may have out there. How are you positioning yourself going forward? You know, what's your plan of procedure in terms of tackling this market? These are things I definitely want to talk about. And again, I can kind of leave you out my reality, what I'm doing. But in actuality, I was already kind of, pre-planning this moment, right? I've been pre-planning this scenario for quite a while, right? For quite a while. Hey, what's going on, brother? Chart Stocky, I'm still trading with them as well. I still use them as well too. Again, I trade options a lot on Tastyworks as well. I use Webull throughout the day. Then I'm a basic TD Ameritrade, but definitely still hanging out with them too. Hey, what's going on, brother? I see Kelvin that popped back up here and hanging in the chat. Hey, good to see you, family. Good to see you. He was on early on the back panel, but I know he's busy too. So, but yeah, so again, yeah, I'm watching. I'm watching a lot of different things out there. And so, real quick, let's run over to, while I do have the chart up, all right. Let's check out Bitcoin real quick, right? Let's do a little run over and check out Bitcoin and see what it's doing. Again, we do know that crypto as a whole is somewhat still under fire too, right? It's under fire as well, right? So if you look at this, I'm on Bitfinex right now. I don't have it logged in right now because what y'all seeing my thousands of dollars, right? I'm just cutting up. All right, but right now, if you look at crypto, again, Bitcoin as a whole, when I was talking about earlier, we had that ugly little wick that penetrated above 9,200, which was a major point of resistance that we're trying to see, Bitcoin get back above that $9,200 handle, and then particularly look for more upside. As you can see, it pinged up against it a couple of times. You got it here, it came close here, it came close over here, and it kind of trended nicely in a nice little, again, bull flag coming off the lows we had, throughout a little bit of last week, actually 2 weeks, right? It just kind of trending this nasty little chop zone from here to this point right here, right? Broke out above it a little bit, got rid of the Texas $9,200 handle again, fell miserably. So again, a lot of that was dictated based upon the futures market, right? That's trading Bitcoin, right? So some of that, that outflow money became a major headwind for some of the Bitcoin bulls who were sitting there ready to add money to the position above $9,200 handle there, and it didn't necessarily realize itself, right? Because again, just like equity, they pretty much looked at it like an equity investment, right? Or equity trade. And so guess what? It was out of there, right? And I mean, you can literally see right here, all right, on Saturday, it became very relevant that, okay, people started to feel like, man, this thing might get a little ugly here, right? So, you had that kind of, Saturday sell off a little bit over the weekend coming into Sunday. And then that just opened up even more, especially when, futures market began to wake up a little bit too, right? And then you had this ugly little sell off here, right? This ugly little sell off here, where people really began to just really, dump, Bitcoin at that point, coming from this $8,800 handle basically down to about 82 and change, right? Which is a massive little drop in essence to where actually Bitcoin as a whole took a while to get even back above 9,000 at some point when it broke below it, right? And so now you had a nice little, somewhat like a small little reversal here off the lows here. I'm pretty sure if I had up trading view at the RSI, up right now, the RSI probably was, definitely in in purgatory levels of the market in terms of being just highly oversold. And so this little kicker bounce you got here off this $96, $97, point pivot it may not hold, right? It may not hold, right? And that's, again, because equity markets are under a lot of extreme pressure right now, and people who are seeking, again, hedge type trades or safety places to hide their money, they're not, able to find it in crypto right now. Unfortunately, because we thought that this would be the moment, right, to run and and get these altcoins pumping, get Bitcoin pumping again, at least get above 10,000. Well, guess what? Flight to safety, it was not crypto, right? It was clearly not crypto, right? So that says a lot about where we are. Now, do these prices down here look attractive to buy in at? Possibly. But if you go back and look at the chart, overall chart value, well, you say, well, when the last time we were down this low, right? When was the last time we were down here near, 7,700, this, that, and the third, right? Well, you're talking about way back around basically January, right? The first month of this, 2020, pretty much we were testing that area, actually pushing above it to kind of go on a march up there where we were above 10,400 area, right? And so now we're back. We pretty much, gave back all those gains, and we're trading at a point where, if it holds here, if it holds, again, it's always an if because it's a speculative environment, right? We may continuously try to grind back up and try to test it, the $9,000 handle area, because going into the halving that we're going to have, I think it comes in May when they do the halving for Bitcoin again. Those are always looked at as great catalysts for the market in terms of the crypto market as a whole, and kind of shaking up some of that, that new money, splitting it out a little bit, spreading out a little bit, so to speak, what a halving really does, and just in kind of a, layman terms perspective. Then, we may get a chance to boost this market in terms of the crypto market back up near that, again, that $10,000 handle, maybe even higher, and going out there and see if we can kind of have some, some of that comeback that we lost, coming out at the end of 2017, at least getting back above, I would say my point or my moment of truth would be for, it to break above 14,000, right? Somewhere around there, right? Which is based about 50% or basically near 100% off where we are at this point, right? Get back above that point would be catastrophic in a good way, right? For a lot of catastrophic for the bears, of course, but definitely good for us bulls who are waiting to see if we can get some more money going to boost this thing above that handle, see if we can push higher and go even maybe test the all-time highs. Who knows, right? But as of now, yeah, that's ugly, right? I mean, that just says that people are not as confident at this point. And there's other things happening too. Again, there's other factors who are driving, Bitcoin down too, or cryptocurrency down as a whole. Not just so ideal that, you got fundamentals pulling out as well, that's traded through the futures market, and some whales feeling like, they're going to take some of their profit that was in a little early anyway too, and, try to sit on the sideline and see if they can buy some of this equity market back up at these extreme lows that they consider to be extreme lows. And evidently, when we go to the SPY charts, we're going to see that some of this sell-off is not necessarily to the point where it's just actually even oversold to the degree what people think it is, right? The market is still, again, gained 26% last year, 26%, when it typically gains, anywhere between 10 to 15% on an annual basis. So technically, by historical precedence, it still has, again, coming back down where it's at now, about another 5, 6, 7, 8% that it particularly could drop, to be back in somewhat of the comfort zone area of what the market normally puts up on an annual basis. And from there, if it decides to go lower, then we can start saying, okay, man, the market is really, really beat up. But as of now, it just feels like it's a lot because it fell so fast, right? And that's what has a lot of people kind of confused and thinking, oh, sorry about that, Chris. Sorry about Chris. And that's what it has people thinking now, that this sell-off is just so staggering, right? It's like a dagger, right? It's like, man, this thing just sold off just too fast, right? This market is highly oversold, man. This, Trump better get on the phone and call somebody and fix this, right? And that's basically what it feels like to a lot of traders. And that's because a lot of people are buying in well above 3,200 on S&P, right? Well above, 27,000 on the Dow, this, that, and the third, right? You factor in the Qs, QQQs, you factor in, other assets like, the top, gainers are obviously over 2019, and Apple and TDD and Shop, and all right, there were a lot of them. I mean, you name it. And we had Boeing, who had basically 2 airplane crashes, all in 2018, and the stock pretty much went nowhere, right? It really dropped no more from $444 down to roughly around about 350, 360. It trended in that area for a long time, off killing 350 people, whether, you're a long-term investor in Boeing or not, and you feel like the stock could have went lower or should have went lower because of that, whether there was a blame or not. Well, we're seeing worse things happen in other stocks like Chipotle. Chipotle have a rat run through the store, and the stock got cut in half. I mean, that first time it fell from grace, and it got cut in half because people were complaining that they saw, pretty much that it wasn't sanitized right, or whatever the case. All right, but that didn't happen with Boeing, but we know why, right? Because it sits in a lot of these defensive plays. It's one of those American darling type stocks where people like to hold it long in their retirement portfolio. So again, we know there's a lot of pressure to kind of keep it inflated. When you look at Boeing today, well, it don't seem like it was spared from the carnage that came along with the market selling off, right? So now it's finally breaking some extreme lows, where I may add, where the stock should have gone after that second crash that happened in Ethiopia, right? So real quick, we'll run over to Boeing, right? And then we're going to chop it up. We got Over Chris in the building. Good to see you again, Over. But I do want to show people exactly what I was telling people, where, you might not want to touch Boeing too early, not just quite yet, until you get more definitive news on whether or not they're going to, again, certify the plane back, right? And every day it seems like there's more and more bad news coming out about Boeing, right? I'm sure y'all been seeing it like I have. It's kind of like demoralizing to a lot of these bullish traders who've been sitting in Boeing, way back when Boeing was trading. Let me pull my chart back. When it was trading up here, let's go even less further back, when it was trading up near the all-time high, especially. But even back there when it kind of dropped, from all-time high prices off the news, that was roughly around that time frame right here, when Boeing pretty much wet the bed, as some of us say, they crapped the bed off that Ethiopian crash, and it just plummeted to earth, basically. Roughly, from 344, down to this. Matter of fact, let me go back a little bit. Let me go all the way back, right? Because that was at the point where that wasn't after the moment. It happened way back here, right? It happened back here. And that was more bad news that happened at that point, when it fell from 370 all the way down to 330, right? And we could talk about that too. But here was when the drop really became, relevant, that they were in trouble, right? After that Ethiopian crash. And when it dropped basically around like 420 something, all the way down, and hit this pivot point, roughly around about 371, which still wasn't a lot, right? You're talking about like 50 something bucks off a crash, right? That killed, again, a lot of people, over 200 something people, right? And then instantly, what Wall Street did, they bought it back up, right? Ran it back up to like over 400 bucks, right? Gapped it down, again, to around 385, Selloff down to like 369, down in the low base where it fell the first time, and then it just trended sideways and just went sideways in an ugly little, choppy little bear flag, so to speak. That's basically what it was, a bear flag around 370. That was a lot of people who were like, well, man, it wasn't warranted. That's when you heard all the explaining and crying. It was the pilot's faults and all that kind of stuff. They kept making excuses, right? Because their beloved Boeing, right, fell from grace, so to speak. And it did fall from grace, because you look at it here, when it was just constantly melting up, like every single year, Boeing was just in a nice little steady little incline. No worries at all. Enormous backlog of 737 planes that it had, on order to be filled from different, buyers across the globe. I mean, Boeing could do no wrong at this point, right? I mean, I was looking at Boeing back then, like, man, because I got some Boeing in long-term positions too. Yeah, I was trading Boeing back in the $200 level at some point, and it's like, man, this stock is only going to go higher, right? It's a defensive play. They constantly get winning contracts in the government. Again, Boeing could do no wrong, right? Well, it seemed good in theory, right? It was good in theory, right? Until reality, really began to surface about, Boeing, and people putting a magnifying glass on Boeing. And ever since then, the truth has really became, pretty much a death knell to Boeing's, kind of top, charade of just kind of, having investors feel like, this was the best company to ever trade. And so today it's trading at what? Down here, $234 a share. Coming from 440 something, it's down finally now dropped well over $200 now, finally, down to a point where, people can say, well, now I think it's time to buy it. Well, do you really think it's even time now to buy it? That's the question I pose to you guys. Is Boeing an attractive buy now because it's trading at $234 a share, right? Or, is there more downside probably in its future, future value? And that's based upon the fact that, again, it still has to get certified. It still has to get certified. If it does not get certified, well, what's going to happen to Boeing stock? Something to think about, and I've been very resilient and not wanting to add to my Boeing position. And people like, man, I would have been I would have been doing like everybody's doing, averaging down. And it seems like every other day when I watch CNBC or these other little news analysts, they say, oh man, my Boeing position, it's down $10 today, man. That's just a little too much. That's just a little too much. Well, they were saying that ever since $370 a share. They were saying at $370, man, this is just too much, man. It's gonna, hey, the max is gonna get recertified. It's gonna be back up and flying before you know it. This was like early spring of 2018. 2019. 2019. Oh, it's going to be up and flying by summer. It'll be up and flying again, at least by fall then. What I guarantee it's going to be flying by the fall of winter of 2019. Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it like everybody else. And here it is today. Again, void of the coronavirus that kind of put a lot of pressure on a lot of these stocks. It's down here near 234. It sold off more than stocks like Apple, stocks like even Tesla to a degree. Tesla's still up, variably from where it came from, a lot higher than what Boeing is at today. And Boeing is a more secure play in terms of a pure play on defense and what it does as far as it being in a duopoly of plane makers, right? Even though Tesla's somewhat in that kind of ballpark, being the first one, to come to market with an electrical vehicle. But guess what? They got a lot of competition coming out now. Even GM, up the ante now, and they raised the bar in terms of their electrical vehicles and actually produce a battery that actually lasts longer than Tesla's own. And so there's a lot of competition, but Tesla's still holding its own. Well, you can't say that you can't say that about Boeing, right? And its peers in terms of Raytheon and Lockheed Martin and different little plays like that on the defensive side, and definitely Airbus, right? So me personally, I think Boeing's got to come down to low 200s, right? And we need more definitive news that the FAA is feeling more confident about certifying a plane, because a week ago, FAA came out saying they're close to doing what? A certification flight. Then Friday and Saturday, what did the FAA put out? They put out a press release saying that they was going to fine Boeing because some of their wiring was not in compliance. Their wiring is not in compliance. So what were y'all looking at, the last entire year? What was y'all looking at then? Are y'all just not finding this wiring problem? And y'all know a wiring problem can be huge, because you talk about a fuselage in terms of the plane, they got all these intricate wires and all these things, and how they kind of set up the entire plane. Depends on what level of the wiring issue that they're having. That could be very, very, very detrimental to Boeing in terms of setting them back, a long time to fix that entire problem. And not just one particular scenario where you got to fix one plane, you got to go back and fix all 737 planes now, because now that poses a problem with all those particular airplanes. So again, you're talking about billions of dollars again that Boeing is already hemorrhaging every single day. They're gonna pretty much have to turn around and spend all that money to fix those planes again, right? On top of trying to beg the FAA to certify that plane, because they know if that plane do not come back, which that's their cash cow. They make their cash cow off the 737 MAX plane. If that plane does not come back to service, they are going to be in so much trouble, right? And so that's why, me personally, I'm very patient. And it has paid off, because I could have been buying in the 350 area. I could have been buying in the 340 area. I could have been buying when it was testing at $320 support level, and hit it a couple of times and bounced off of it and shot back up, always up there, pretty much near 360, right? And people at that point were like, oh man, we're back. I'm finna buy more. I'm finna buy 10,000 worth. I'm buying 20,000 worth. And I'm like, dude, you sure you want to do that? And a lot of people like, man, you crazy. Right now is a good time to buy. We back. We're gonna get certified before you know it. And guess what? Right now, man, I can only imagine the pain they're going through, especially if they're buying with margin. Because man, I hope they cut their losses earlier, but if not, they've been blew those counts up. Those counts been blown up at this point. And so again, that's why we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful, right? We have to realize that just because it seems good may not mean that it's obviously viable for us to be playing around with them as of right now. There's still a lot of different things that we have to be patient with before they materialize and give us that kind of okay signal. And so I told people who that I talked to in past, like people even at the barbershop I go to up here in DC area, and they like, man, you the market guy. So when anything has to do with market, when you come here, we ask you questions, right? And they always bombard me with questions too when I come in the barbershop. And some of these guys are holding Boeing in their retirement accounts, and they got other little holdings that they got, and they're saying, man, do I buy now? Do I add to my position now? Right? And I'm like, hey, first of all, I can't give you advice on what to do. I'm not a accredited broker, but I tell you this, my opinion is that it's going to go a lot lower before it goes a lot higher, right? It's going to test 300 and lower before it tests that 370, 380 level again. This was literally about 2-3 months ago, right? And here we are today, obviously, not again withstanding the fact that this coronavirus snuck up on us and really caused this market a tailwind to the downside. But again, these are things that you still have to be cognizant of in terms of not over leveraging yourself, not kind of going all in on some of these stocks just because they're household names, so to speak, right? And so again, I feel good about that. I got some nice little dry powder mentality. I'm waiting for Boeing to come down a little lower. I'm waiting to hear more definitive news on that certification. And when I see that those things are coming into light, then I may buy Boeing. Right, and it may be the same for other stocks like Apple and this, that, and the third. A lot of these stocks have to come down a lot lower, and a lot of people may not want to hear that, right? But that's just the reality of things, right? We ran up, literally all of 2019 to the upside, but not necessarily a lot of roadblocks. You had Trump. He was tweeting like every day. He was putting out about 100 tweets every day to keep the market juiced up, keep a lot of people hoping and wishing that things were going to work out for the trade war. And he kept finessing traders along, and they kept buying. They kept opening up margin accounts. They kept using credit to open up accounts. Y'all saw it. Y'all know we trade with different people, need different Discord rooms, and the things that people were doing, they were really caught up in this hysteria that the market's going to go up, and continuously go up. What I'm saying, So within that, if you wasn't disciplined enough to kind of take profit or take you some money off the table, then again, days like today are very painful, right? So again, just so many things that we could discuss, like where to start, right? Just where do we start? Because we do know now that if capitulation really sets in, it can get real ugly, right? So I'm gonna pull up the 30-minute chart here on the SP 500, and let me run over here, open up the floor here. Over Chris, you there? Again, any of you guys that want to jump on the panel and discuss what you're doing today, as far as what you're trading, what you may be wanting to trade, any charts you want to think about, talk about, hey, jump on the panel, guys. Let's discuss it. Y'all know how we do over here. It's family environment, right? I enjoy everybody's perspective and their viewpoints about the market in terms of what they may be trading, looking to trade, or needing some help with what they might be, in already, so to speak. All right, so jump on the panel if you guys want. Over Chris, you there? I don't know. The brother might be busy too. I know he'd be busy throughout the day as well. I don't know if he's on right now. He's in the back chat here. He's probably busy. He's probably busy right now. So again, so that's pretty much. Hey, what's going on, brother Jim? I see you in the house. Good to see you, family. Peace, power, and profit to you. All right. You asked also, is crypto a good play? Seems like it should be. Well, again, think about where crypto is at right now. Right? Think about where Bitcoin is at right now. Think about all the natural catalysts that are out there now in terms of that may help or hinder the crypto space at this particular moment in time, right? And how is relevant to the overall equity markets too, right? How do people feel about the equity markets in contrast to crypto? Or also in retrospect to to gold, right? Because we know right now the only particular asset out there that's kicking butt and taking names right now, right, is gold, because it has not really hit that pivot point where people are, really, I guess, more concerned about them getting it to go at these prices, as them think about, okay, well, do I want to buy Apple at 323 right now, or over above 310? And this is going into the overall aspect where the coronavirus will really begin to pick up steam, right? And so now you start to realize, okay, man, I could have bought gold when it was trading at 1,400 and something. We were looking at gold literally about not even a year, somewhere around a year ago. And it's trading at what, $1,300, $1,200, $1,100 an ounce. And now it's at $1,600 an ounce in about 1 year. And here's also another fun fact for you guys. Gold, as an asset, a commodity as a whole, it outperformed the S&P 500 last year. Right? Most people are like, duh, yeah, because I was trading, I was watching it too. But a lot of people didn't know that. We heard about how well the stock market did because it seemed like it melted up every single day. Again, put up near 26% on an annual basis. Well, gold outperformed S&P by 2 times last year in terms of its growth value coming out of 2018, all of fiscal 2019, right? It just exploded, methodically up to the upside. And so, hey, a lot of people go, man, I think that ship is already sailed. It might be too late to buy into gold now. Well, what would give you the reason to feel like gold is over at this point? I got some family that came in the house. Hey, what's going on, over Divine? Good to see you, family. Peace, power, and profit to you. Are you there, over Divine? I think he's getting his mic together. But yeah, so again, I asked that question to you guys. What would make you guys, think that gold is actually overbought at this point? And here it is. You still got the S&P 500 selling off here. Again, on the back end of the day, well, not even the back end of the day. We actually, we'll say back end of the day because it's past 12 at this point. But nonetheless, we saw, it bottomed out around like what, 272, somewhere around there, 273. Let's see, it hit like 273 and some change, right, during the intraday session, right, coming into 9:30, so to speak. It bounced. Obviously, we know it was gonna bounce because people, oh, this is about to dip mode. We got it. This is just ridiculous, right? I heard all the excuses, right? I had people, just saying everything like this is uncalled for. It's like it's like somebody slapped somebody's grandmother or something, right? This don't supposed to happen, right? Not under Trump's economy. This is just not supposed to happen. They were just really blowing back the fact that the market was down that much, right? And again, notwithstanding the fact that they got to a point where they became complacent and thinking that any fundamental aspect to the markets was just necessarily, just a lot of chatter and not necessarily something to be taken as truth to power, right? People didn't want to accept the fact that fundamentals would catch up with the market at some point, right? All this repo market, liquidity, giving these banks all this liquidity power to kind of juice markets, to juice the markets up pretty much, right? All these federal interest rate cuts that we got pretty much all of 2019 into 2018, where you got basically 75 basis points of rate cut value and emergency rate cut of 50 points literally last week, and they're discussing another 50 points coming up within this week or the next couple of weeks. So the way things are going, especially with this coronavirus, if it's picking up steam the way that it's doing in terms of people's fear, whether you are afraid of or not, that's up to you on a personal level. But for the broader global aspect, it's becoming a major issue to people's economy and the overall well-being of their citizens. All right, you take a country like Italy right now. Italy, it exploded literally overnight. Matter of fact, it picked up faster in Italy than it did, and actually even in places like Japan and North Korea, and infected more people, and more people died literally overnight than it had pretty much did almost in China. So what does that tell you even about the overall mentality of what people are looking like that are Italians right now? And we know a lot of people travel back and forth to Italy a lot from America. That's again one of America's favorite little destination hotspots are people who travel back and forth there a lot. I mean, you take a place like New York and Philly, these northern little eastern corridor places, they're loaded with Italians, right? They're loaded with Italians. And so a lot of people traveling back and forth, and they might have got exposed and they spreading it, back into places like, in New York. And again, you got Little Italy in New York, in Manhattan area, right? Matter of fact, I ate at this one Italian restaurant down there, not too far from Canal Street. Man, over there in Little Italy area, man, really good food. This was years back though. I don't think I want to go over that area right now. No disrespect to my Italian brothers out there, if you're on that Italian stallion kind of mentality. Yeah. So again, that's another reality again that we're dealing with in terms of again where it's going to cripple their GDP basically in the day. It's going to cripple their economy, right? It's going to cripple anything that they have to offer to the world in terms of exports. And again, even with the import values, it's really going to be a headwind to them because people going to mark these products up to ship them stuff. People don't have that sympathy value of humanitarian mindset when you're going through a crisis like this, because this is pretty much a global crisis if you look at it from that perspective, right? People not going to have any sympathy for you and your economy because they're going to say, well, you should have been planning for this kind of stuff all along for that rainy day moment. And if you don't believe me, case in point, look at what the Middle East right now, right? Look at the oil scenario, right? That's another conversation we're going to go into. But before we get deep into that conversation, again, I do want to open up the mic here for you guys to come on to the panel. Again, share your moments with this, what you see in this market. What are you watching right now? What do you think about trading? What do you think about trimming as far as some of your positions, if that's the case? Whatever the case, let's talk about it. Coronavirus, oil, gold, crypto, hand sanitizer, toilet paper, whatever. Let's discuss it, right? That's what we're here for today. And that's why I'm definitely, humbled to open up my platform here, which is y'all platform the same way, because y'all know I look at this as a village, and we're going to share in this moment. So again, the link is in the back chat. Come on, guys, on the panel. Let's just talk about it. Let's discuss it, because I'm pretty sure you guys have different views than some of the stuff I'm talking about. You may want to share your perspective, right? Your expertise. Some of you guys may be in the field of study that deal with some of this stuff, right? From viruses to the different products and services that you may be seeing something on the ground. Hey, if you got any kind of knowledge to share with the family, definitely come on, right? Don't feel all kind of shaky or intimidated. Y'all know we don't play that over here. We welcome everybody to share their perspective, because again, it's a family environment when it comes to trading the market, right? It's all about having the best data to be able to utilize it properly. So definitely come on to the panel if you guys so choose to discuss it. All right. So again, as we are discussing the market here, for some of you guys might have just popped in with this market sell-off today, right? It feels more extreme today than it did, the couple of times the market sell-off last week, right? Which were already kind of harsh to a degree, but it feels harder today because people had time to think about this thing over the weekend, right? They had that fear coming out of Friday, right? Basically what happened with the market sell-off Friday, then literally the last 20 minutes until the market closed, you had this unbelievable bounce, right? We've seen that bounce before, that V-shaped bounce that happened Friday going into the close, and people start buying the market up, right? You can see it right here on the screen. Basically, this is where people got extremely excited, right? The market was trending down Friday. It was going down, hitting some major lows, right? Getting ready to break, that ugly area in the market, break that 290, go down there and test, the 280, get in the 280 area. And what happened? Money came out of nowhere. Look at this big green volume bar right here in the SP 500. Look at that. Like who had this kind of money here, right? Like who was sitting there holding and waiting for the last throw to be plucked, from Bull's hands from the Bears, right? With the Bears, and then turn around and say, hey, reverse the thing on the dime and buy the market up. Where you saw literally it picked up well over 2% in less than 15, 20 minutes going to the close. Markets don't even put up 1-2% in an entire day worth of trading. But this last 15 minutes, 20 minutes of trading Friday, you had the market pick up well over 2% in gains in the S&P 500 off the lows. From here all the way up here to roughly about 290, you hit almost like 298 on the candle. Crazy, right? Crazy gains, right? And so guess what that did to a lot of people that start buying up in this part of the candle, this part of the candle, this part of the candle. When it crosses over VWAP, they start really buying, right? Because y'all know the VWAP is a great benchmark place to start really buying and to equity position because it's somewhat like a bullish signal, right? They start buying it up. And they say, oh, I'm going to swing this market into next week because you know what? Man, this is just overdone. This market is oversold, man. This is just crazy, right? And guess what? They held their positions going in today. They held their positions going into today. Might have been even a few of you guys. Again, y'all know my sympathy is with you guys because I hate to see anybody lose money at this level based upon this level of volatility, right? Because again, you're thinking that these people had this market somewhat under control because we saw that happen pretty much all of 2019. Where, Trump, and Cutlow and the crew, y'all know they were constantly on, CNBC, constantly Twitter, on Twitter and putting out sound bites to kind of keep people, keep hope alive, basically, string out this trade deal and this tariff war and, stay invested in the equities. Stay invested. That's all you had people kept saying. Stay invested, even though stocks had PEs or, price to earning ratios well over 20, 30, 40, you had companies like Zoom. I think Zoom was up over like 2,000% on 2,000 on PE, somewhere around there. I think it's Shop or TDD, Trade Desk, somewhere. Yeah, some of the companies had extreme overbought price to earning ratios for their forward outlook in 2020, even going into 2021, where they was highly priced perfection. And they were turning out revenue where you had companies that had that kind of PE, where they had, went from basically 200 million in market cap to maybe 500 million in market cap to well over 10 billion, 8 billion, 7 billion in market cap overnight. And the earnings growth value ratios were like 3%, 2%, somewhere around 10%. Still didn't warrant the fact that they had a valuation metric around about 11 billion, 8 billion coming off of a daily, it's not necessarily a daily, but a quarterly annual, earnings run rate around about 200 million, 300 million. Some of them had like 50 million, but they had a $13 billion valuation, and people were still buying these stocks up like, man, this market could never do no wrong at this point. The market ain't never coming down. Case in point, Beyond Meat. We can go down the list. We can just pick one. It's that kind of reality. Just pick one, right? We had a lot of stocks that were just running just recklessly up to the upside, and I mean, the pullbacks were very micro. Days that they pulled back maybe like 0.5%, maybe 2%. After it ran up, maybe like 7% the following day, though, right? The previous day it was up like 8, 9, 10%, and it pulled back 0.5%, 0.75%. So people saw that as a buy the dip mentality, and so a lot of those companies now are crashing back to earth. They're crashing back to reality. They're beginning to reset themselves, even at a point where they still are not really oversold at the point where they came from. I mean, again, take a stock like Tesla. Tesla, again, to a lot of people, whether you a bull on Tesla or not, everybody have their different opinions. But again, Tesla came from, let's back it up. Let's go there. Tesla was trading basically, at 250, somewhere around there, 240, 250, just chopping out sideways. Again, that's after it fell from its first value of grace. I mean, hit a low around about 180 something, right? Hit a low around about 180 something around May of 2019. I don't know if y'all remember that, around June, right? Y'all know me. I was shorting it back then too. I was game busting. Right? I took basically Tesla down from like the 380s area, 380 area basically, all the way down to like 180 something. Right? I was shorting it off and on, but puts and basically, equity shorting it all the way down from 380 down to like 180. All right, and then it bounced a little bit, caught some traction, some somewhat favorable news, trended sideways around 250, 260, 240, stayed in that little chop zone, as you can see right here, for a good little while, and then it had that, that one little earnings breakout. It got that earnings breakout Q3 2019, and it was off to the races. Literally jumped, well up over $100 dang there off that earnings report, as you can go back and see clearly right here where Tesla went gangbusters at this point. Right? Kudos to anybody that was a bull at that point. And again, keep in mind, I got Tesla in a long position, right? And one of my long-term accounts, I have it at a long position, right? And it's roughly, I think it's like that account. Well, I think the average now around about I want to say it's around about 270 now because I add a little bit over time. But I was in around like 220, 230, somewhere around there. But again, I could have been adding on to it as it kept rising, parabolic going higher, but I didn't in terms of long position. I just traded it through options and buying calls, right? But again, 250 all the way up to like 335, $340. It ran off that earnings report that we got again coming out of the Q3 2019 fiscal year, where it seems like Tesla got his wings back. Tesla got his groove back like Stella, right? People were like, man, Tesla, man, it couldn't get any more bad news than Tesla was getting at that point when it was just trending sideways down from 180, 180 to around 242. It was still like in the can. People still like, man, Tesla just full of crap. Y'all heard all the stories and read all the press releases too. And then again, lo and behold, they found a way to get, to beat earnings, right? And a lot of it had to do with them opening up that Shanghai factory in China. We get it. We know all the little fundamental parts that was coming alive. It didn't still make a believer out of a lot of different analysts, and they still like, man, I don't trust this company, right? How long they been in business? How long have they ever been profitable? It was like zero, right? So now you had Tesla finally at a point where they had turned a book value profit, not necessarily a real, growth value profit. It was more just we did it for a quarter, and people like, hey, man, we're back. And so again, 250, 340, chop sideways, right? Nice little bull flagging at $300 level, right? Testing, 309, 320, 330, somewhere around there. Broke out again, went higher, got more news about them, expanding the battery, the Model Y, the Cybertruck. Y'all hold the whole issue with the Cybertruck, right? I think right here we're doing time that Cybertruck news came out, right? And after that, again, people just went crazy, right? That little ugly little truck, that little, I don't know what to call it, a little moon rock, little Minecraft looking little truck. Yeah, everybody got their little opinions about it. Don't throw, send me a little death threat because you like the truck. But anyway, that's a little ugly little truck. It gained a lot of more value over time when people start to realize, man, this is something different, it's new. Investors got excited about it. Guess what they started doing? Buying it up. Tesla began to ramp up higher. Now we up here near what? 340 back near that area where it came from the earnings, earnings pretty much beat that it did back in Q3. It trended up, bull flagged it higher, went sideways, gapped up, went higher on more news. And ever since then, it was just lights out, right? It seems like at that point, Tesla could do no wrong, right? Then we got some bad news at some point for 350, dropped back down to 330. Again, producing basically at the end of the day, higher lows, right? Think about it, right? From here to here, higher lows, right? To this point here, to here, it was already producing high low, but it came backfield, got back to this point here, basically didn't eclipse lower than this point, which is a major level of support, produced a higher low. Buyers came in again, and after that point, they just ramped it up. I mean, that's almost like a perfect stair-step pattern there on Tesla. It gets no beautiful than that. That's what people live for, to have a stock that can go up and to the right, just like this here, without a whole lot of pulling back hard. That is beautiful, right? And it just did that religiously all the way up from roughly around, 330, all the way, went parabolic. Also went up there and hit that 968, all the way up until it hit $968 a share. And so you say to yourself, man, that is unbelievable. Basically from 250, 183 around the low, at that point when it was hitting the lows, all the way up to like $968. The gains that people made off that one move along. And basically what that did to a lot of traders, it made them feel very confident, complacent. Tesla could do no wrong. It can never pull back at this point, right? Because Elon is on his way. He got the SpaceX thing happening. They're nailing it with the rockets. I mean, they got everything going for themselves at this point, right? They're expanding. They're trying to, increase the autonomous driving aspect of the company. They're doing a lot of different things. Pretty much the Boring company, with them trying to build that underground, transit system between LA to, I forgot where it's going to go, somewhere in LA. But again, they're doing a lot of good things at this point, right? And so again, coronavirus, right? Coronavirus, here we go, right? Coronavirus, on top of other things, now we're seeing all of a sudden the bad news that was happening with Tesla that necessarily didn't seem to be bad news to the stock, and there was reason for it to still go up, actually began to be felt. Then it began to feel like, okay, this is, man, something that, okay, now if there's any kind of bad news, I actually got to pay attention to it because it could potentially pull back off of it. Because equity markets were feeling a little skittish. So again, came down and bottomed out around about $623 a share around, the end of February, basically February 28th, right? Last day in, we had February 29 days in February this year. We had a leap year, right? Am I right? It was like, no, it was 28 days, I think. Man, I don't know. Y'all get my point. It bottomed out around 320, somewhere around there, 311. It bounced, right? on that volatility spike that we got coming out of the back end, that the Fed's gonna start doing something to help the markets and this, that, and the third. All that talk became relevant again for the markets, and it bounced back from 611 all the way back above 800 some odd dollars a share. We're up to about a $200 swing overnight. Literally, if you think about it, overnight from February 28th to basically March the 3rd, you talk about 2 or 3 days, guys, up over 200 bucks. And then it chopped sideways a little bit after pullback. So I'm gonna backfill this little gap here because it gapped up here. Because y'all know all stocks pretty much have to fill gaps at some point. And fill the gap here and coming back down, trended sideways, broke below, key point of the view out, broke below this little 20-day moving average here. And then after that, it was just like, hey, back down to the lows again, hitting a low about 606 bucks, coming into today, and got back up now around about 636 bucks a share. But definitely sold back a lot of those gains it made coming out of the end of 2019. And so now you got to ask yourself, looking at this chart, does Tesla, just like I asked you with Boeing, does Tesla look like a good long-term bottom buy at this point here? Because keep in mind, look where it's at now. It's trending right at the support level going back of pretty much within this same year, January of this year, around the end of January, it was trending around the same support level, around 630 bucks a share, give or take $611, somewhere around there, 620 bucks a share, somewhere in this little moment right here. Now it's back in that same little box area, right? So basically, again, past performance is always a predictor of future potentiality or future profitability, right? So if you look back and say, okay, well, guess what? If it breaks that point of support, meaning the new low hit around about 606, somewhere around there, well, how low can it go if it breaks that level of support? If it breaks this 611 during the intraday session, how low can it go? Well, guess what? It has a gap to fill. All right. These are things that we're doing right now on the fly, but it has a gap to fill all the way down to around about what? 588. Because that's the most recent gap up that it had at that point. Even though if you go back further, you may see some stuff in there, but at that point, guess what? That's the most recent gap that it has to fill. So 587, 588 is what you want to look out for in the event that it breaks. If it breaks, I gotta say if it breaks this 611, 606 down point support, it could easily find itself, down as low as 587, 588, the next pivot point to the downside. Right? So you have to ask yourself again at this point, especially if you're new to trading Tesla, you might want to get in because you didn't get a chance to get on the big move when it ran from basically $330 all the way to like $968. Well, guess what? You may have a chance now to get into Tesla and trade it from a long-term perspective or even a speculative trade in the trade perspective. Barring the fact that, again, it's still in a point where it's still a little bit under scrutiny and under fire based upon the coronavirus, scenario. And they got, a catalyst coming out this week. I don't know if you guys who follow Tesla, if you guys know what that catalyst is, then, you might want to post it for those who don't know, but I'll just go ahead and say it. All right. Tesla has, they're going to release their Model Y vehicle, basically, the end of this week. Right? I think Friday or Saturday, they're supposed to have the Model Y launch, right? Which is supposed to be a big catalyst for the company, right? The Model Y, right? You guys go look it up, do your own research. I always tell people do your own due diligence anyway, right? Never depend on me or anybody. I don't care who they are. Always do your own due diligence, right? But again, they have that coming out, right? So we know that's going to be somewhat of a catalyst for the company. Now, whether it's withstands the blow of what the coronavirus may be doing at that point or not, who knows, right? We have no clue what the market's going to be between now and Friday, especially what we witnessed over the weekend, right? And knowing that people are still feeling very skittish about the market after seeing their stocks get beat up or pummeled or sold off the way that they did, right? And so it's very important that we realize again these certain some people call them gravity points, some people call them pivot points, some people call them again supply demand zones. However you call support resistance, basically at the end of the day, you have to be very cautious about how you're making your charting decisions on a truthful aspect of what is really showing you the market, not just because you feel like you want the market to do what you want it to do, but basically what the market is showing you to make sure you have your levels, accurate as much as possible, right? Make sure you chart this market as accurate as you must, as you can. Set aside your biases. Set aside, the market should be doing this because you feel like it's oversold or it's overbought. Go out there and really try to, narrow this market down in a way where it's most, credible to the degree where you can make the best decision with your money, right? And don't get caught out there just overly leveraged, again, overly, caught up in emotions that the market's going to just rebound and do what you want it to do, right? That's not how you trade, right? You have to understand that the market is always right, even when it's wrong, right? Because you can't compete with market makers, hedge funds, banks, right? Dark pool buying. You can't compete with that, right? So we always say the trend is your friend for a reason, because when the market is moving like that, you need to be cautious of, where you are in that trade, especially if you're a contrarian trader. You trade against the flow of where the market's going, because again, it may not be a good decision just to, trade against the market in that moment or that asset in that moment. Who knows, right? And so again, a lot of things we have to think about, guys. It's so much, right? It's so much that's happening right now. It seems like, we can't even begin to even cover it all. It just, do we wake up tomorrow and we're down again another, 500-600 points, or could we be up, 600, 700, 800 points, right? Because we know as far as last week, as much as it sold off, it snapped back faster than it did when it sold off almost. It was just like there were no dips to be kind of just sitting at a point, even when people were still fearful, they were still buying it up because they felt like, man, this is overdone. And traders actually end up getting ran over even more and more in that moment in terms of long, bullish traders. So roughly, if you think about all of last week, after all that up, down, 1,000 points, each way, almost on a daily basis, the market last week closed up, fractionally higher by a meager maybe 200 points and change after all that movement we had all of last week. Let that marinate. I mean, we saw swings of, let's just say roughly about 4,000 or 5,000 points, somewhere around there, close to about 4,000 or 5,000 points in the overall market as a whole the entire week. And the market fractionally closed up on the entire week no more than about 200 points. I mean, it can easily have been down, 300, 400 points, if they didn't save the market on that last 20 minutes of trading in Friday's session. Let that marinate for a moment. So all that money that was made up and down through volatility in intraday trading was powerful. If you was able to, trade it, number one, and get in on the action, but more importantly, make sure you was on the right side of those trades and not the wrong side. You could have made a ton of money last week. I saw a ton of P&Ls last week on both sides, bulls and bears. 40 grand, 100,000 plus, 78,000, 28,000. I saw crazy P&Ls. And some of these guys were like not necessarily, very, very experienced traders. Some of these guys were still new to the game, and they just followed the trend. They followed, some leads from other people. They did their own little research, and these guys were up like 20 grand, whatever the case like that, having some of their best days ever in their trading history of all that volatility we had last week. And so, I just say to myself, when those moments like that are happening, you trade, again, you trade what everybody else is trading. Meaning you trade that same level of sentiment. You find those trends that are banging, and when it's time to get up out of there, be it up or down, you don't overstay your welcome. Get up out of there, right? Don't try to take it for every little ounce that's in it, because you're dealing with a very volatile scenario in this coronavirus. And the news and the press release, obviously that Trump blames as the perpetrator of fake news. The reason why people are panicking, he's blaming the media for it, not necessarily blaming nobody else, right? Because again, y'all know, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, it's not a political, slight at your man's, right? But he takes a lot of credit for the stock market when it goes up. Then he needs to be equally able to take responsibility for when it's coming down, right? Do not be trying to cast blame on everybody else, because at the end of the day, you still hold the executive power to calm markets. That's what the job of the president is supposed to do. He's supposed to be, or she, the commander in chief, who command the different branches of government, the different entities and businesses and things of the government, that the citizenships or the citizen value of the people out there are looking for them to do or her to do. And so that's your job. You did well at pumping the markets when it was up, and testing all-time highs and kept breaking all-time highs. And, people just, buying stocks hand over fist. I mean, every day they pull back, it was guaranteed to be up the next day. I mean, it was just no pulling back. Everybody's just, man, Trump is the greatest ever, man. Trump this, Trump this. Now that the market, the bottom fell out the market for a little bit here. It's like, it's screw Trump, man, and forget this, and man, he need to be impeached again, and y'all know all kind of stuff. You've been hearing all kinds of stuff. I joke around and kid with the people a lot when it comes to it, but you've heard it all, just like I've heard it. Right? You heard all the different little talking points. People saying this, saying that, whatever. Right? So, hey, that's the market, right? That's the market, right? So that's what we're dealing with. So again, I just say, in moments like this, these are great moments to just become very studious to what you're witnessing. You need to be taking notes. You need to be watching certain stocks that were at all-time highs. Let's say about 3 weeks ago. You can go back as far about 3 weeks ago to a month to be exact. You want to look at stocks that were at all-time lows during that same time span. Do your research by a 52-week chart, backdated from there, see what the market's looking like and how it did up until that point where it was at that juncture about 3 weeks ago, and where is that today? And ask yourself, again, where can you find alpha in this market? Where are great moments to tap into this liquidity and this volatility to see it as a point of what? Being able to capture some gains out of it. Because just because, again, the market is sold off the way that it's done, especially today, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be back up again tomorrow, right? Doesn't mean that it's going to just pick up tomorrow and it's going to, gain, 1,000 point plus, plus points back some of the gains that it lost today, right? The market does not work that way. It seemed to be that way last week a little bit, but doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be that way tomorrow. We don't know what's going to happen from day to day at this point. Hey, what's going on, family? Rashu? Hey, peace, power, profit to you, family. Good to see you in the house. Right? I see my family, Brandon, that came through as well. Hey, good to see you, Oba. Good to see you guys. Right? So again, these are moments in the market where we have to be very careful, cautious, and concise. Right? The 3 C's at this moment: careful, cautious, and concise. Right? And careful could be kind of synonymous with concise, but at the end of the day, concise just means you need to be very detail orientated. Careful means that you need to be very understanding what the overall market is dealing with, right? And one moment to the next. So when you make that concise, decision to make a trade, be it up or down in that particular asset, whatever it is, be confident as much as possible before you pull that trigger, right? Because the worst thing can happen is, you get ran over because you're trying to be contrarian to what the trend is showing you. If the trend is showing you weakness, outflows, distribution, people still selling into this market, the spread is looking ugly. I mean, the bid and the ask is looking bigger than it normally does in certain stocks. And before, it might have been trading at maybe a 30-cent spread or a 50-cent spread or even $1 spread for some of these big stocks like Tesla. If the spread now is like $2 and $3 and all that, hey, it may not be a good moment. Yeah, 100% right, over Brandon. That's it, bro. A PMCS check, right? Going back to the military day, right? That's the best thing you can do. Preventive maintenance checks and services. Do your check downs. Don't just jump out there just because it seems to be a viable play because it seems to be oversold. Don't be that victim. Or don't be, I was telling over Chris last week, I said, don't try to be Hollywood Code, right? Some of you guys might have remember Outcast, right? I think it was good about Outcast where the Hollywood Code want to be the person that you jump bad, don't mind want to test Hollywood Code. Don't be that guy, right? Don't think you better than everybody around. Understand that you have to play what you're seeing, right? You have to realize that you are seeing the same things that Warren Buffett is seeing right now. You're seeing the same things that Paul Tudor Jones, whoever your favorite legendary trader is, whoever they're dealing with the same thing you're dealing with. They just got more money than you. They may have a little more extra knowledge too, right? A little bit more insider value, but in the day, the charts they still seeing the same charts you're seeing. They still have to, understand that we're still under that same value of what the trend is showing us. and how we, again, we, perform based upon what the market is showing us. And so you have to be conscious of that, guys. I can't, stress it enough. I know sometimes I get excited and I get to talking and I just keep talking and talking and talking because there's so many things that are circulating in my mind right now. I want to express it in a way where, it may be beneficial, right? Or it may be something that you might say, well, no, I don't agree with that. And you may go out there and find a different way, and it may even work for you. Either way, it's something to think about, right? Because there's so many things that we sometimes take for granted throughout the intraday session, and we don't think about the next day, or we don't think about the next day even after that, right? Because y'all know trading the market is a game of chess, even as an intraday trader, right? Because you still have to be able to front load or potentially front load the ideal of what you think the market's going to do from a directional aspect. And that's with, certain catalysts, certain different things that may cause, the stock to perform different than it did the previous day. But you still cannot overlook the fact that you are in some very critical times in terms of how the market is responding to this new set of threats to the global markets in terms of the coronavirus. And now, and we haven't even got to that conversation yet. And now the oil market, right? OPEC, right? The one seemed like last straw that broke the camel's back was this OPEC debacle that pretty much happened coming out of Friday. Basically, it started Friday, a little bit early in the week, but Friday was the turnkey moment where people really began to start saying, "Uh-oh, right? We're going into the weekend, and we got this thing in terms of OPEC hovering over our heads on top of the coronavirus, right? The whole issue with the Saudis and Russia, right? Them pretty much coming to fisticuffs, not physically, but mentally, about where they want to see the direction of the oil market going, into the rest of this physical value, so to speak. A very critical meeting it was, right? Where you had the Saudi oil prime minister and some of the big wigs, having a very, very conflict of interest and what the Russians were offering and what they were trying to get out of this new, this last OPEC deal. Before then, oil was already taking, coming out of last year. Oil was already in trouble, right? The oil sector as a whole was in major trouble. We saw, again, oil hit a high. I was telling the guy maybe back in the spring of last year, I was saying oil ain't gonna get no higher pretty much than $65 a barrel, somewhere around there. You'll never see $70 a barrel no time soon, because they're like, nah, man, oil's going back above $70 a barrel. Yada this, yada that. Again, no disrespect to that person. Everybody have their own level of due diligence and discipline, how they value and view the markets and do their own research. But for me, I was like, no, oil's not going back to $70 a barrel. Number one, because Trump don't want oil to be that high, because that's a stain on his, his president value, his presidency to a degree where people look at him like, well, man, you can't even keep the gas prices cheap, right? The country will be doing good, and then gas should be cheap too, right? So he had, had a big issue with oil being above, again, even $65 a barrel, right? He didn't even want oil around that price. He was comfortable with oil being around, like, I think he was saying like $52, $55 a barrel, if not lower, a little bit lower, not necessarily lower than, let's say, 45, but he was thinking around like $50 a barrel would be great. Well, again, where we are today in terms of what price of oil is, right? Ever since, back when oil was trading, again, you go back and look at what oil is at today, we know, it's getting beat up heavily because of, the overall ideal of what oil is dealing with. But you got crude oil, which is WTI, the American standard value, and you got the global in terms of the Brent oil value. It's down to $32 a barrel. $32 a barrel of crude oil today. So that means gas prices should be at least a minimum about 60 to 70 cents cheaper at your gas pump. At least, you would think. But, again, you may get 30, well, I say about 30 cents, 30 to 50 cents. Let's break it down a little bit. Let's say between 30 to 50 cents cheaper at the gas pump. It should be. An 8% drop in oil, that easily translates to about 20, 30 cents. Easily. Right? You're talking about 32 cents a barrel. Excuse me, $32 a barrel of oil for crude oil. Right? So we'll have to see throughout the rest of the week if the oil market does not stabilize. Let's see when it hits the pump value, what price of oil will be. And weird too, because I haven't gone out today. I haven't even left my office. But I'm curious to go see what price of gas looks like today. Some of you guys that might have gone out today and had other things to do, as far as going to work or doing runarounds, whatever. If y'all saw any kind of change in prices and gas today, I'm curious to know. Please let me know in the back chat. Drop it in the links. Excuse me, in the back chat conversation box. If you saw price of gas cheaper today than it was, let's say, Friday or Saturday when the oil debacle really began to pick up, I'm curious to know. Right. So I haven't gotten out of here yet, but I am, some. Price supposed to be cheaper today. Now, I don't want no mess. Now I want them out there kind of price guys, people like this trying to do with this Perel hand sanitizer, charging people, arm and leg for doggone, for some hand sanitizer. Hey, what's going on over Zane? Good to see you, brother. Peace, power, and profit to you. Allah for you too as well, family. Peace, power, and profit to you. Right? Good to see you in the house today, family. Right? Sitting there discussing this market a little bit today, discussing, basically what everybody's kind of, just talking about today. I'm pretty sure it's a conversation piece that everybody's talking about, at their respective places of work, with their family, with their peers. For some people who care, don't care, you either talk about one of the three things happening right now. You talking about the coronavirus, right? The Feds, or the oil market, or maybe gold, maybe crypto too. I should have put that in as well, crypto and gold as well. But they all are pretty much synonymous with the overall market at this point. But nonetheless, it's a conversation piece that a lot of people are discussing right now, and it's a lot of uncertainty, anxiety, and fear wrapped into the ideal of what it's doing as far as equity markets, products that we consume, and even so much even contracting that virus, right? Because that's the one thing that above all things, right? Some people can deal with the market selling off. Some people can deal with the price of gas fluctuating and this, that, and the third, and the Federal, Reserve cutting rates or doing whatever they're trying to do. But nobody wants to catch this virus. Whether you see it as something significant or you may not, right? Either way, no one wants to deal with this virus, right? And as of now, thankfully so, the universe has spared, a lot of us, not so much to saying that, it's good that everybody else may have dealt with it and at some point even perished from it is bad, better than, than this whole overall scenario. But at least from this point, we're fortunate enough that where we haven't had to deal with it, personally from our families or this, that, and third. Right. I don't know if any of you guys, know somebody that may have caught it or their family members or a friend or whatever, but I do know it's in everybody's backyard, it seems like at this point. And it's for those who've been tested and confirmed with the virus, you already know there's a lot more, hundreds more out there that have not been confirmed yet that actually have. You got different states of emergencies that's happening around the entire nation. You got New York state emergency, California, I think Illinois. Wherever you are in your respective state right now, city, town, wherever, I'm pretty sure you're keeping up with, what's happening, whether if it's in your area or it's not. And that can be frightening. So y'all know I'm in the DC area, right? I'm in the DMV. So it's already in this area. It's already, running through Maryland. We had this Friday, end of the week, we had first confirmed, quote unquote, confirmed cases in DC, right? We had a Marine down at Fort Belvoir that had it, and we got another person entered DC that had it. Now, this is a heavy immigrant area. It's a heavy immigrant area, especially when you start going up, up 66 or up 50, and those areas like that, up 7, and all those areas like that, going up towards Ashburn and Chantilly, Reston, Tyson's Corner, Fairfax. It's a lot of immigrants living in that area from Korea, Asia, Iran. It's a lot of immigrants. India, it's a lot of immigrants up that area, right? And so people travel back and forth a lot that uses Dulles Airport, right? It's a big international airport in Dulles Airport. A lot of air immigrant flights coming there. A lot of Air Korea, a lot of immigrant flights, period, come into that area. So without a doubt that the virus is definitely in this area. There ain't no second guess. Ain't no now it's in this area at this point. And so again, you have to be, cognizant of that. So if you out there out and about, man, wash them hands, man. Wash them hands. In crowded places. If you have to, if you don't have to, what I'm saying, be very cautious, basically. Right? Don't just be trying to make people feel comfortable because you getting in with a mask on. If you feel like you got to go to work with a mask on, then do it. I don't care what they tell you. These people ain't gonna, unless they finna, pay you sick leave or something like that. If you end up catching this virus, then look at, I'm not the one to try to make people feel comfortable. If I feel like they may be suspect. Meaning, if I see somebody coughing profusely and look all sickly and a lot of phlegm in the throat and they got a lot of mucus running nose, bro, I'm going the opposite direction quickly. I don't care how you feel. I don't care how you feel. Take it personal, do whatever. My health is more important than you feeling comfortable about your sickness. I'm sorry. I hope you get better. I hope you're doing all the steps that they tell you to do to boost your immunity and this, that, and the third, right? But I'm going the other way. So some of you guys that want to go get the flu shot, thinking that's going to help, that's fine. Go get that flu shot, right? Do what you got to do. All I'm saying is protect yourself. Best that you know how, based upon the latest science, do whatever you got to do to protect yourself. Whether you see it, maybe it may not be so much of a big issue to some of you guys. Some of you guys, I had a lot of people say, man, it's a hoax. It ain't bad as the regular flu. It ain't this. I ain't worried about it. Who cares? I get it. Do whatever you need to do. Go based upon your level of due diligence. But above all things, don't feel a certain kind of way. If a person come around you and you might be the one that's sniffling, but you don't believe in it, and they turn the other way and go the opposite direction. Might even be your homeboy, right? You're like, nah, I can't hang out today. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm out of here. Right? Don't take it personal, right? No matter how much you claim this and that, don't take it personal. So again, practice great hygiene, guys. If you don't already do it, I just implore you guys for your own safety. Practice great hygiene. Not that you're not doing it, but again, a little extra. You may have to, keep you some hand sanitizer. I got hand sanitizer at each vehicle. Hand sanitizer all around my home. I'm not even gonna play that game, right? I'm not even going to play that game of it's going to be all right, right? I just can't do it. So again, everybody's different. For me, I'm a, kind of big proponent for health anyway. So y'all already know my little background. So to me, those scenarios where, if you're confident in your situation, then hey, do what works for you, right? Do what works for you. Right, but definitely just be cognizant and be conscious that other people may have different views about this whole coronavirus. A lot of people saying it's a hoax. A lot of people saying it's fake. I mean, go on YouTube again, have at it. There's all kind of people out there saying all different things. It's not real. These are fake deaths. We've heard it all, right? People saying all kind of things, right? But for me, again, I just want, especially people that I know in terms of you guys, because you guys are my peers, at least that we understand that, whether we believe in it or we don't, we still need to be cautious, right? Because it don't really cost nothing to be cautious. Because from what they're saying, as far as the CDC and the NIH, right, pretty much that, again, this is a moment where it becomes very heightened. You have to be, very conscious of your hygiene in terms of washing your hands, warm soapy water, because of the fact being a communicable type of virus where it could be airborne. It's a respiratory illness, obviously. I mean, it's affecting your breathing, your lungs, this, that, and third, right? Then again, chances are, if you coughing and running, got a runny nose, or people around you doing the same thing, and they right up on your proximity, right? Then hey, those viruses could be airborne, right? Y'all seen the movie Contagion and Outbreak? Y'all seen all the little scary movies, or they call them, I say scary meaning those outbreak movies that got people like, man, if this ever happened, man, I imagine how that would be, right? These zombie apocalypse type movies, we've seen them all, right? So again, it's somewhat upon us to a degree. Again, how well you value the severity of it or you don't, that's up to you individually. But more importantly, if nothing else, we do know a universal truth is that you have to be a little bit more conscious of your hygiene in terms of washing your hands Because y'all know y'all been in restaurants and places where people go in the bathroom out of a stall area too. Come out, toilet flush, them jokers, you hear him, getting himself together, come out the stall and go right out the door. Right out the door. No soap, no water, no nothing. And I'm like, that's a nasty buzzard. I would like to use more colorful language, but I don't use that kind of language. But that's a nasty buzzard to do that. You come out the bathroom from doing number two, and you don't wash your hands and nothing. You just run right on out the door, and you look at everybody at the sink washing their hands like something wrong with them. And I've seen it. We see this stuff all day, every day in the general public. That's why I don't trust. Man, look here, I don't trust none of. Look here, bro, not me, not this guy. I don't care how you feel too, because I ain't finna do it. I'm just not finna do it. So again, meaning I'm not gonna be around that kind of reality, right? It just doesn't make sense, right? So again, with that being said, so there are certain stocks that are booming right now, or not necessarily booming, but they're very they're pretty much the natural hedge to this coronavirus, right? Again, we're talking about consumer staples. If you look down in my description box, for today's live stream, I think I have it in there? No, I think I might have spoke about them just in detail. Maybe we on another post. But either way, I'll speak about some of the stocks that are great to think about for as hedging yourself in terms of stocks that people may flee to, right? So you got consumer staples, right? Stocks that you just, regardless of the coronavirus, people are still going to have to buy these products, and these are going to be more necessity type products, because that's basically what consumer staples are. They're almost like, these things that you need, right? Necessities, right? Food, toiletries. Speaking of toiletries, that's why there's no toilet paper left out there. Everybody buying toilet paper left and right, cleaning out Costco, Whole Foods, Targets, Trader Joe's, every little spot. I mean, everybody's buying up the hand sanitizer, soap, and toilet paper. I mean, left and right. My Eva went the other day, toilet paper, Whole Foods, like the Whole Foods and Trader Joe's we go to over in our little area, toilet paper gone. I mean, gone. And I'm pretty sure we went by Walmart, it's probably about the same way. It's probably thinned out with less than that. So some of us have to be right and start hitting up these little off the beaten path little dollar stores like Dollar General or whatever little dollar stores out there, like maybe Dollar Tree. Because I'm pretty sure they already been rated too, but you may get lucky and find one in your neighborhood where it ain't been rated quite yet, like the bigger stores, like a Walmart or whatever grocery stores you may have in your area. And you may find some toilet paper still in there. That ain't gonna be necessarily just marked all up like like some of these places trying to get over to with that gouging people, right? Or especially online, like eBay. There was one guy selling a bottle of hand sanitizer for like $700-$800, right? Like these jokers out here crazy, bro. These jokers, I understand there's a drop, man, but God, dog, man, this ain't the dope. This ain't what they call the dope world out there, man. Where they got for real selling like it's drugs now. You're gonna have people have Ziploc bags of Perel hand sanitizer, selling it. For you get like one little baggie. They may, hey, I got $5, bro. You got this hand sanitizer. I mean, there's always a moment, to make some money. I get it. It's an entrepreneur world out there, but God, dog, bro. If it's that bad, man, we need to come up with another way. But it's gonna get crazy out there. I do believe it's gonna get more, more comical aspect of what people are gonna be trying to do to make money off this. That people trying to do things to really protect themselves. That just shows you, man, people don't really care about each other like that. It's a big, that's a big lie. That level of humanitarian value, man, that should have been said. There's a few places out there where you got people that band together, but I don't think this virus at that level of extreme yet. It's not at that level of extremity where people will just be like, man, okay, I'm gonna look out, for you, whatever the case. It's gonna be some jokers out there trying to get over. I guarantee it. Right? Because you can go to eBay. Matter of fact, let's do that real quick while we sitting there, passing a little time. Let's go to eBay. Let's go look up some hand sanitizer on eBay real quick and see what, because they supposed to be tracking, cutting down, cutting down on this right now, right? Oh man, look at here. Oh man, bruh, I'm already seeing it. Just when you go to the initial page, let me share my screen. Do this real quick. They gonna get this. Y'all gonna get this work today, man. In a good way. Because y'all know we like to do some real, you know, research over here. We keen on the methodology and research over here. So real quick, let's go over to eBay. You type in eBay hand sanitizer, gel, or just hand sanitizer. What do you see? Germex hand sanitizer, 33-ounce bottle, $40 for that bottle. Both unscented hand sanitizer, right? $50. 100 custom filled. Oh, them just the bottles, I guess. Whatever. What they might already be filled, but that's $600. 2 liters, you got what? $36. Right. So let's go to eBay though. Let's see what they're doing on eBay though. Right. Those are just different stores or whatever, but they were supposed to be cracking down on it on eBay. Right. They're supposed to be people crack. Look at that. There we go. 30 ounces, bro. 30-ounce bottle. 45, brand new. Somebody took it on their little back porch or on their little floor. They didn't even gotta make it look presentable. You just wanted the hand sanitizer, bro. 8 ounces. 8 ounces of the advanced natural. That's the one I use, the naturals. 8 ounces, bro. $43. $43 for an 8-ounce bottle of hand sanitizer. Shut the front door. Like baby powder on high. Come on with it. Come on with it. Slapping these jokers in the mouth with some baby powder. They got to be out their mind. 2-ounce bottle, $6. 2-ounce bottle. Them 2-ounce bottles at the dollar store and Walmart, I think they used to be like, what, 99 cents? Somewhere around there? 70 cents, 99 cents, $1.19, $1.30, $6 a bottle. Coconut cleanser anti-gel hand bacteria, $15. That thing like it's every bit about 3 ounces. $15. $13. $99. Somebody charging you $100 for a bottle of hand sanitizer. This same size will be selling at Walmart for like what, $3 or $4, $4 or $5, somewhere around there. This person here, I need 99. All of it. I need all of it too. He's like, they probably, I need all that 99 too. No deals, no nothing. $10, 8-ounce bottle of Perel, $10 and $5 or $6 in shipping and handling. I mean, it's the hand wipes. These little standard little wipes, the hand wipes. $2, the travel pack. These right here, the travel packs, y'all know. You go to Walmart in the travel section, they got these same little hand wipes there. Some of them, if it's different brand, whatever, like $1. Here, I need $10, bro. For two travel pack lots, they need $10. $44 here for 5 pieces of the 1-ounce hand sanitizer bottle. $50 basic. You always say $50 when you add shipping and handling to it. $30 for the wipes and a bottle right here. 30. Bro, y'all see it. Y'all see it. But supply and demand. I'm just saying, guys, y'all want to make y'all some little money on the side? You might want to start slinging hand sanitizer. Right? You might want to start slinging you some hand sanitizer, excuse me. Because, again, there's always people are going to find ways to, again, make money off, you know, people's somewhat fear, supply and demand. You're 100% right, Over Marquis. Good to see you, fam, as well. You can make your own hand sanitizer off YouTube. Basically, I think like propylene glycol alcohol, and you can buy like a silicone-based gel, right? And you can cut it with essential oils. You can cut it with other antimicrobials, eucalyptus, peppermint. What's another one? A good natural estrogen, witch hazel, something like that. You can basically make your own, just like the brother saying. Yeah, I mean, I'm into this kind of stuff as it is anyway, but I mean, push come to shove, you can make your own. Coconut oil is antimicrobial to a certain degree, but you still need a high, you know, cleansing kind of alcohol-based reality. Again, sodium hydroxide, you know, what they're using obviously to kind of, you know, combat it from an airborne perspective. Again, sodium-based or salt-based base value, right? Basically, even when you clean your house, baking soda, stuff like that. You know, again, beyond that, definitely bleach. That's why Clorox stock is definitely going to be a good, you know, safe haven for some of this stuff because, again, Clorox, right? I mean, you're talking about killing everything, right? Even kill the color in your clothes, right? So definitely Clorox, right? So some people might be even going that route, putting like maybe, you know, a half a cap of Clorox in there with some silicone gel and mix that with maybe a little. Again, you make sure you know what the right mixtures are. You don't want to mess around and blow your house up trying to play. Whatever science guy, whatever sign weed, whatever. I remember them shows back in the day. Don't blow your house up now. But yeah, you might even make your own. Because right now, if you go to this, online and try to buy it from places like eBay, all the little trash places like Craigslist, man, these people gonna get you for an arm and a leg. And it's gonna be some people out there that's buying it. There's gonna be some people out there buying this stuff. They're gonna be out there buying it, right? And probably be the same for Amazon. Let's go to Amazon, right? Let's go to Amazon and see, because Amazon's supposed to be better at this. Now they're supposed to have a little bit more, again, better policing value over there, because they already saying they pretty much check eBay and hand sanitizer. I forgot the Department of Government that goes and check these places for price gouging, but they were on, I think, CNBC last week. And they're talking about how they're trying to crack down on people trying to gouge people for prices for hand sanitizer and stuff like that, and toilet paper, right? So again, it's crazy out there. Right? So 3-pack, 14 $, right? I mean, it's still gonna be people trying to get over on it. Ain't no way around it. Way around it at this point. It's gonna be people trying to capitalize off this moment, right? So hand soap was kind of lacking in a lot of these stores. Just a lot of things like that. The base stuff that we're supposed to be doing anyway. Now all of a sudden people gonna start looking for this stuff now. All right. So again, right here, if you come get this unscented natural oil hand sanitizer here, you can buy a gallon, right? 128 ounces for $70, right? You can go buy your own little bottles like you saw on eBay, the little empty bottles, and fill them, right? Add your own little extra little ingredient to it if you want, and you can sell them on eBay, wherever, and you can make a killing. Now, I don't know if this brand good or not because they only got 3 ratings, right? They got 2 stars up there, so it must be some garbage. All right, but either way, better to have it, not need it, whatever. But apparently somebody else don't feel that way with you, because apparently it only got the rating on it is very raggedy. It's a bestseller though. It's weird though. It's a bestseller. I don't know what the 2 stars about. What made a person have 1 star? That's what it is. So yeah, 4 stars. So the average is about where it's at. But either way, again, a lot of people can kill it. As long as it kills germs and do what it's supposed to do, right? People gonna buy it. And so this one here is pretty much paraben free, no phthalates, no artificial fragrances, no dyes, no sulfates, right? So it's pretty much good to rock from a natural perspective, and nothing else. And it's FDA certified, I guess. I see the FDA stick on that, so who knows? I don't know. FDA registered facility. So it's a facility that's FDA registered. Don't mean the product is though. So you got to be careful with that. That's a selling point. That's a marketing point. The facility might be FDA registered, but is this product here FDA approved or FDA certified to a degree, right? So hey, who knows, right? So, but anyway, again, that's what's happening out there. So you got to be careful, guys. There's gonna be people out there trying to get over. Again, be cautious of even how you spend your money in terms of how you shop for stuff like this. Still buy it out of your regular store that you normally would get out of. You can find it. Try these dollar stores that's off the beaten path that people might not frequent a lot, like your Dollar Generals and Dollar Trees. Try to hit those up, because your bigger store is going to be where everybody go to, right? Again, it's the herd mentality. Everybody following each other to these different places. So you got to go off beaten path to find these other places. So, I got some family that came on. I'm sorry, open y'all up on the mic. My bad. Hey, what's going on, family? I see y'all back in the building. Brother Divine, over Marquise, I see you guys in the house. Peace, power, profit to you, brothers. Definitely the floor is you guys. You can jump on and comment and interact as you may. All right, speak about this day a little bit. What you're seeing in the market, what you think about this whole coronavirus, think about oil, whatever the case. Let's discuss it. Are you guys there? Make sure you guys' mics open.
Yeah, peace, family. Peace, family.
Hey, what's going on over? How you doing today, family?
I'm doing good, man. Just sitting back, watching the show, seeing, this is crazy, This is something I never experienced before, so it's definitely interesting.
Right. It's weird too, because I'm saying that because you think about, let's just go back a little bit, just do it from a historical context. When was the last time that the United States or even the global world, the global aspect of the world had a certain epidemic to a degree where it's close to pandemic, even a pandemic that really rocked us in a way where you actually can make sense of it in your lifetime, right? Some of you guys a little older, some of you guys a little younger, whatever the case, but these are very revealing times in terms of where we at as a global society, right? And how it affects us on a personal level, right? China catches the flu don't necessarily mean America gonna catch the flu, right? Unless it's one of those scenarios where it picks up and it travels, right? And now we know that this is a global market the way that it is, meaning people travel back and forth and work different places back and forth. These things can be spread around and moved around a lot, right? And so some of you guys, this is your first time experiencing something of this magnitude, right? Of somewhat of an epidemic perspective, or somewhat close to a pandemic perspective, when it really becomes, a global outcry, a global issue at that point. So again, yeah, how do you view this, Oba Marquise, in terms of the severity of it at this point? I mean, how do you feel about it? I'm curious to know how you feel about it.
I mean, I think it's pretty severe. I mean, just me looking at all the different like media outlets and all the information, it just and it's interesting you say that, because I posted something in the group chat. They had the Bill Gates, I guess their foundation back in October had like a simulation of like hypothetical global pandemic events and how they will respond to it, and coronavirus was one of them. And some of their estimates was talking about what people are projecting now, and it was pretty severe. Like 500,000 people are expected to die, and a whole bunch of more affected, and I have also my girl work on the Hill, so they're talking a lot. They're taking a lot of precautions, so it's serious. It ain't no joke. We was running around yesterday trying to stock up on stuff, and yeah, it was all the stores pretty much emptied out of a lot of stuff. We was lucky. We went to a Dollar Tree, and they had a lot of stuff, so we loaded up on there. But everywhere else we went, at least everybody else think it's serious. I tell you that much.
Right, and that's what you're hearing from a lot of different outlets, different perspectives around the country as a whole. But even again from a global perspective, again, again, your wife being right in the thick of down in DC, where a lot of the so-called controlling aspect of it was supposed to be happening, right? The so-called pundits and the political figures that's supposed to be on top of all this, they're supposed to be earmarking and allocating funds, and they just did this emergency $8.3 billion fund for the coronavirus, this, that, and the third. But y'all know as well as I know, it's kind of like how aid, right? How when like FEMA or something like that, or something catastrophic happens, and the government doles out or earmark money to give to these certain states to kind of fight this stuff. I always ask people, and it's always true from what we really know as citizens, do the actual citizens actually benefit from it at the end of the day? Do you actually get to the point where you actually feel the value of that money, working in your community to a certain degree? It's hard to really tell, right? You can never really see it as a real tangible benefit, it seems like.
Yeah, maybe so just on an individual level, like being from Florida, like with the hurricanes, the FEMA aid, people individually got money like after the fact, but as far as like, infrastructure, you can't really quantify that.
Right. And you think about that, it's like, man, right, where's this money going then? Who's sitting on it? Like, who ain't cutting the check, so to speak?
Yeah.
And it's because China, they literally I think 2-3 weeks in to this, when it became to be real relevant to the point that it became, global, where they couldn't hide the ideal of it. What did China do? They offered up a stimulus for all their citizens. They gave each and every one of their citizens, and y'all know it's like 1 billion something people over there in Asia, in China, in that whole general region, somewhere around there, close to there. They gave each and every one of their citizens, right? I think $1,200 on the strength. And on top of that, they stimulated their stock market. Meaning, ever since this really broke out the way that it broke out, the Chinese stock market has not sold off like American stock market year to date. How is that possible? And it started over there. It killed the most people over there. It's crushing their GDP over there. It's hurting their PMI, their manufacturing numbers over there. It's hurting all the natural industrial metrics that shows, whether a country is growing or not, and it's export and import. It's hurting all that over there. Business pretty much came to a standstill. Yet and still, their stock market is still higher than the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, the Dow, either one of our exchanges over here year to date. And we say year to date, we meaning at this point, since the coronavirus has taken off and it became a big issue, it's still higher than our markets. How is that possible? And they got the money to give each and every one of these citizens that's registered under the government a $1,200 surplus check.
Yeah,
somebody floated the question to Trump. Yeah, it's crazy. Somebody floated the question to the Trump administration. I think last week, and they also floated that question to Larry Kudlow last week when he could they use the same playbook that China did in terms of stimulating its consumers or the citizens of America to prepare for this coronavirus and give each individual citizen a check.
Nah, I ain't doing that.
Oh. What are you going through? No, wait a minute, you're going too far there. Now, hold up now. We don't think it's that bad. He instantly just blew it off like somebody slapped his grandmother. It shows you how they can never see themselves as the it's funny too, because I hear people, again, and again, I'm neither for or against. I don't do political aspects. Y'all know my mentality. But you got people who are swept down, let's say we use Bernie Sanders, right? This whole socialist, perspective of a president, right? About them actually doing something for the actual citizens of the country, paying off their student loan, forgiving student loan debts, free Medicare for everybody, this, that, and the third, right? And the first thing people pop up and say, right, whether you're for or you're against, I'm just using it as an objective conversation. First thing they'll say, well, how are we going to pay for it? Well, how do the Feds print money to pay for the repo markets, to flood the markets with money for the stock market? Mm-hmm. How do they keep bailing out these companies who are failing because they didn't plan for rainy days, and now the American taxpayer has to come around and bail them out? The taxpayers are bailing these companies out who are for-profit businesses, and then at the end of the day, you ain't getting nothing really back in return. This is the logic of how people get caught up in the rhetoric of government, right? Because y'all know how I feel about government to a degree, right? I served in the military, so I got a right to say what I got to say, right? Mm-hmm. And I know first and foremost, a lot of people have no clue about how this stuff, what's really going on behind closed doors. Again, I had a chance to be privy in my own little ways, but I guarantee you this: a lot of you guys' natural observation ain't too far off, because it ain't hard to see when when people blowing smoke up your behind, for lack of better terminology, pause. But y'all know exactly what I mean. So this is no different. Now, whether you see it again as something severe or you don't, but it's hurting, it's going to hurt a lot of businesses, right? Eventually, it's going to hurt a lot of businesses. Because anytime you have a state issuing a state of emergency, right? People instantly shift from a place of, let me see, I can go out there and produce the best, product or services, in terms of their natural businesses, to, man, let me make sure I'm conscious about that. Now it becomes a place of what? Sanitation, right? Because a person can go into a restaurant, contract the coronavirus, or might have contracted coronavirus before he even got in the restaurant, catch it, and then turn around later and try to turn around and sue what? That business, and saying that they caught that virus inside that business, because the sanitation, the hygiene in the business was not up to par. Now, do y'all think, I'm just putting that out there, do y'all think there's going to be some lawsuits out there like that before it's all said and done? I'm curious to know y'all opinion.
Definitely.
I can only imagine the kind of stuff that people going to pull out there behind to try to get over on other people behind this coronavirus. They did it with the earthquake in Haiti, right? I mean, again, the different things that in terms of aid money being stolen, and it's always a crook out there. It's always some crooks out there looking to take advantage of chaos and despair. Hey, what's going on, over Robert Sr.? What's going on, family? Peace, power, and profit to you, bro. All right, what does it mean when you say market sell-off? Basically, the stock market is today was been selling off, but today it's sold off actually even more on a natural daily basis than it has over a period of time that's happened recently in market history. And because of that, a lot of people in return, I know you're still learning the market too, learning the game. A lot of people lost a lot of money today. To put it in layman terms, a lot of money was lost today. A lot of money was lost today. Right? Hey, what's going on, over Sunline? Good to see you, family. Peace, power, profit to you, over. Right? And so kind of getting back to what I was saying, this is the stuff that we have to start looking out for as well, right? You're going to have people, right? Matter of fact, let me post that link in the back chat again. So you guys want to come on the panel again, discuss what you're seeing in the market, discuss what you think about this whole coronavirus issue as a whole, the oil market, whatever. Let's discuss it, right? But again, there are going to be moments. Hey, Eva, Monica, I see you. What's going on, Eva? Definitely, if you ain't busy, jump on. I know you're busy out there making that money too, preparing. But definitely, the link is in the description box, guys. You guys want to come on, definitely jump on, right? So again, we have to deal with all these unknown variables, right? These are the type of things that people are not thinking about sometimes. When your mind is, cluttered with anxiety and fear, and press, the media, they're beating you down with their fear tactics, or maybe it might be factual, whatever. You might not just want to deal with it because it's real world reality that you had to, not stick your head in the sand and deal with this stuff. But either way, I'm of the impression that each and every person, especially if you're investor, you're a trader, because y'all know we deal in detail-oriented data, right? We make money-oriented information, right? Because you have to be on your due diligence game. You can't play that, let me stick my head in a hole like an ostrich and act like you don't see all the things happening around you. Whether you either think it's real, think it's not, either way, it's still going to affect your overall, micro environment to a degree, right? Because if everybody else is panicking around you, whether you panic or not, you still at some point got to be cautious of their panic. And if they cleaning your shelves off at your grocery store, and even though you may not see it as a big issue, and you saying, well, man, I go grocery shopping a week, Friday, I'll be good. They ain't gonna take everything off the shelf. They ain't that crazy. And you go grocery shopping, and guess what? Ain't nothing in there. Because you had the money to do it, and you didn't because you felt like it wasn't a big issue to you. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not a big issue to everybody else. So now you gotta, go to the canned goods section when you would have been going to the fresh stuff, right? Or whatever the case. You ain't got no hand sanitizer now. There's no hand soap left, right? There's no toilet paper left, right? And now you down your last little roll in the house. Now you gotta be, tearing out one ply by one ply to wipe your behind. Right? It's going to get real in the field, as they said back in the old days, right? Because you want to play, it ain't that big of a deal. Well, again, you have to still be conscious of your micro environment the same way. We think about the macro as a whole. The same way the market. You got to think about these micro moments in the market. The same way how it's being enveloped by the macro value of this overall aspect of what's going on in the market, right? And so again, these are things that we have to be cognizant of. So I'm a big proponent of detail-oriented information and detail-oriented operations and how we go about carrying these things out, because it matters, right? Seconds matter in the market, right? We talk about, seconds could be hundreds of dollars, right? Thousands of dollars in some cases, depending on how big it really matters, right? So for us, it's a no-brainer to pay attention because, again, this is the field of work that we deal in. We're dealing with people's fear. We're dealing with people's greed. We're dealing with people's, indecisiveness, We're dealing with all these different factors every single day in the market. And we're trying to, again, produce some kind of value or profit from it. We're trying to, again, seeking alpha. We're seeking profit. We're seeking gains. We're seeking opportunity. Even in the midst of this, there's still money to be made, right? Now, granted, they did halt the market today, right? Because a chart earlier today, when I was showing people this, under certain circumstances, they will halt the market, right? And a lot of people didn't even know that. Well, the S&P 500 actually have a circuit breaker, a circuit breaker level where if it triggers that level, it'll halt the market. Now you see that a lot with your little penny stocks and all this, that, and the third. But for the overall market, a lot of people didn't know that there's three different levels in the market. If it triggers the first level, it's a 7%. At 7%, they're halted. I think they're halted for like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. If it triggers the second level, I think they halted for a few hours. If it triggers the level 3, the 20% drop in one day, they halted for the entire rest of the day, no matter where you're at. So basically, the market, hits 7%, triggered, it halted. They got to leave it open after they reopen it. If it goes down from that point and hits 13%, basically about a measly 6% and lower than that, guess what they're going to do? They're going to halt it again, right? So as soon as they open up next 30 minutes to an hour after that, if it goes down straight from there and runs down another 7% and hits 20%, They halt the market for the rest of the day. That means there's no more trading for the rest of the day. Now, interesting enough, I get it. It's a game of we're trying to preserve and protect, the 401k, Roth IRAs, the citizenship, the citizen money, basically, of the nation, right? Now, if the market was going up that much, y'all know I like to play contrarian too. If the market was up 7% on the S&P 500, 13% on the S&P 500, 20% on the S&P 500, do y'all think they will circle break of the market and stop the market from going up?
Nah, I don't think so.
Ain't nowhere in the world they will stop that market from going up, right? Well, again, and on top of that, you got a president in Trump who's a narcissist. Again, whether you for or against Trump, don't take it personal, but he's a narcissist. In the definition of what a narcissist is, he's very, overly conscious or sensitive about things that surround him and his, what he believes in. Let's just put it from that perspective, right? Keep it neutral. Watching the stock market. When the futures market opened up Sunday and it plummeted over 1,000 points, y'all know he was somewhere squirming in his seat and feeling nervous. You know it was, because he's basing a lot of his credibility on how well the stock market is done. And to lose what the market are going through, what the market's going through right now, it has to be toying with his mentality. It has to be toying with his ego. So now he's looking for different ways to pass blame. He passed blame to the Democrats. He's passing blame to the media. Everybody now is to blame of this happening at the level that it's happening. Yet, and still, again, he took credit for when the market was doing good and going to the upside religiously with no pullbacks. I mean, blowing up shorts, the torching shorts accounts with no natural pullback that the market should have been doing naturally. It had no pullbacks and just kept going up. We saw it with Tesla. I pulled back and showed the charts of Tesla. We saw it with Boeing. We saw it with Apple. We saw it with all these different stocks. Microsoft, Trade Desk, TDD, Shop. I mean, y'all name it. Roku, Beyond Meat, Space. Space went from $6 all the way to like $30-something a share. $40-something a share almost. 40-something. It was up 40. It went from $6 to 40-something in less than 2-3 months. Let that marinate. On no real true fundamental. It was just the idea of a speculative play that they're going to send people to space. They had earnings that came out. Man, their people only sold I think it was like $500,000. It was like $500,000 worth of profit value, and had over $1 billion plus worth of market value cap. This is the insanity of how people just throw money at anything and it would just run it up. Speculative stocks. Well, guess what? So the faster they go up, at some point they're gonna do what? Come right back down. So guess what? When that bubble bursts, which it burst, it may not be the one that everybody will really waiting on, but it might. We on our way to a degree. A lot of those same stocks were highly overbought. They had these extreme PE ratios. They're gonna come back down because those are gonna be the first ones that the algos are gonna sell into, or that they're gonna sell, and other people are gonna turn around short into that momentum when the stock is coming down. Again, so these are these moments, guys. I know how, deep down inside when I think about this stuff, I'm like, man, this is just the beginning. It seems like it's like, man, at some point, okay, we should be at the point where we got, we pretty much coalesced the idea of it being any worse than it could be at this point. But I beg to differ. I think we are definitely still in the beginning stages of this virus, especially from a nationalistic perspective, because it's just now starting to ravage through the United States. We saw what it was doing in Asia, India, now even in Italy, right? Europe, Western Europe, that perspective of Europe, it's starting to get bombarded with this virus, right? Y'all seen the maps out there, how the virus is just spread. I mean, Italy is at a point now where they're quarantining 16 million people being quarantined in Italy right now. 16 million. They've had the most spikes above all people, obviously, with the deaths and also the number of infected cases that happened literally overnight. And Italy is a big wayport back and forth between here and the United States. There's a lot of people who are, go there for vacation. A lot of people who are Italian descent that travel back and forth to America. So y'all know them gates were open, back and forth. And so here's what's interesting even about that. At a point where the Trump administration was banning a lot of people from traveling into Asia, They banned people, even places from Africa, weren't even really in Africa at that point. They banned like traveling Nigeria, places like that, and it wasn't even nobody even affected in Nigeria at that point. They just banned them outright. Now we didn't want to deal with Africans. Now, but Italy, as soon as it hit Italy last week, like last weekend when it really started exploding throughout the rest of the week, they still was very selective in letting Italy's, people from Italy come back and forth into the country. They didn't ban them outright. Even with those spikes of cases that happened overnight, literally, they still was letting people come into the country. And this is at the point where the CDC and the NIH was still not testing people at the level that they should have been testing because they didn't want to have this, I guess, natural outcry to spook the citizens of the country. Because they were still at that point still trying to save the stock market. And they kept telling people, no, it ain't that serious on the account because they didn't want, again, people that was invested in the market to pull up out of the market and flight to more of the safer asset classes. So they strung the people along. They said they had it under control. Larry Kudlow literally 2 weeks ago said that they had it pretty much contained. Then Trump came out and parroted the same talking point. We have it contained to the point where it's not going to be that big of a deal. The CDC is on top of it. The NIH is on top of it. All of our first responders are already prepared. We're good to go. Y'all heard it. I'm not making this stuff up. We can go pull the receipts up and show you. Not that y'all need, convincing again, but I understand there's a lot of people out there who were that gung-ho to think that, it ain't at that level. Well, guess what? They were late to the party. Now, it's running through New York right now. Of all places, subways. Come on, y'all know New York, close proximity to each individual person is like living on, like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Right? I mean, you right on top of each other. So place that has high density population areas, that's why they want to kind of focus on the megatropolis type cities around the country first. But okay, but you should have been doing that literally 2 or 3 weeks ago. You had the opportunity to get on top of that 2 or 3 weeks ago. They just now started to do that this past week and a little bit the prior week before that. They had ample amount of time to get on top of it. They too busy trying to look good on the camera. And Trump, obviously, again, whether you for Trump or you against him, I'm not here to beat up on Trump or even talk against him. I'm just going off basically what I heard in terms of the actual data and the facts. Right? They had time to get on top of it. They chose not to. Again, I played on the last live stream that we was on. You had the U.S. Surgeon General pretty much came out on Twitter. On Twitter now, of all places, he used Twitter as a means to communicate to the average citizen or the American citizens that stop buying those N95 respiratory masks. Stop buying them because they don't work. That's what he said out of his own mouth, not my word, but his word. They do not work. Then in the same paragraph, he turned around and said, because healthcare workers and first responders need it. What? If they don't work, why they got them then? Or what they need them for?
I think they were basically saying that if you have these masks, unless you have like the professional ones and you're trained to put it on, it only works to contain it. Like for people who are sick. So like the healthcare professionals need to put them on the sick people so that they won't get sick. But if you just have a mask on yourself, it only helps if you're infected and stopping the infection spread by way of, like particles.
By way the particles move. And that's what I've been hearing too. But you see what I'm saying? That's the conflict of they want you to wear it, meaning the healthcare professional, rather they have it or they don't, because you look around, this is why I say it's a conflict. Every healthcare person I saw working with somebody that had the coronavirus, how was they dressed? Almost in a full level 4 hazmat suit.
Yep. Even in the Capitol, it was
with a mask on underneath the overall suit. Like what?
Facts.
How you got a mask on and you're inside of a bubble suit and you still got a mask on inside the bubble suit? You see what I'm saying? So conflict. But then again, like I said last week, you also heard them say they're stockpiling masks. The FBI stockpiling masks. Hey, what's going on, Eva, Mika? Good to see you, sister. Peace, power, and profit to you. Welcome to the build today. Again, you guys are welcome to come on to the panel. As of now, me and Oba Marquise is on. I think Oba Chris is on earlier, but I think he's busy. But again, just having an open discussion, guys. Y'all know how we like to do over here. This is a workshop environment. We don't do dictatorship over here. We do everybody's, come bring your knowledge to the panel. Let's discuss it, right? Especially when it comes to this market, right? Because we're seeing today a lot of people are being under the under this umbrella of uncertainty, because they were given to a degree the all clear signal. They were given that all clear signal to a degree about 2 weeks ago from Trump, cut low, this, that, and the third. Right? Now you're hearing that it's totally different. Everything said, again, you guys may not know who he is. He's pretty much the director of the NIH, right? Right there in Bethesda, Maryland, right down the road from me, right? You was where I think Marquis, you in the area. He pretty much came out and said, that it's going to be run rampant in America. And because of the fact that, we were a little slow to getting on top of it ahead of the game. Trump came out and reprimanded that man right away. Pretty much downplayed what the man said to the degree where he actually made Dr. Fauci part of this coronavirus task force, because he know at the end of the day, he's the expert on this. But they didn't want him talking out of turn, so to speak, over that what Trump has to say to be the last word spoken. Yet Trump has no knowledge about what's going on to the degree from a virologist perspective or a person who deals with these kind of things. So how do you have, a professional person who's under the Hippocratic oath to tell the truth above all things when it comes to, people's health and welfare and safety, has to dumb down his truth and pick his words carefully as to not, tell the entire truth of what's really happening, just so he can, again, appeal to Trump's authority to have the last word. You see what I'm saying? It makes no sense. So this is why I say, as an adult, as a living, breathing, cognizant, conscious, sentient being like everybody else on this planet, when somebody's sitting there giving you railroading you or not telling you the entire truth, right? Again, do your own due diligence, but however, when they're sitting there doing this for a political reason, they turn it political. They make the coronavirus a political entity now. Like nothing is off. Man, these people just don't get it. They got to politicize every single thing for a vote or for some kind of recognition. When just, as opposed to just being like, hey, let's get on top of this. Let's do something good to make sure we protect everybody, right? Let's protect the citizens. Let's get ahead of this early. Let's not sit here and play this game, about whether it's severe or it's not, right? When you're already starting to get the data that's already picking up and going around the globe like a wildfire spreading, go ahead and do the right thing, get on top of it. You know what I'm saying? So again, it just goes to show you, man, we are in a very I don't know how to describe it. It's ratchet. Above all things, it's just a very it's ratchet. Yeah, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? But hey, that's the world we live in, man. And people, again, whether they they see it as something where, because a lot of people just trust the government blind. I'm not here to tell people how to think, when to think, and all this. But a lot of people trust these people blindly, bro. Y'all know exactly what I'm saying. They just trust very blindly. Because they just believe everything the government says, or these government institutions, what they say. They said it got to be true. The CDC says it has to be true. The NIH says it has to be true, right? The FDA says it has to be true, right? The USDA, they said it has to be true, right? No explanation, no other research, no nothing. They just run with it. I'm like, how? How can you? No. It's just not plausible to even think like that, because human nature don't even allow you to think that way. No matter how much, consensus of a value that's out there, if you're dealing with something that's uncharted, then it's uncharted. You still have to do more research before you can have a definitive value how you're going to assess it. And so in saying all that, you have, again, the type of environment in terms of the market, again, playing it back to the market, where people were seeing that some of these dips that were happening were based upon premature fear and or the idea that the media making it more than it is. And so it spooked investors to a degree where they should not have been spooked, and they should have been still holding their positions, even adding to their positions. Right? Now, keep in mind, this was when the S&P 500 was sitting above $3,200. right? Or 320 bucks a share, the S&P 500, right? That's when it was sitting at around those prices, 315, 313, around there, right? So people are like, okay, well, we going back to the all-time high again, which is around about 339. Oh, we good to go. We're going to go back up there again. This is all just, just fodder, right? This is all just, FUD and all that, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Well, guess what? Those people start buying in more up there at that point on margin with a margin-based account. Loading up. Oh, these some good dips here. We finna go higher, right? Well, where are they today? I mean, there's no swipe against them, but again, where are they today? Because by my calculations, right? If I go over here, let's see. Let me stop this one here. Let me see. Hold up. I got this one sharing. Let me go over here. By my calculations, right? Again, just my calculations, I see it a little different right now. Right? I see this right here on the SP 500s. Right? So if you can see this is what I see right now. Right? I see that right there. I see that cliffhanger right there where the bottom fell out the market right here from 296, 297 last week. Right? I see that all the way down here to 277, 276, and now fighting back above 296 just barely here. Right? I seen this happen during intraday. Intraday session, 4:30, open up, market trended up, kind of trended sideways, pull back, bear flag, pull back, always low to about 276, 277 again, around 7:30, gapped up higher, went sideways, all this, this fugaziness. Get around about 9:30. So right around somewhere around here, in this area here, 1025, give or take a little bit after that. The market was trading at around about 279, 270, and then it went up, tested 284. Guess what happened during that time? During this point when people were buying shares around here, they got excited. Oh, we're going to make back some of this gap right here, right? Wrong. Double top. Instant start selling off. That's still out of what? Capitulation, intraday capitulation. Still out of what? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. FUD. Selling off. Even made a new low. So again, this is the kind of market where if you're not careful about what you consider to be a bull flag or whatever, or let me share the whole entire screen. A moment where the market is really turning, then you need not be trying to time the bottom. If you're not going to intraday scalp trade it and you don't know how to really time this stuff, don't do it. Don't risk it. Right? If you're not good at timing pivot points and know how to read these different double tops and ascending wedges and different pennants and all this stuff, if you're not really comfortable quite yet in that perspective, don't necessarily do it. I'm saying to the tune where you're finna go, you're gonna be a little bit more, fearless in trying to buy the market to the upside. What I'm saying, not that you have to be trying to trade to the downside, but I'm just saying you have to be cautious in trying to put that much faith in the market, reversal when you got this much level of momentum to the downside. You see what I'm saying? It's just not worth it. It's not worth it to test it unless you know how to trade these pivot points, really, really well. Using your moving averages to your advantage, right? Using RSIs and oscillators to your advantage, knowing exactly that, when the market pivots because volume is coming in after this sold off to a certain degree, you get back in, then you got to be willing to make that move and get it right back out of this in the same breath. Because I guarantee you, I see this happen all the time. Soon the market started trending right here, reversing here, cross over the 9 EMA and the 20 EMA on the daily, right? People start getting excited, right? Oh, we back. We finna at least gain back some of these gains, right? And they start buying calls, 297 calls. 290 calls, right? 287 calls, 286 calls. Got here, got rejected, poof, come down. Came back up, got rejected again. Other peak up there, poof, come right back down. And after that, just sold off, to where we're at today. At this moment right now. So again, you just have to be cautious because you know you're dealing with some very illogical circumstances, even though it's logical to know why it's happening, but it's still illogical to the actual trader who's trying to make sense of all of this. And they're trying to time this market in a way where they can really get in at some real extravagant gains in their minds back to where some of these places where the market came from. Again, all I keep looking at this cliff right here. That's a major nasty cliff there, where the market gapped down from 295, 296 up there near 297.46 when it hit that high area. It gapped down to where it was like 276 in the futures market. Now it's right back down to the same area. Now that point of somewhat support early in the day, around this point here, around 276.87, is now becoming a point of resistance for the stock to go back up. Because you see right here, basically, I'm just showing you on this chart here, it's showing you at that point, it's hitting that same point now, it's become a new resistance back to the upside. Meaning it's having problems getting back above that point now because it fell so low. And see, it's struggling here below the the 20-day moving average here. This is the 20 I think I have up here. It's struggling there at that 20-day moving average on the 5-minute chart on the SP 500 to get back above that. So now again, smart traders say, well, looking at that, man, that's struggle zone right now. That's the struggle mobile, right? Back in the day, you had like a little struggle mobile, right? That thing barely, right? Get you from A to B, and that's about it. You can't go to C and D, that's it, right? But the market right now in the struggle mobile, it's hurting to kind of even click back over some major points of resistance to kind of show any level of strength. And so as a person who has an unbiased filter and understanding how markets trade and trends and certain patterns, this, that, and the third, I'm not trying to be, again, going back to the Hollywood Code analysis. I'm not trying to be Hollywood Code. I'm not trying to prove one of the baddest thing on the block that can turn the market from here, this point of resistance support now becoming resistance, and push the market back up and try to go back and test some of these points pivot points where it came from. When obviously there's people who are still fearful about the overall market and the coronavirus. Because if it wasn't the case, the market still would not be downtrending like this. On top of the algo selling into a lot of that fear. So right back down. Now you back down there 275, going down probably test the low of the day, roughly around 274.32. A 10-point move from the high from 276 up near 284 during the intraday session when the market started game banging back up to the upside at 12 o'clock, hit 284. Now you're already back down 10 points almost from that perspective. That is a ton of money in intraday trading session. A ton of money. Some of you guys might have seen my post over the weekend. I bought 297 put buy 34 seconds before the bell closed Friday. A 297 put buy for today's expiration. Because I was, in my value of metrics and analysis, I was confident enough to know that this sell-off was just beginning. The fear of what was going to come over the weekend in terms of all the raw data of new cases being found in the United States, any unfortunate potential deaths, anything happening on the global area, on the macro level, I knew it was going to affect the market. And I also knew at that point the news about OPEC was starting to move through the news cycles at that point before the market closed, that there was major issues with the OPEC meeting between the Russians and the Saudis. It turned out even more so favor the fact that they didn't go through with the deal. The Russians left, and the Saudis actually punished everybody around the world after that, consequently, by what they did for the oil market. And so that was another headwind on top of the coronavirus, on top of all the other stuff that's happening, on top of conflict in the Middle East, on top of everything else. And here we are today. The market's down here at 275 and going lower. And we still got another hour and 30 minutes left in the market in terms of intraday retail session to go. It can get downright ugly if we break low of day, especially even before 3 o'clock. If we break this 274.30 level, 274.20 level before 3 o'clock, it can get downright ugly going on in the power hour. Easily can get ugly. We can easily be down around about 272, 270 going into the close today. I mean, giving back all those gains that the market has produced. Again, just going back to this, way back here, basically on the 3rd of March, when the S&P, like I was saying, when it was sitting at around 313, 312, when people started to buy it and say, oh, we back. Remember I said that earlier? Oh, we back now. We're going to go back and test those 320, 330 levels. We got this thing under control. Trump got this under control. The White House got this under control. People started buying hand over fist. And guess what happened? Doof. Sell off. Doof. A small little snapback. It couldn't eclipse the overhighs. Again, came up. That became a supply zone. It became a resistance zone. I saw that instantly. I started buying puts up around, sold off, gap down, bear flag, sold off, dump this past future Sunday. And here we are today, again, trading the intraday session where you got the SP 500 down here making new lows. So again, I'm just saying, again, I'm not here to try to cry chicken little, the sky's fall. I'm just saying, be cautious, be conservative. Don't be so aggressive, especially if you're in the margin count still, not cash, right? You might want to start playing with a little bit more options right now, as opposed to just dealing with straight, equity positions outright. If you're still not conscious about, your positions, you don't necessarily hedge your position. You might want to get into the options market, and be a little bit more conscious about what you're doing. Brother, hey, what's going on, Brother Quavo? You say, why did IGOV spike up 300,000%? That must be an OTC stock. I have to pull that one up, bro. If it's up 300,000%, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see if I can pull it up. Right now, I know Tesla back down. Tesla back down now. We're speaking at 618. 618 right now as we're speaking, and potentially going lower. Like I was just telling y'all earlier, right? I got a lot of short positions. I ain't no secret. Y'all know me, right? Y'all know me, right? But yeah, so you said IGOV. I'm pulling up IGOV unless it's another type of stock. It's the bonds, right? You're talking about the bonds, Mike. That's the 30-year. In terms of, I think that's a iShares trust though. It's not like the original TLT or like the TNT would be the 10-year. This is the iShares value of the bonds. And bonds are spiking right now. They are up crazy right now. Going back to basically around near the end of February, around February the 19th, February the 20th, is when the bond market really began to just take off. That's when a lot of that fear was getting to really grip equity markets, and people were starting to feel uncertain. They start fleeting to, the bonds, utilities, gold, stuff like that start really happening. So again, these are just moments where you say to yourself, where's my money most suited to be parked at right now? Especially if I'm going to be day trading, swing trading these abnormality moments in the market. Right? Some people look at them as abnormalities. I'll be like, me personally, I'm like, man, I seen this coming. Right? People are like, well, what do you mean by that? What do you mean you saw this coming? Well, some of you guys been following me. Y'all know I've been like, hey, this market is overbought. At some point, it's gonna pull back. I don't know what the catalyst is gonna be, but as I know right now, you want to be cautious, you want to hedge, and you want to be, not so much, loaded in margin. And so I've been, digging into it. Tesla at 968. I got short on Tesla at 960, 67, somewhere around there. And there's been a free fall ever since. It's to the tune where I haven't closed out the entire short position always from 968. Meaning I took a lot of profit along the way and added more to my short position as the lower it went, I added more back to the position to keep averaging down in a way where I kept feeding off the same stock. As of right now, man, what's my average on Tesla? I think my average on Tesla right now is $739 a share. Short. I'm short in Tesla, but my average is $739. Basically, I'm down $100 and $120 some odd dollars a share per share in Tesla right now, short from that average at this point, which is $739. And if it breaks underneath 600, If it breaks on these 600, obviously I'm gonna take a little bit more profit probably in the day. I'm gonna add more to that short and write it down even more to the point where I really see it's gonna pivot. Again, looking at the market right now, look where the S&P 500 is at right now. Remember I just said if it breaks that low before 3 o'clock, it can get downright ugly. Are we every bit of what's going on, brother? Family, Namex. We're definitely in recession. A recession fog right now. We had, matter of fact, 2 or 3 important yield inversions that happened last year. We've already had 2 or 3 this year alone, and it's just we're in the first quarter of this fiscal. We've already had like 2 or 3 yield inversions, not the small one, but the important ones, like the 30-year. You know, look at them. They fighting, but they fighting to get this thing off the low. Look at them fighting in the S&P 500. Look at them fighting to get that thing off the low. They do not want to break that low going into the 3 o'clock. Like I said, remember they're gonna try to defend that low. Y'all see?
Yeah,
I mean, ain't nothing that y'all already done. Some of you guys are new. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I see.
They fighting, bro. They fighting to get that thing off them low because they know if it break that low before 3 o'clock, it's gonna be woo 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 woo. It's gonna get ugly. It's gonna get that type of ugly where you spell it with the A in there, UGLAY. You ugly. You know you ugly when you put that A in there. It's gonna get ugly. And so again, I know we kind of making a little fun of it to a degree, but these are moments where if you are a confident trader, if you are a disciplined trader, if you are a person who doesn't get rattled easy by all the the fireworks around you, you learn how to be very good at multitasking and deciphering the BS from the real, then you're not necessarily worried in this moment. You may have some long-term position that right now that's probably taking a hit, or you might be paper gains, but ultimately you do realize that above all things that these are great moments in the market where it proves itself to be how can I describe, what's the analogy I want to use? It's a system where at some point when we say what goes up must come down, we use the very most layman term I can. What goes up must come down, and rightfully so. When there's things of uncertainty surrounding the overall global markets, like we have now in this new coronavirus, and also now heightened that by the OPEC debacle that happened with the Russians and the Saudis, it goes to show you that the market still works for a change. At least it works where the market has came down in respect to the fact that people don't know where the market's going to be in terms of how this may affect the overall global GDP. Right? When before you would hear bad news and the market does what? Shrugs up and just keep going up. It just kept going up even on the most bad news that you can think about. The markets kept going up because every time we had bad news, Trump would come out and try to talk down the value of the bad news. Like, just kept downplaying everything. I don't care what it was. If it was something that we need to be concerned about, it's fake news, it's a hoax, and it's not that big of a deal, and we got it under control. Well, he's eating crow right now. He's eating crow right now with some fava beans. I don't know what he's eating that crow right now, because this is something that's out of, number one, his wheelhouse of something that he can kind of pontificate and pander his way through from a talking point, because this is dealing with professionalism in terms of people who have to be very esteemed in their profession and understand how viruses work, right? Real virologists, right? People who are epidemiologists and study this stuff and who go deep into their level of making sure that they're conscious of this, because it affects everybody around them, even themselves. They're not just going to short themselves in this perspective, right? Just for somebody to kind of have a talking point. So it becomes a real reality where we have to deal with this. And so, hey, the definition of a recession is that you have to be at least what? I think you have to have like 2 or 3 entire I think it's like 3 months of negative growth before you have to have what they call official recession. Some of you guys can pull that up and see what exactly, but I think you have to have I think one full entire fiscal quarter of no growth in terms of your GDP value, and that's how you enter into a recession. And there we go. We just made a new low. New low of day. New low of day on the S&P 500. It hit it, broke below it, and guess what? See how it had that little bounce back real quick? That's because a few shorts covered at that position there. That's the shorts covering, and you had people trying to buy into that pivot point. But guess what? They finna get ran over again. See that wick that just happened right there? That's indecisively. That means people are still fearful. That means more selling finna happen. That means more selling finna happen. Right? So just like that, we made a new low day in the S&P 500, and it's just 238. And you see major weakness. You see major weakness in S&P 500 here. It's very heavy here. I mean, you can look at that candle. It just looks heavy. Even though we're on the 5-minute chart, it can easily reverse. We get it. But it looks very heavy right here. And they are fighting with everything they got in terms of these hedge funds and banks. They're trying to save that pivot point from really downpouring to the downside. And so, I mean, this is a major fight happening right now. Major fight. They backing that thing off that low. Look at it. They trying to fight to get that thing off the low. Again, I love this stuff. I live for it, you know, obviously. But again, this is not to make light of anybody that might be out there losing money, right? But we do understand the risks that are involved, and so we don't, you know, stress when it's happening. We just start to do what? We just find ways to do what? Hedge the market. We find ways to protect our downside, right? If we're going up. And the same way, if you're shorting the market, we find ways to protect our upside if we're shorting the market, right? It's a major shorts covering, just like I thought it would be. Shorts covering, right? You got this nice little retrace back up. It has a break above the previous candle right here. In order for the bulls to kind of retrace this, take advantage of this last little 5-minute candle, because it's always a 5-minute candle. So it ain't like it's nothing, you know, staggering. But if they can't eclipse that last candle right here, this point of resistance here, then all it is that the chart is making a new lower high. Get ready to make a new lower high, form a new lower high on the way back down. And so this right here became what they call a dead cat bounce off this little point, off this little 5-minute candle movement within this little cycle between 2 o'clock to where we're at right now. That's obviously like a little dead cat bounce. Came up and tested the 20-day moving average on the 5-minute, and it's rolling back over here. It's struggling here to kind of even eclipse this last candle here. So all I see when I see something is I see weakness. You know, and if I was strategically shorting the market and from a calculated perspective, I'd have been adding to my short right here at this point right here on the S&P 500. And that's on most stocks that are correlated with the S&P 500. Tesla, Apple, Boeing, all the stocks at that point. As soon as I saw S&P 500 hit that point here and start rolling back over, I would have added maybe a few shares more short. Maybe like 5 shares, something like that. Nothing crazy, 5, 10 shares, 20, because I'm already, you know, heavily leveraging a lot of the short positions right now anyway. So again, I'm managing my risk versus reward even in my shorting. I don't have to, again, try to prove I'm Hollywood Code and short with 100 shares at that point in the S&P 500 rolling back over. I just methodically add to my position all the way back down, right? Managing my risk versus reward ratio, keeping my averages nice and high and not just eating into chunks of my average in the point where I can just feed up these stocks for like 2 or 3 days back to back. That's just my strategy, how I work. And so just like that, I'd have been, you know, I just made money again right off that short, if I did that to my position. Playing these little retrace pops, testing the fact that, you know, resistance to the downside now, which is support for bulls, is going to be highly tested here. And it's in bulls' best interest to defend that gun line, right? Y'all know me, I like to use a lot of movie analogies sometimes. You know, tell them about the gun line, boss. Right now, we're dealing with the gun line. That gun line is going to be that intraday support resort. You know what I'm saying? That's the gun line. You know, they got to tread carefully along that gun line, because if you break that gun line, you know, what the guy, the sheriff, the correction officer that was shooting at, he's gonna shoot the block off, right? Don't you cross that gun line? Don't you do it? Who that crossed the gun line? Not Jingling.
Go get
which one? What was the one that crossed the gun line when they shot the one that Munez the character played?
Eddie Murphy won it.
No, the one that got shot going across the gun line. It was the other guy. It was the guy that played the little kind of like the gay guy. Munez at the real guy. His name was Munez. I forgot the real name, but he's like he got tired. He didn't want to get out of jail. Now it wasn't Martin. It wasn't Martin. Martin went across with the pie. It was the other guy that actually got shot and killed. Though it was the one that got.
Yeah, I remember.
You know what I'm saying? He was the one that was playing like the gay guy, like the kind of gay guy. He like he didn't want to get out of jail and go home and them see him like that. You know, seeing that he became gay. I forgot. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, he went across and they killed him. But anyway, but yeah. So the market's at the gun line right now. You know, and it's that's a very critical and pivotal point. Market breaks below that. Again, y'all know my thesis. I just laid it out. If it breaks below that, that pivot point before 3 o'clock, we're gonna be in some trouble here in the back end of the day. And I'm saying we for those who are long the market as a whole, because I know we all in the same game. But even though I ain't trading that long right now, from this perspective, from the intraday perspective, but I do feel their anxiety and their pain. Here we go, 274. Here we go, 274, 273. Here we go, new low of day, new low of day. New low of day. Here we go. Now we're going to bleed a little bit. I don't know how much it's going to be, but we're going to bleed a little bit. Here we go. 273.70 something. Here we go. Here we go. Here comes the sell volume. You see the volume here, even on the sell bar here. Right down at this point, even here on the sell volume. That bar is, it ain't big as some of these here, but that's a very definitive sell bar there, right? It's a very decisive sell bar too. All right, so. Again, they fighting here. They fighting to keep that thing out of that 273 level, but they are in trouble. And that's his name Brandon Miguel. Miguel, I think Nunez, something like that. Yeah, that's his name. 100% right. But that's it, guys. Y'all seeing this? I mean, this thing is just bleeding out. And again, people who were buying in again at 283, 282, 284 up in this area here, thinking the market's getting ready to reverse. I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them because they had nothing but a deluge to sell off ever since then. Look at this sell off. Ever since then, it's been selling off. And you had new low there. Look at it. And we going lower. And we going lower. And we going lower. Right? It's crazy, guys. It's crazy. Again, I'm just, man, it just makes you like, man, you just hate to see it, but that's part of the game. It's a part of the game.
It's getting real bloody, man. Gang banging now.
Yeah, it's what was that? Dave Chappelle, the East Side. What was the little games in the Dave Chappelle show? They were always warning against each other with Most Def them, the Bird game, whatever they were called over there. I know we have fun a lot, but sometimes you gotta learn how to even smile and have fun through these moments here because you realize what's happening. We're not making light of anyone that may be losing money here, but respectfully so, we know that there's always moments where you can make this money right back. We know that there's moments where you can hedge the market, where the same way you make money going up, you can make money going down. So the same way you may have long positions that might be underwater a little bit because the market's pulling back on this coronavirus. Well, guess what? You can hedge. You can buy puts. You can sell premium. You can sell some calls. Right? It's more ways to make.
I was going to ask you that over. Do you ever employ that strategy? If you go on one way and use some options to hedge.
Yes, a lot. And I know I've been put heavy a lot lately because these are some of the most demonstrative plays because they're picking up the most, alpha, in terms of gain profit with the value of these stocks been pulling back. But I definitely do. There's straddle, and there's different, strategies you can use. Strangle straddles. Put debit spread, credit debit spread. You got iron condors, you got butterflies. Those are more intricate ones, obviously, when you get into the butterflies and all that. But from a natural perspective, okay, I'm sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
But from a natural perspective, when you have this level of expansion in the market, when I say expansion, when you have stocks selling off at this level on a daily basis, when before we saw literally about 2-3 months ago, the market just incrementally just climbed up slowly but surely, right? Y'all saw the melt ups. That's before the coronavirus really became a real big headwind. The market was just melting up every single day, right? Slowly, but surely. It really made it hard for you to buy options outright in some cases, right? Because the time decay, it would just crush you, right? Because the market was just moving at a snail pace, even though it was going higher, but it was moving at a snail's pace. So again, time decay would just eat into a lot of your profit value. Into a lot of ways, so you can necessarily buy them positions outright. You had, again, at that point you could just sell premium, sell puts and sell calls, right? Now you can buy puts and calls literally outright and get some expensive movement in that position. I'm talking about 200%, 300%, 70, 80%. I mean, again, I had position up today about 2,000+% this morning. When the market opened up on some of them put buys I had, it was up like 2,000+%. That's why it took me a little minute to get the live stream going, y'all. I was trying to get my little trades in. I'm a realist too now. I had to get my stuff together like everybody else was. So, I was trading, getting all my stuff, dotting my I, crossing my T's and stuff like that. But again, ultimately in the end, this is the kind of stuff that we live for, right? We live for these kind of moments.
So yeah, so with the VIX right now being like up 32%, like that's real good for options right now.
Right. Anytime you have the VIX spiking, that level of volatility, that means equity markets are, equity markets don't like to see volatility. You know why? Because again, everybody wants a low beta market. A low beta meaning the market moves very methodically, incrementally to one direction, up, basically, or down if your stock is in the moment it's downtrending, right? But you always wish for less volatility, especially if you long the market, meaning 401k, Roth, plans like that, long-term holders like a company that's doing good and they actually doing right by their investors, just at the third, you need the stock to be less volatile as possible. It makes it easier to buy in, you add to your position, stuff like that, and it gives the company enough, headwinds to, not have to deal with all the other uncertainties that kind of wobbles the entire market, because other stocks are also dependent upon other stocks in their sector, right? That cause volatility. If everybody's doing pretty decent, then you have a low beta environment. But if you got one person that wakes up and wets the bed, well, then guess what? That disrupts a lot of people in that whole room. That's if y'all share the bed, right? That can be very ugly. So you kind of hope those things don't become issues to the overall natural value of how stocks are moving on a daily basis, right? So again, for most people, they're looking for stocks that have, again, for low beta stocks, right? They don't move a whole lot throughout the day. They have a decent little ATR, average trading range, average trading, aspect of how much they trade throughout the day. Meaning if it's 30 cents, or they move like 30, 40 cents on a daily basis, then people like that, that kind of value of a trade, right? It's not a whole lot of volatility. They know at the end of the day, they're going to make between 20 and 30 cents on that trade. If the stock definitely move to the upside, they're comfortable with that, right? Some of them have $1, some on the ATR. Some people have $2, $3, depends. Y'all know a stock like Tesla, it moves easily 30, 40, 50, 70, $80 a day.
Yeah.
A day. You see what I'm saying? If you go look at the ATR on Tesla right now, man, it'd be like, man, you gotta be kidding me. This thing trade like a penny stock. And that's literally how it trades. It trades like a penny stock with that level of volatility. So again, these are just moments where you just have to be, again, very conscious about, again, your long position that you do have already in play, and whether or not it's a good idea if you want to, again, dollar cost average in. You may not want to. You may want to do, maybe something else, in terms of how you value, again, waiting to see if these markets are going to come down a little bit lower. And so you might want to hedge against that by buying maybe some gold. You may not, again, might want to deal with equities at all, right? You may just want to stay strictly away from anything equity until they prove that. Look at the counter. Look at that 5-minute counter there. Look at that. Look at them fighting. Look at them fighting. And that's dark pool right there. That's all dark pool spending right there. That's the dark pool buying the SP 500 right now in this fight right here. Because there ain't nothing that's, warranted for it to be just spiking up like that. Nothing. That's dark pool trying to trap some more people in the bull market. And also that's market makers too, trying to destroy intraday option traders who bought today's expiring option trades. Even though they still up good, especially if they got short way up in the 284, but that's still market makers and hedge funds and dark pool killing options and trying to, again, trap more bulls to buy in because they think the thing's going to reverse. And soon as you start buying it up into the top, especially with this 20-day moving average, which is this blue line I have here on my chart here, on the 5-minute chart, you start buying in there, especially when it crosses over, because typically that's how we train. When it crosses over a major moving average on a daily basis, right, intraday, that's a bullish signal, right? Well, if you go back and look at the overall trend of the market where it came from, I don't find it to be bullish at all. Me personally, again, that's just me personally. Because I look at where the market has came from on the intraday session. I see massive sell-off. Right? I see, and when I say that, meaning a heavy downpour, even the intraday session coming from a future market that dumped the market down from 297 to roughly about 277. I don't feel confident in this. Me personally, again, this is my opinion, right? This is not me giving advice. This, this is my opinion. I don't feel confident in the SP 500 at this point. I see that ugly wick right there too, right? I see indecisiveness. So again, this just the market makers and them, doing like they do, like the criminals that they are, fighting and trapping more bulls and fighting to kind of kill those decaying puts that are trying to close out on the rest of the back end of the day. Going into the power hour session roughly around 3 o'clock. Remember, I told y'all they're trying to get the market. The market breaks that low going in before 3 o'clock. They can get downright ugly. This is them trying to reverse that. They're trying to get the market off the daily lows going into the power hour, because our algos also move set in certain metrics where it reads where the market's at going at the 3 o'clock level, whether or not it should buy heavily, aggressively, moderately, or sell off. So they're fighting to kind of get the market. This is the demand value of the market, trying to fight to get the market up to a certain level where the algos can read it a certain way, and then either buy the market up from that point and try to spike it back up, or again trend it sideways in a more of a bear flag, pin it, whatever, and sell it off. So that's what's basically what happened. Market makes wash the shares out. Shorts, a lot of shorts obviously covered off of this last little bearish green, a bearish red golden candle here. Oh, I have to pull it back up. I lost it. This candle right here, right? And now you got this right here happening. I would not trust that. Me personally, again, that's if you late to the market. Look at the volume. Look at that. Look at that volume. Look at that volume bar that shot up over 3 million shares in the SP 500 in that 5-minute candle. That's fugazi. All this fugaziness. That's a trap, unlike anything, But again, everybody sees the market different. Depends how you see it. It may be a bull signal for you, But again, after I see this trend right here, this down trend coming from up here, like this here, then this here, and then this here, all of this still at the day coming from this place here is still a higher low. Excuse me, a lower high. It's still a lower high from this point right here. And so that's what I look for. I need to see you make it back above this. I need to see you close above this on a 5-minute candle before I see, okay, the market reversing some. Because that was a major point of resistance coming close to 20 moving average on a daily basis, where the market pinged up close to it. Next candle got, kind of pinged up near it, and then it sold back off. And you came down, made a new low, a lower low, and then you had a valiant trying to trap some more people to get in on this spike here. Maybe some shorts covered there, caused it to move up a little bit higher too. Ultimately, they're fighting again to contest or defend. Excuse me, not contest, but defend that new low now. Going into the power hour moment, because this is where it becomes very definitive. They have to fight and to defend to get this market off the lows, going into power hour. All right, so this is a very defining moment right here. Most people may see it that way, most people don't. But if you a day trader, pretty much know there are certain times of the day when the market has to stand up, what they call put up or shut up, especially under these conditions. And this is one of those moments. It has to put up or shut up here. It has to break this resistance of 277.50, 277.60. It has to break that, close above it on a 5-minute candle. If there's any kind of value of a pivot point to kind of get back up, basically close near the VWAP, around about 278, 279, around 279, 278, 90, something around there. And so this is going to be a nice little fight here, watching this happen here at this little point here. As you can see, that's why it's kind of going up, going down. They're fighting here. They're bulls and bears fighting real heavy right here. They're fighting to control this next 5-minute candle, which is very pivotal moment for the overall SP 500. Again, going into the close of the day. All right, so now you see it kind of pulling back over a little bit, but again, it can go either way. But ultimately, again, I'm looking at as a person who's trading this right here, right? I mean, this point right here of resistance around 277.50, 277.60. I need to see it get above there. You got the volume coming in now. You got some volume coming in. You got some traders coming in now. Because they get behind it too. They see this as a signal here. There they go. They're coming in. Got some bulls coming in now. All right. There we go. Getting close to that 277.50 area. Like I was saying, 276. Now it has to close above that. It has to close above that same resistance point in order for it to be taken serious in a nice little retracement, even back to the VWAP. If it don't close above, see how it hit that area and it pull back? It hit that 277, 50, 60 and pull back. That becomes a point of resistance now. The same two little spikes right here of a previous set in the previous session here, those become points of resistance, meaning having a hard time to moving back through that point. So again, bulls have to muster the strength there and push on through that. If they push back above that and close above that point there on a 5-minute calendar, then they can easily push back above near this little red line here, this VWAP here, and then try to, at that point, go and test, if they can, try to test, get back above this 280 point. Well, that becomes a new ledge, right? It's like a new ledge or a cliff that the market has to try to, climb again to get back above at least a decent point of a closing going into the back end of the market. That's you, but Monica. Yeah, moving life. Yeah, it was life. Martin Eddie. Yeah, I'm trying to think about the act at that point that crossed the gun line trying to escape and got shot. But yeah, tell them about the gun line, boss. So the market definitely didn't push back above the gun line to the upside. They got back inside the gun line, so they safe a little bit for bulls, that is. But definitely, if it gets back below near that low of day around 273 area, it could easily get a little grimy, dirty on the back end of the day. So again, you got a major fight here going on here. Back above the 20-day moving average here, which is this 276.09, 276.10 level in the SP 500 on the 5-minute chart. Fighting to gain supremacy here, going into the power hour. Again, it's very, see, that's why it's 259. See how they just strung that candle along? They strung this candle along and this candle along. I mean, again, this stuff ain't rocket science once you start seeing how they do stuff. They're fighting to keep this thing above that, that certain critical pivot point going into power hour.
I have a question real quick, Oba. So when you said that, when it was kind of pushing up that could have possibly been, some dark pool action, could you like kind of explain how, the dark pool action could affect, these charts?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, dark pool trades the market undetected. That's how banks, hedge funds, this, that, third come into equity positions and spend large swaths of cash and trading the market and causing the S&P as a whole to bounce hard, where you can't see it through the implied value of the futures market that's going to run obviously after the equity market close. So, case point, let me see if I go pull up my black box scanner here. We actually have dark pool reading level scanners. Well, that level of metrics built into our scanner, where we get the chance to see everything coming through the S&P 500 that the average day trader don't get to see. And sometimes you just look down in your volume bar, and you look down at the volume bar, you're like, well, man, how's the market going up? I don't see no volume down there. Well, guess what it is? It's the dark pools. It's that what you don't get to see that's happening in the background that's causing the market to go up. Wow. I mean, to the tune of millions and millions of dollars, right? And again, that's how they, sucker retail traders in every single time. So let me go over here and share my screen. I'll show you my black box scanner. Show you exactly what I'm talking about here. All right, this is the dark pool, right? Let me pull up yep. All right, so you guys can see my screen here. All right, so if you look over here to my right, I guess it's gonna be your left. I don't know how that works in TV, TV land. But right here, see how these dark blocks? That's dark pool. Dark block, dark block, dark block, dark block. All this dark pool buying.
Oh,
look how much money being spent in dark. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, wow. I was just like, wow.
Can you see it clearly?
Yeah, I see it. I can see it.
At 255, right? What were we seeing in the SP 500 in that 5-minute candle? It was fighting real hard. It was fighting real hard, even though the volume bar didn't seem like it was just extravagant green at that point, even though it was big green. But at the ones before, we saw it kind of spiking up.
Mm-hmm.
What? Right here. See right there? 274 million. Right? 74 million. Right? All these dark pools, 74 million, 66 million, 74 million, 74 million. So you see all this money here? All these dark pool blocks. Now you see the regular block right here where it says block without dark pool in front of it?
Wow.
That's a regular SP 500 buy. Because you see the price, what's the price say? 275.55, right? 240,000 what shares at what for $66 million notional value. The dark pool shows what 250 million shares, 240,000 shares traded. What SP 76 value 74 million at 297.38 futures market contract. Dark pool buying. They try to lift the market off the lows. Hedge funds, banks, market makers. That's what you don't see. That's happening in the market around you, where that's that. When you like, man, the market manipulated. Well, guess what? Here it is right here.
Wow.
Right here, that's 100% all S&P 500 buy. 100,000 shares traded 27 million at 277.40. That person underwater right now, obviously, but but that's dark pool. That's how you. And this way it runs round the clock. As long as the market's open, it's running. So when the market's open at over at 4 o'clock, this dark pool scatter, that's when it really gets kicking in. That's when it really pays for itself. Because now you can start seeing all the money flooding in after hours that you can't see on your level 2 and think or swim, E-Trade, Charles Schwab, whatever you're using, unless they have deep level 4, level 3, level 4 type of trading metrics. And so you got another spike right here. See right there? That's dark pool. That's dark pool. 74 million. Another 70. It's the same lot. So 74 million. So that's an algorithm set through a bank, hedge fund. You could. Nah, that you see what's happening there. That's 148 million dollars just that fast that came through, and then another 150 million that came in right behind it. Look what the two candles did. See right here? See the two candles right there? That's dark pool. Look at them spiking it. Look at it. Look at that. See how it's going like that?
Wow.
That's how they get up. That's how they crush traders all day long. And it's registering at how much? What's the price it's registering at? $297.38. See that same price? That's algorithms. You saw the price is the same, $297.38. And then the regular buyers are showing, which is the real prices are $275, $277, those prices. That's the stuff you guys don't see. That's how I trade a lot of these pivots in the market in the SPY, and I know when it's getting ready to turn, this, that, and the third. Now, even though I wasn't looking at it when I was talking, I was going naturally off my natural knowledge. But if I had this scan up and I'm trading like real time, like certain type general trading, this is what I'm looking at, and I'm basing that on my my buy or my sell or where I need to get whatever this, that, and the third. You had them two big bullish engulfing green candles that came back to back. That's them trying to get the market off the what? Off that pivot point, which is that 50-day moving average. That's all that was. Get the market off the lows before it go low, because it already started what? Downtrending. Dark pool buys came in. Market makers, again, banks, hedge funds, it's all set at the same price, to $297.38. Because they know if that 50-day moving average would have broke right there, guess what? We'll head it right back down to the lows. Here come another big buy, 306. Right? I mean 3 o'clock basically 306 basically. Right? Another 74 million, same price. Dark pool. It's the same amount of shares. You see right here, 250,790 shares. Algorithms. That's banks and hedge funds setting algorithms trying to buy the market off the lows. Liquidity based upon the Fed giving them liquidity, which is the repo market too, and they just recycling that money back and forth into the market. They try to get off the lows. That's what's nasty about it. This is just recycled money, recycled fake fiat currency that they're using despite the markets up off the lows. And so this is the game they play. Again, I get it for a bullish trader that's underwater. They need this, but it ain't the same when the market is selling off. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that it's not the same, because market makers are not want to pay these contracts out. That's up. People up right now 700-800%, 1,000% on the day right now. Especially they bought in up near the top. up major. Y'all know market makers don't want to pay those contracts out. They don't want to pay that. Not the full value if they don't have to. So everybody working in tandem. They all, again, y'all know about my thesis. They all crooks. They all crooks. And so again, that's just trying to go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that's amazing insight. I'm glad you broke that down. You know, I had the privilege of doing a little internship at a hedge fund, and I would see them on the dark pool making a lot of these trades. They didn't really break it all the way down to me the way you did, but on the Bloomberg terminals, yeah, they be doing a lot, man.
Yeah, that's how they flood the market with equities under investor traders know right underneath their noses and turn markets on the dime. All those V-shaped pops you got out this entire year, basically last year, when the market doesn't necessarily move in V-shaped, waves, supposed to move in sine waves, ebb and flows naturally.
Mm-hmm.
That's all dark pools because algorithms have gotten more advanced. The more we go into this value of trading, the more complex the algorithms get, and the more again greedy and nasty banks become, because this is how they come in and backdoor their losses. Wow. And the reason the trader, he's stuck, especially if he's dealing with the PDT, he's stuck. You know what I'm saying? He got a whole ass trade, and especially the swing trade, he ain't got no choice, no course of action to really bail him out on that regard. Meaning if the trend going the opposite direction you're going, he's stuck. So now that this fight, see right there, the 20-day moving average extended from the 50-day moving average, this all, look at that entire last 10 minutes of trading from 255 to where we're at now, 306 basically, all that were algorithms, dark pool buy. You had one natural, regular S&P 500 buy, and that might have been a combination of options and also regular shares bought at the same time around 259, which was what? At 277.40, we had 100,000 shares of natural shares came to the SP 500. Everything else was dark pool buying.
That's crazy.
Everything was dark pool. See what I'm saying? So again, this is how they do what they do. And so many, lack of better words, I guess, but this is how they do what they do. And the market makers and all of them in tandem, because they don't want to pay out those put contracts and this, that, and the third. So people ask, is the market rigged? Yes, I'll be the last one to lie to you. Yes, it's highly. Is it legal? It's legal. That's the aspect of it, though. That's the dagger. So, but again, every exchange on the planet is manipulated to its own value or degree. China does it. Everybody else does it. For us, when you become next level traders, and you understand patterns, inflows, outflows, distribution, epochs, pivot points, gravity point, all that stuff. People use different terminology, supply resistance, all this stuff, volume, price action, ATRs. You just know how to put it all together, make sense of all of it. Even if you didn't see the dark pools and can have privy to that, you still know when the market's getting ready to turn. At normal volume, flush, things of that nature. So again, it becomes very relevant at that point. What's happening? What's happening in and around you. So instantly right now, you had that defending of the 50-day moving average on the intraday session to try to stall out the inevitable of the market coming back down. So again, all it did, like I said before, remember that 277, 60 area I was talking about, false resistance, that it had to break above that and hold above 1 5-minute candle in order for it to be bullish. Remember I said that earlier over Marquise? Well, guess what? Did it hold above 1 5-minute candle? Just like that. So that's why I wasn't impressed with it going from here to here. Until I see it close above, that point of resistance, 260, 277, 50, and 60, and close above. When I say close above, I mean the 5-minute candle has to close above it. I mean a candle has to close above this point right here, and it has, you know, hold above it for 5 minutes, and then start going up testing this VWAP line right here. If that didn't happen, I'm not impressed. I add one to my short. You know, in most cases, if I was shorting like that right here, and watch it come back down, and watch it come, or to the degree where it's at now, to test this next level support, which is the 50-day moving average. Even though dark pool buying is still happening, right? But at the end of the day, momentum to the downside. If the sellers are picking up on level 2, I also use that in tandem with my what? My looking at the dark pool to see whether or not sellers are selling until that dark pool spending. Because that's another way how they hedge too. Buy the books legally and then off the books through the dark pool. Keeping it in a channel, so to speak. For strangles and stuff like that, that's money. You know, stuff like that, and a little session, a little area scheme, a little channel window, that's still money. That's why I love this stuff. And you're in an industry where you can make money going up, down, and also going in sideways. You can make money in all those environments as a trader in the markets. Just letting the market go into that way too, in the option market. You know, so again, this stuff is, you know, it gets exciting the more you learn and you go. Again, I'm still learning. Again, I'm no guru. Y'all know my mentality. I'm far from anybody of a professional value. I'm far from it. But I take, you know, solace in learning every day and getting better and proficient. Because the crazy part about investing and trading, especially for some of my new people is watching, you're only going to get better with this over time. It'll get worse unless you just choose not to want to study but what we consider what people think it is. It's not like sitting in a university, you know, for 2 or 3 hours in a class, you know, just to kind of hit a teacher kind of, you know, spin their wheels and go in circles and play games. No, here you actually dealing with real data. Right? You're dealing with, you know, different catalysts, different technical aspects of what you're seeing, right? And you're painting a picture, so to speak. Like it's like you're painting a picture, right? A pattern, using a series of different pattern strokes and this, that, and the third to come to a conclusive value of what the painting is going to look like when it's all said and done. For us as a day trader, it's from 9:30 to 4 o'clock, and everything that happens in between to give us an indication, the different trends up and down where the market's at, and how well we paint that picture. And does it fit our overall thesis about where we think sell off today? These are the different factors that make me feel that way. I weigh all those against, you know, the overall previous conditions of the market, what it did the day prior, and then I start again applying it to what the market may look like throughout the intraday session based upon abnormal things in the market in terms of, you know, volume, things of that nature. And just like that, another dark pool buy just came in at 315. Another what? 150 million shares. And guess what it did to the SP 500? So I spiked that candle up right there. That's dark pool. That's them fighting to not want to pay these options off and other things too, obviously. But that's them fighting to keep it off what? The 50-day moving average. See right there, every time it touches the 50-day moving average, you notice all these dark pool buys come in all of a sudden. Right at 315, it touched it right here. If you don't believe it, but my black box scanner picked the time and everything. It shows you what? Date, time. It shows you the price. It shows you the volume, all that. Dark pool buy came in right there. Volume was sitting at 247,000 shares. And that's a combination mix of options and also dark pool sprinkled in there too. Another big buy just came in again. Again, 150 million shares. They fight to keep it off the 50-day moving average. You know, if it breaks it early, it can spiral out of control and go lower. Controlling interest to save the market. Crazy stuff, man. This is crazy stuff. But again, I think it's, let me see. I don't know if I have Tesla up. That's a Tibbet. You see the Tibbet's fighting right now. Let me see. It actually does that for some of these equity stocks too, like Tesla. Some of them have dark pool buys too. It don't happen as frequent as the SP 500, but it happens in those stocks as well. You can see when dark pool buying up Tesla too. Let me see if there's any dark pool happening. It probably isn't today because it ain't on autopilot. When I say it's not on autopilot, that means the way that Tesla's trading on intraday session, a lot of it is strictly retail. A lot of it is strictly retail. So as of now, there's no notable dark pool buying in Tesla. There have been some days when I come in here though, looking at it, when it's going up to the upside crazy, it was a lot of dark pool happening in Tesla. And I'd be like, man, look at these jokers here coming in under the radar buying Tesla. Nasty jokers. And that's what it would have been. It was just strictly dark pool buying. Right? So again, it's just, these are things that, they're just, things you add to your repertoire as far as your tool belt when you trade the markets. Right? It's good to have certain instruments like this. Obviously, if you can afford them, it does obviously cost to have this particular scanner, obviously, black box. But if you're a high frequency trader, you trade more than 3 or 4 times a week intraday, then again, it pays for itself. Monthly, and also if you do an annual purchase of this scanner, it pays for itself. Case in point, let's go find a run on the intraday session. Right, this AIM. I think I posted this trade earlier. I might have posted it in our Facebook group. I don't know if I posted it, but I was looking at it this morning. Either way, being that the market was so jacked up today in terms of how them halting the market and all that, we didn't get a chance to even get any kind of price alerts on the scanner today because the market, killed a lot of the volatility that the algo picks up that says that this is the moment where you want to buy this or short this. It messed up everybody's scanner. Everybody's scanner was out of whack. Trading Ideas, there's others out there, all of them was out of whack today because of the halt. But I saw these moving, pretty much intraday, pre-market, they were moving already. So I already saw that these were going to be stocks of interest today to trade. So this stock came from $2.22 a share, right? Well, right now it's what? $6.57 a share, up over 200% on the day. Typically, had the market not been halted earlier in the intraday session, as you see right there, and those lines are moving sideways right there, that shows when the market was halted. So at that point, if Black Box Agri would have picked up on this as a great trade to trade intraday because it's already up pre-market, it would have flashed a buy signal somewhere around here. But everything was out of whack at that point. So guess what? Even though naturally a person that's smart to kind of go back and look where the stock came from, you saw that, hey, this thing is holding up pretty well here, and it's it's crossing over some major points of divergence on the moving averages, the 50-day moving average, VWAP, and the 20-day moving average that I have up on the screen here. These became obviously potential buy signals. 20-day moving average crossed over the 50 right here, literally around about 11:43. That's a buy signal. And above VWAP, definitely a buy signal. To the tune where it actually even straddled the VWAP. It straddled the VWAP like a boss. Right here, if you look right here on my screen here, look right, see how I wrote that VWAP right there? Zoom in on that. Let me take this off. Right here, see how I wrote that VWAP right there? Look at that. It wrote that line like a boss. And it was above the 20-day moving average, and the 50 minutes crossing there, fell below the 20, hit the VWAP, but it held, got back above 20 there, and took off from there. So roughly right around that point there, if I was thinking about trading this intraday after missing it earlier, that would have been my focal buy point. My stop loss would have been the 50-day moving average, which is this thick yellow line here. So roughly that would have been 348. My stop loss, if I would have got in roughly around about, let's say 350, let's say if I just bought around this point of the VWAP. So roughly I would have bought in around about 355, somewhere around 350, 355. Now, me personally, I would have set my stop loss a little deeper, probably the middle of this point of the extension, give it time to move a little bit and breathe just in case it came down. So roughly about 345. I would have set my stop loss around 345 if I had big shares. And then I would let it ride because I saw them with buy signals on these moving averages, pivot points. Stock was already up on the daily, beating up to the upside. I'd have been all in, not gonna say all in, but I'd have been into the upside for that move, and it paid off. So 350 all the way up here to this point of extension away from 20 moving average, which is when you have that kind of extension away from moving average, that's a sell signal. So roughly around about 670, 660, I'd have been taking profit up near that point there. So roughly I would have picked up 100% in that little move from 1140 something from near 12 to where we are right now. Roughly around a little bit after 12. Actually, at that first point, Matter of fact, that's less than an hour. That would have been about an hour move. You'd picked up 100% less than an hour. You've been up 100% on this trade in less than an hour. 100% your entire money. Put 1,000 in it, you made 1,000, you've done in an hour. You go back to work. Bada bing, bada boom. That's why, you know, again, I love this profession. Even though it pulled back, ended up going higher, you made a new high, you made more money even way up here. But again, if you trade on the fly, less than an hour, you'd have made 100% of your entire investment. 5 grand on it, you made another 5 grand. 10 grand on it, you'd have made another 10 grand in that little bit of time. That's how people make all this money in the market. While a lot of people out there have no clue. You know, so again, I know it's not for everybody, but for those who take it serious, especially us, because we are obviously, that's why we're here. But these are moments in the market where, again, we find value in these kind of opportunities. Right? And so again, it's crazy. So, but man, this stuff just makes, you know, for some great content. When I say content, meaning building up your knowledge base about how markets move, what to look for, you know, during anomaly times in the market where you have stuff like a virus or any kind of, you know, foreseen catalyst that affects the world from a global perspective. All that stuff becomes very, very, noteworthy to archive. So if you ever face with such a scenario like this ever again, you kind of know how to prepare a little bit better than maybe than you did before. Right? Before all this stuff happened, you know, it seemed like the market could do no wrong. Right? It seemed like the market could do no wrong. Right? Meaning it could just, no matter what news came out, the market ain't gonna sell off, and y'all heard it all, seen it all too. Right? It's only gonna go higher. All that kind of stuff. So right now, again, you got them just trying to save the market at this point. They're trying to get the market back above the VWAP. That's all because dark pool buying the market up like crazy on the back end of the day. And also has to do with a lot of shorts covering too. They made enough money at this point. If you had puts earlier, you traded the market down from 284 to 273, you made a ton of money during the intraday session. Close to 900,000%. That's a lot. I mean, it's a killing. Market don't necessarily move that much, again, in an entire week sometimes. And it did all that in a day. They're moving 10 points in a day. That's strictly, I mean, that's crazy. Right? But again, this is what we trade for. This is what we study for. This is why we prepare. This is why we take, this stuff serious. Right? Because we understand the power and the opportunity. It's all about the power of the opportunity. Right? So, again, I know you guys are getting a lot out of it, again, but, just kind of going off what we all discussed today. I know I kind of been all over the place. I didn't really go into depth of some things I probably should have or could have. But either way, we know how to prepare. Right? That's the whole, aspect of this conversation. How do you prepare? Right? What do we look out for? What's important for us to pay attention to throughout the day, right? On intraday sessions. And that, again, that's how you stop and you try to think all the way through. What are you witnessing? How should I trade it? Do I be patient? Right? Do I jump the gun and get out there a little too soon? Right? You never want to get ahead of this, pretty much ahead of yourself. If the market's showing you one thing, then hey, don't buck that trend unless you really have a definitive window in terms that the market may turn around, again, go the other way. Right? So, but that's about it in a nutshell, guys. So, again, I know we talked about a lot of different things. It's been a crazy day watching this market, and it's just fluctuating all over the place, so to speak. Kind of doing what it wants to do, regardless of what the overall, market showed us and provided for us in terms of, data and this, that, and the third. It became just a very interesting, again, a good moment to archive and study what's going on around you, which is one of the reasons why we trade the markets the way we do, right? High frequency, high level. Again, whether you do it, for bread and meat. For some people say, bread and meat. I trade for bread and meat. If I don't trade right, I don't eat. I've heard it all, seen it all. But again, it's the knowledge, right? It's understanding the knowledge, what comes from it, right? It's understanding how to benefit off the opportunity that it possesses and presents, I should say. Right? It's all about that opportunity. Right. So, but that's it. So, you got anything else, over my keys while we still here? I'm getting ready to shut. I haven't even eaten yet. Let you know. Yeah, I've been on ever since. I guess ever since we're about 10 somewhere around there. So I haven't had lunch. I had nothing. I'm grinding it out with everybody else. I just stopped that one time. I've been running around my mouth the entire time, obviously, but I'm here to grind it out with the fam. And make it make sense, and learn along the way too, but also share what I see. So.
Yeah, well, we definitely appreciate you, Oba, man. This was very informative, and man, I'm just grateful to be, a trader and investor in these markets, man, because the insight that you get is like, I'm seeing what everybody else, all my other friends and family doing. They don't know what's going on. They just, doing whatever with their life, and we it's like we on a, on the battlegrounds, on the front line, understanding how these world events are playing out. So I'm just, I'm over here with my popcorn, and I'm just over here watching the show on the sideline. I bought some bullion this morning,
Nice, nice. Yeah, nice.
And I'm just gonna say I don't feel, as comfortable. I've never been in this, predicament before. I'm understanding this, so I just kind of decided to sit on the sideline and watch and learn. And I definitely, appreciate you, coming on and breaking this down. It was valuable, like gold, like the gold I just bought this morning.
Hey man, you know me, my mentality, man. I'm humbled and honored. I feel like it's all about information in terms of what we can do with it, whether we benefit from it or we don't. But we always need different perspectives and different angles and look at the market, and that's why I enjoy what we do too in terms of our workshop environment. I mean, it's a village, because you need all eyes and ears on deck. Like, why wouldn't you, want to benefit from it? And I tell people that because, yeah, you can trade the market alone. I could easily just, again, just go lock myself in a room somewhere and, don't care about, dropping the information or sharing, and everybody can take the same approach. But it's easy when you got all eyes and ears on deck, right? It's easy when you got other people also watching the market too, right along with you, right? The benefit to that is just, it's amazing, right? It's amazing, right? It helps people have a broader look at the market when they can't catch every single thing, right? Because you can, y'all know what it's like just trying to pay attention to 2 or 3 stocks at a time, let alone 5 or 6 or 7. It's like, bro, you have to be on your multitasking game, right?
That's and yeah, it's like these hedge funds, man. They got all eyes on deck. They got whole teams of professionals. So
Right.
it only makes sense to do the same thing in our own way.
Exactly. They got everything they do to make sure that fund bring in money every day. From the people that's running and owning the algorithms to the people that's doing the statistical analysis, you got the people that's digging up fundamentals and checking the global policy. You got a team of people all working in unison, right, to get the best bang for their buck. And for for the average retail trader who has no clue about a lot of that stuff, they just coming in wide out, bushy tail, and excited. Oh, I'm gonna make a killing today. You got y'all been in the conversation. Oh, I'm gonna kill it today. Man, the market down and this, that, and the third, and they get in there sometimes at the wrong times, and all kind of stuff happen, obviously. Before you know it, man, they're like, man, I got beat up today. Man, the market wrecked me, man. It's like, man, what you do wrong, man? I just felt like we were gonna keep going down. Okay, well, where'd you buy in at, man? I bought in here, and you bought into the lows, the market went up. Now you praying that they come back down to low just to break even. Right? You trying to get out, with a couple of scars and whatever.
Yeah, we all know that all too well, man. Like the markets, it'll humble you. You got an ego, you got a big head, it's gonna bring it down to earth and humble you real quick.
Yes, 100%, man. And again, it's some people are a little bit more stronger than others when it comes to technical. Some people are stronger than others when it comes to fundamentals. Right? Some people learn how to marry both pretty well and do pretty well in their data analysis, this, that, and the third. But above all, it's a learning process, and you never have a way to measure your level of knowledge or your prowess value of understanding this until you measure up against what other people are saying. It's not a competition. It's more, okay, what did they see that I didn't see? It's that kind of reality, right? What does the market show me that I missed, right? How could I have looked at it in a different angle than what I did? Because sometimes it's hard not to have preconceived biases because you invested in a certain stock. You just think you can wish the stock to go the direction you want it to because what? Your money involved. That thing better go up, man. I got a couple stacks in it. I got like 100,000 in it. It better go up. Well, that alone does not make the stock go up, right? Just because you put your money into it. And if you don't believe me, I just showed you the dark pool.
Right.
I just showed you that dark pool over there. Nobody really get to see unless they had that kind of scanner. Your money can't compete with that. You just saw back-to-back lots of 150 million, 74 million. 70. How you gonna compete with that? Man, you got $70 money going up against Whole Food money. You're gonna lose that battle. You're gonna come out that grocery store with nothing. you coming out hungry, bro. Hey, you like, man, they told me they were doing this over there. Man, they told you something different, bro. You ain't gonna make nothing, buy nothing at Whole Food with that. So but that's the game, so we need not, fool ourselves or again try to, because that one thing about the market, it will make you out to be a liar. No matter how much you tell somebody different, P&Ls don't lie, charts don't lie, price action don't lie. They're gonna be definitive at the end of the day, and it's gonna keep a documented record of it, right? So you can't wiggle around it. You're under the same scrutiny that, again, these other big fund managers and this, that, and third, they just have a better understanding of liquidity and a better team to kind of to strategize and cause markets to move based upon the level of money that they're dealing with, opposed to what you're dealing with.
Facts.
No matter how well your technical knowledge might be 100% right in terms of what it's supposed to be doing, but if they decide to spend this market on a dime, hit you one of them. What's the little football game? Madden, or I'm going old school, Tecmo Bowl. If you want to move like Barry Sanders and break your ankles, and leave you right there with your little position, and then you're just gonna ride out. And so again, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Again, you're dealing with some real organized, we call them crooks and criminals and all that. I know we make light of it, but you're dealing with some well-organized, highly skilled manipulators. I just call them that in the spirit of trading. You're dealing with people that know how to manipulate markets really well.
Yeah, that reminds me, of the things I learned from, Mark Douglas, when you put me on that, the things that he would tell you, the reality of what's going on and the importance of risk management, and trade plans.
Yes. The guru. That's the guy I employ everybody to go watch. He got an Audible book, and you can also buy the books, the PDFs, get them for free. I got the free PDFs if you want it. Hit me up, email, hit me on my Facebook page. But again, understanding risk management. That's how you make money in the market. Right now, see what the SP doing. See right here? See how spiking and acting crazy right here? See how that there?
Mm-hmm.
That's them fighting. Remember I said that 50-day moving average? See how it's rounding out here? That's a buy signal, actually, in terms of an intraday session. Anytime you see the market rounding out, round the bottom, and presenting a higher low off that rounded bottom perspective, that's them trying to drive the market back up. It still has the points of resistance again, but that's them rounding it up. Dark pool and other market people covering their shorts. Obviously on the back end of the day at this point, so it's whatever at this point. But that's exactly how, again, they try to, they lure in more traders. You get caught up in there. Next thing you know, it's a wrap. Because nobody knows what's going to happen this afternoon. Right? Nobody knows what's going to happen when the light gets cut off this evening, and we go into the futures market again. Meaning, what news press release going to drop? Whatever the White House, the White House may be talking about. when the market shut down. I mean, there's so many different, again, unknown variables that, you say to yourself, okay, well, I mean, at least we off the lows, right? Worst case scenario, we should be able to test, at least, to get back above the VWAP going into the next day session, so we can have maybe some little up movement. We saw it happen last week. At least it should be able to happen again this week, right? Well, yeah, it sounds good in theory, but necessarily doesn't mean that's what's going to actually happen, right? Again, you're dealing with people who have a vested interest to take your money from you. That's their whole goal, right? Utilize your impatient value, utilize your FOMO, utilize your ability to just follow other people as opposed to what the market is showing you, and then they use it against you. And before you know it, you underwater. Because once you sell, you out of there, right? You out of there. Meaning that money is lost. Even if you start to go back in there, you out of there. All right. So what do you see right here in SP 500? Right? See that round the bottom? So how they setting the market up on the round the bottom, try to rebound back into the close? Well, you've been watching for the last 5-6 days. Every time the market sell off during the intraday, it did the same thing on the back end of the day. Literally, the last 30 minutes of the market, what do you have? You have the market starting to what? Hit back up to the upside, narrowing down. Obviously, it's a combination of shorts covering their resistance too. But again, you have a lot of dark pool prints coming in. A lot of dark pool prints coming in, buying the market up, rounding the market back up. Now, it's interesting too, because if you think about it from, let's just say again, it's intraday session basis. Now, typically when you see a pattern like this here, how it's kind of just zigzagging in a tight and getting tighter and tighter in that consolidation, obviously that's a bull flag value, right? It's flagging and making like almost like a pennant, right? A bull pennant to the upside. Again, from a place of understanding how the market works in terms of gun lines, so to speak. This VWAP is still resistance. Again, remember, that's the point of contingent. That's the point of divergence to show if they're really serious about the bulls, that is, really about getting this market into a neutral zone going into the market. Even though it sold off much as it did, but they're just trying to escape out the day, feeling in a neutral position. Meaning, at least tomorrow we may have a position to do what? Or the opportunity to do what? Get some movement to the upside. We need to close above what? The VWAP to do that. Now, earlier when I was saying down here, that if it breaks that low, if they can't, get it off that low, and if it breaks that and goes lower into the power hour, then that's gonna kill all chance for the market to reverse. Well, guess what? They got off the lows. They did just that, and we saw the dark pool buys that validated it. Right? They came in like game busters, literally back to back to back around that 255. Up into 3 o'clock now, well into 3 o'clock. Dark pool buys coming in now because they actually now have forced a lot of shorts that were shorting on the intraday session. Those puts that was short for the March 9th expiration put buys for today's expiration date, they're covering those positions now, obviously in the money, deep in the money. Especially if they bought up near 280, 284. I mean, they picked up easily a good little, 600-700%, 2, 3, 4, 500, 9, took some of them near 1,000% if they got all the way near down low, right? They made a good little amount of money, right? So of course they're gonna take that money and get up out of there because those contracts expire today. So it's not far-fetched and uncanny to realize that the market's gonna rebound a little bit because the more those contracts close out, that's gonna cause that what? The SP 500 to kind of pop back up. It's like pushing the apple underneath the water, right? Lower and lower, right? The more pressure let off the apple, the more it's gonna kind of what? Try to spring back up, right? So like a rubber band. That's what y'all know about short squeeze and all that, how that works, but basically that's what's happening. And so again, VWAP here is the place of contingents here. It has to close above VWAP on a 5-minute candle. That's always the rule of thumb. It has to close above the VWAP, not go above it, but close above it. And so that's based upon, again, a 5-minute candle rule that we use. It has to hold and close above the VWAP for at least 5 minutes, be it with 1-minute chart, and 5 1-minute candles, or 1 5-minute candle. It has to close above that VWAP to strengthen or to show that it's actual real true what? Bullish signal. So as you can see right here, if I zoom in, see how it straddled that VWAP here? It didn't close above it. It closed what? Down below it. So I closed below it. That's pressure. That's pressure on the bulls. That means they couldn't defend that what? The gun line, the VWAP. They couldn't defend it. All right, and then come again, dark pool buy just came in. That's somebody trying to get it back above that VWAP. But right now, the selling pressure probably on level 2 is stronger than that of the what? That last little dark pool buy. I'm not looking at level 2 right now for SPY because I have my TD metric on my other laptop next to me on another stock. But I'm guaranteeing if I was watching level 2 right now, I'll see maybe a lot of people stacking on the ask right now a little bit. Coming off the VWAP, meaning coming off this view up here, it's probably more people that were selling into that dark pool buy. So that dark pool buy didn't have any kind of real merit. Not that it can't still turn, but it closed below it on the VWAP. So the goal of dark pool is to get it back above the VWAP and close above it at least 1 5-minute candle, which would really signal a intraday reversal in a neutral zone position going into the close of the day in the market. I mean, it seems like a lot of stuff when you start thinking about it, but once you get used to seeing this stuff, you start to realize it's all patterns. It's trends mixed in with, you know, again, now you can add in the dark pool with the level 2, the bid and the ask spread, any value catalysts that may came out in the instant. Right now, they might have shook the markets up, whether Trump tweeted it. Then you learn how to put all that stuff together and make your power with. That's all you're doing. You know, so it becomes very relevant once you learn how to put it all together. All right, so, but that's now again, there you go. That's your SP 500 here. Backtracking again here. Off that VWAP. They got it back to VWAP, at least they did a couple times. Straddled it, couldn't break, close above it, pull back, got back above it again, straddled it, couldn't pull below it. I mean, excuse me, close above it, and now you're back below it. Fighting to try to get back above it at this point. You know, so it could easily just straddle it for the rest of the day going to the close. The last 15 minutes of trading, it could just trade right in this little channel here from this point here to down here and ride out the rest of the market. So anybody left caught in any little puts for the intraday session, and that's it. If you make all what you can get out of them puts and sold earlier, you ain't gonna get nothing else out of it. They're gonna make sure of that. Keep in mind, they hate paying out money for puts, but they'll pay for call by all day because they got a bullish mentality about the market. You know, this market is not anti-growth. I mean, obviously it makes no sense for it not to be. Right? A lot of people 401ks and pensions and all that stuff right up into the market. Of course, they need the market to perform, and that means to the upside. So of course they dread having to pay people what? Put buys and put based people who are anti the market rather than them having to pay it what? To the upside loan. It's funny too. Sometimes I used to watch the market. I used to tell myself, man, I know puts decay a whole lot faster than calls do sometimes, it seems like. Even with the IV looking at a certain value, you know, I'm like, man, I just think dropped that much of decay in that little bit of time, bro. God, dog, y'all being stingy today. Y'all don't want me to get this money, huh? I just be sitting there talking to the market, having fun. But I still get what I need from it for the most part today. When I have the direction, obviously, you know, strategically mapped out just right. And so then again, just like that, look at the market. Look at that big ugly bearish candle here. Look at that. I mean, this ugly candle there. Yeah, can't break that view up and really get above. Look at now. You see, starting to extend out to the downside a little bit. Again, all that was just trying to keep the market off what? That low that we saw back around 273. That's all that is. That's all that was, bro. Straight prestidigitation, as they call it, sleight of hands.
Yeah.
And so bulls might have got in here, they got a little money, a little bit. Bulls got in here, got a tiny bit of money. Bulls at bottom hit the VWAP, think it's going to reverse, and then play the rule of 5-minute close above that the VWAP. Guess what? Right now they're in trouble. They're underwater right now because they thought the market's getting ready to what? Reverse. Because they know they've been taught that anytime a stock goes above the VWAP after coming off a major low, that's a buy signal. So they fighting to stay relevant right now. Look at that. Can that candle just snap back that fast? Look at that. Look at that. That's all that's manipulation there. That is what you call manipulation. Just as big as it was going down, it's bigger going back up. That's all market makers manipulate the kill puts that's calls that got in the very back end of the day, thinking they're going to make some money on the back end of the day. I've seen people trade like that. I've done it before, made a killing because the volatility was so great going into the close of the business. I get on the last 15 minutes of the market and buy a put call and get that volatility and get out real quick on intraday session.
Mm-hmm.
So you see right there, them two big candles right there, like the tweezers there. That's all manipulation, bro. That's market makers trying not to pay no money. That's them trying to, because you would have to get in somewhere around here if you felt comfortable about it getting ready to break out, or at least here if you bought calls here for the breakout to go higher because it tested and respected that scheme of the 50-day moving average here. But ultimately, all you did is came here, trended, came down, decayed, right? Because that ate into that decay in the last minute. You spiked that up a little bit here, so you got a little excited here. But now you're trying to convince yourself, man, I need to, if I hold another 5 minutes, man, we got to break above this VWAP here, right? We got to. Now I can pick up a quick little, maybe 7-8%, maybe 10% real quick. Well, again, you're gonna need a lot of shorts, a lot more shorts to keep covering, right? And you're gonna need the market maker to stop doing what they're doing right now. So how they slammed it up like they're gonna get ready to break it out again, and they put it what? Right back down the VWAP. Them jokers slick, boy. I mean, they stick it in the can of oil on Sunday with Sunday shoes on. You ain't gonna get no traction. You even gain no traction on this, on trying to make some money on the back end day. Some days you can, some days, again, on a day like today, it's very volatile. It's hit or miss. It's gonna be hit or miss. But you guys are seeing real time exactly what everybody else is saying. And so dark pool still coming in. Look at 74 million, 74 million. That same 297.38 block. That same block.
I wonder why, why 72 or 74 million. It seems like there's a number that keeps popping up.
Right, that's the algorithm. That's algorithm that's programmed out of one of the biggest, probably the biggest funds out there, probably trading right now at the back end. All the money is, and some of the smaller funds pay into the bigger funds because they're making the actual exchange like a market maker saying do. They pull in shares from all different other brokers that work underneath that market maker. They collect the shares, they buy shares, and they sell different shares for different brokers. They just the middleman, like the tax, the phone, operating. That's what they do. And once they have a certain amount allocated, they send it through the system. They send it through the market. Obviously under the radar. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what dark pool buy is. It's strictly under the radar. And those are people who have best interest to kind of keep their position heads off the bottom, off the lows, keep them selling off more, or this, that, and the third, whatever, thesis value, whatever. But that's basically what they're doing.
So is this the same as high frequency trading or these?
Yes.
Yep.
High frequency quant trading.
Oh, okay. Yes,
that's what it is. It's quantitative trading algorithms that are seeing certain metrics. Now that they program on the back end of the day, if they see the market's over a 50-day moving average, they kick in, right? Even more. Last 15 minutes of market, if you see anything above 50-day moving average, any 15-cent, 20-cent increment move, buy this many lot shares at 74 million. Block. Boom. It goes up like clockwork as soon as you see that hits that level, excuse me.
Yeah.
Look at the candle now. See it now? See that big bearish and go over candle now? See what I said?
Wow.
Nasty. They nasty. That's them killing them last minute people trying to scout the back end of the market, make money off the back end of the market.
Wow.
It's that right there got closer and closer to the point of breaking out above the VWAP. See right there? If it closed in here, see how it got bigger and bigger. The candle got above the VWAP here, but never closed above it. It was just tempting a person to feel bullish on the market. Get in, man. I'm above VWAP, right? That's what it was telling the person. Guess what that person did? I'm in, man. Oh, we got to retrace. I'm in. He didn't use discipline. He didn't use the 5-minute rule. It has to close above what? VWAP and hold above one 5-minute candle, or 5 1-minute candles. It did not close above the VWAP. It kept closing what? Beneath it. So guess what? This person that bought in right here, they underwater. They underwater.
Yeah, that reminds me of that Ghetto Boys song. My mind playing tricks on me.
Mind playing tricks on you. You got excited because the market just so low. You got beat up on the daily. You're looking for hope any kind of way. And then at the end of the day, guess what the market makers do? And hedge funds slap you in the face again with the first batch of baby powder. Come on with it. And just like that, you down. And so this is the games they play. Once you learn how to learn the games that they play, you learn how to trade more proficient as a trader. You learn how not to get caught up in trying to overtrade, right? Especially if you're up on the day and you're trying to trade last 15 minutes of the market, to set up a position for the next following day. Then guess what? The last 15, 20 minutes, or I would say last 20 minutes, if I took profit, let's say around 315, 320, 330, I'm not touching it. all the way until I see like 357, 358, 359. That's when I start looking and see definitively where the market's at. Like I did with the SPY last week, Friday. I bought the 297 puts Friday at 359.26 on the dot. I waited to the last minute to buy them puts. And again, the rest is history. Y'all seen the rest from that 297 put buy all the way down to 277, 276, 275, hit a low of 273. I didn't sell down 273. I sold in the 276 area. But either way, I made a killing off them puts. And I only bought one. that's what's sad about it. I only bought one.
Wow.
I only bought one. Could have bought at least 2 or 3, at least 3. Could have bought more, but again, y'all on risk management. I'm trying to still trade with the understanding that I don't trust this market. Even though the trend is showing down, I don't trust it. I know other people that went big. They bought like 100 contract. Some people bought like 25 big money. I mean, going bonkers. They bought like 284. 284 puts Friday into the close. I know several people like that.
Wow.
Yeah, but after market, see why it's coming right down? Look at it, it's coming right back down. Just like that. So this market crazy, man. I tell you, it's interesting watching it all happen and unfold. But again, this is why. Is this thing showing? Oh, dang, I ain't even see you in the back chat. Oh, but Chris, sorry about that, bro. God dog it. So I get to talking and opening screen. I'll be forgetting to go check. Check on everybody. But can y'all see my screen? Is my screen still showing of the S&P 500?
It just turned black.
It just turned, okay. Yeah, I'm S&P 500. I mean the black box. I know it's streamed out a little different than Zoom. Can you see it now?
Yep. It just came back.
It just came. Okay, yeah. So anytime when I go out this screen here, it'll go off. Since I'm showing the I'm using screen share for the entire application as opposed to the individual tab that you have from Chrome. So yeah, I will have to close it out and come back in. So let me just close out there, even though we know the dark crude buys will keep coming in. Ain't nothing stopping it at this point. They barbecuing and not even meal doing at this point. But yeah, guys, so that's pretty much the market, man. And man, I tell you, it's crazy. It's crazy when we see all this stuff happening. Again, it gives us something to look forward to, kind of how we look at it and how we position ourselves. But again, ultimately, we have to be, conscious of it. We have to be conscious of it. So. But yeah, so again, that's about it. That's all I see. Again, y'all see what the market's going, how the market's going to end out for the rest of the day. Just again, looking at Bitcoin had like a smaller round at the bottom again. It ain't doing nothing too much off the lows like it was before. It's still sitting at around about 78.92. So again, it picked up maybe about $100 and a few dollars off the bottom of the low, and it's trending somewhat just kind of in a little chop zone. Same thing with the SP 500 here on the back end of the day. At this point, it's going to try to still close above. I'm skimming below the VWAP at this point, unless something crazy happens. But again, they're just killing options at the end of the day. At this point, anybody try to jump in at the last minute and make a little money, especially in calls, those guys definitely in trouble. Unless you just feel like tomorrow has to be a retracement point to a certain degree, since we sold off this much today, which it obviously can. We've seen it happen before, but there's no governing rule that says that it should. Right? That's one thing we got to realize. There's no rules that say that it should. You know what I'm saying? And so, since that's the case, you have to be cautious in knowing if you're going to swing anything into the next day in this kind of market, just make sure you have your risk management in play, your risk versus reward in play, and understand, what the market is showing you at this point. Because again, just like that, again, just like I said, look at the S&P 500. Look at that bull trap, right? For those who try to buy it at the moving average there, right? Keeping that VWAP there. They underwater, right? Just like that. This is the 5 minute here. The last one was the 1 minute chart. That's why I was showing that, showing a lot of intricate, movement there. But that's pretty much your intraday session there, coming right back down.
Yeah, I know a lot of people tried to get in at the top of that.
They did. They wanted to play that VWAP breakout. We're underwater. Even if they try to play the 20-day moving average here on the rounded bottom here, which is a textbook, rounded bottom, 5-pan bottom, breakout. But the breakout only went from basically 275, 87, 275, 70 to 279, 20. You made some money there again. Granted, that's 4 points. That's a lot of money in the SP 500, especially you got leverage and margin count if you trade the regular equity. Now, options, yeah, you had to trade that like super micro fast. But you couldn't really do it because these are 5-minute candles. The decay on the back end of the day would have been enough to eat your what? Eat your position up. You might have gotten away with a small little bit. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, when you start turning it, start straddling here, you'd have had to close that position and get up out of there quickly.
Yep, or if they was trading future.
Yeah, it'd have been, that's how the market trades, guys. This is exactly why you have to be cautious. It's exactly why you have to be cautious.
Peace.
Peace over.
Hey, what's going on, over?
Oh man, my internet been malfunctioning all day, man. So
man, mine too, man. I pay all the money for this high speed gigabyte, all this mess, man. They better brown. I feel like when the market halt today, it messed up everybody's system. I don't know. I feel like it's something tied to. I don't know what happened, man. Because trading was acting up today too. Some of my trading traders in here, it was acting up today. Well, when the market got halted, the charts was all. It was messing up too. I was like, what's the coincidence to this?
They playing games.
And I had some of them positions. Man, I was like, bruh, Weebull too. Weebull was acting up too.
Yeah.
I'm not lying.
I couldn't get nothing done either. I was like, man, what's going on? They trying to block the money.
Yeah, I was trying to check my little puts over there and taste the works, and then I also tried to get in on the competition on Weebull too. I was trying to do all that, man. That halt messed up everybody.
Yeah, it did.
We're gonna file a class action.
Yeah. Class action lawsuit for real.
Everybody else might well get in on it too. Come on with it.
Right on.
Yeah, man.
Bloody day today, man.
Yes, it was, bro. Look at the market. Look at the market going on into close. Look at them. Look at them devils. Look at them devils. Sell this thing all the way back up. Look at that. Look at that. All the way back down. See, this is why you can't trust them, man. This is why you can't trust them.
Man.
This is why you can't trust them. This is how they suck. Remember I just said this is a bull trap? I was like, this is going to be a bull trap. Somebody's going to try to buy this above VWAP for the VWAP breakout. Even the 20 moving area. Look at them right now. Oof. Look at that bearish engulfing candle. That's a 5-minute candle, guys. That's a 5-minute bearish engulfing candle, and it's still going lower. Breaking new low of day. Oof. These devils wait for the last. This is how they want to pay put buys that extension on the downside because they know it's going to go lower, right? So how they do you? I knew this. I say, look here. They're going to pull. They're going to try to save this thing on the kill options. I just kept saying they're going to kill options on the back end of the day. They don't want to pay them option buys. Look at look, and we're going lower. We're going lower after hours. Here we go. See, this is why, man, bro, you got to be careful because y'all know just like a lot of people out there, they will say to themselves, what? We finna go higher. We finna break off the lows and at least get back above VWAP and get to a neutral zone, right? Wrong. Like Charlie Murphy, wrong. Rick James, wrong. Right back down and made new low, and we lower than we were, 272.
Man.
Look at these devils. I told you, man, you can't trust these, bro. You can't trust this market. No matter how you try to trend trade or counter trade the trend is your friend. If the sentiment showed more of a bearish flag value, which it did, and people saw this retrace off the lows, off the early lows at 273, and say, "Oh man, look at the big green candle. Oh, we back." They saw that green candle up, they start getting excited, right? Then they saw this here. They said, "Okay, we're about like a little cup and handle, almost like a J hook pattern or a 5-pan bottom." They saw that round the bottom happening here. They got excited. Oh, we finna push higher. If we close above VWAP, right, or get above VWAP, that's my buy signal, right? That's what I was told, right? Wrong. You're still supposed to wait 5 minutes to see it close above what? to be at least 5 minutes. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. They just took it upon themselves to say, guess what? It's gonna close above it at this point. They got the market off the lows this much, right? Well, that's what most people would have been thinking, right? Wrong. They would have been highly wrong. And just like that, they bought calls. They bought the 279, the 280 calls. Where are they right now?
Thinking about how they gonna talk to their spouse.
How they gonna explain that to mama? Ooh, wait. Well, good luck with that one. It reminds me of hold on, let me pull up that class. It reminds me of, let me see if I can find this. Let me have a little phone back in the day, yeah. Because you know you're gonna have to explain that one there, right? Like, what happened? Because you're like, yeah, I got it, honey. We good, you know, we good. We good, girl. Trust me, you gonna see what I'm saying? We got this here. Right? See, now you're gonna have to explain this one here to let me find it.
I think we're gonna go to too.
We're gonna go to my good old buddy. Let me know if y'all can hear that there. Hold up, let me see if I can pull it up here. My good old buddy. Hold up here. Let me expand here. Can you hear that there?
Thank you very much. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you hear it?
My name is Cal Tubbs. Known to my friends as hard fingers. See, that's because back in 1947, I once played the guitar for over 36 hours straight for no reason at all. And I wrote a song about it, like the kid here do. I play guitar for 36 hours.
The market just put a Calhoun Tubbs on a joker. The market just put a real Calhoun Tubbs on a joker right now. Some of you guys may not remember the living color, but the market just pulled a real Calhoun Tubbs. Everything he do is in what, 30 seconds, right? He ain't got no more than that now. He wrote 176 songs and all over 30 seconds long. He never finished the song. That's our brother Calhoun Tubbs. And that's exactly what the market did pull. They pulled a Calhoun Tubbs on it. And so again, these moments, again, we having fun and all, but this is why, right? This is why, as we say, you have to realize that in moments like this, when the market is, again, showing you that, you know, right now is a good time to get in, just because it's off so much, it may not be, right? It may not be, right? Cut this up. Cut up here on the back of the day. I ain't gonna mess around. Let me stop. But yeah, so guys, but that's about it, guys. So yeah, I know we kind of went on a little bit today. Went on definitely longer than I had intended to. But today was one of those days where it just feel like it just warranted it, you know, to have some kind of level of discussion concerning it. You know, again, just, you know, get the perspective, or get some of you guys. I know over Chris, you just jumped on a little bit late too. I'm sure you were seeing everything like everybody else was seeing. Again, overall, I mean, what do you take out of this day, over Chris? What do you take from the day in terms of the market? You there, over Chris? You're probably still busy too.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, I was just saying, what do you take from the, as far as what you witnessed?
I mean, like, it's a continuous correction. Even with the oil prices, you know, plummeting over there with you know, Saudi Arabia, you know, and they not budging on nothing, you know, and they gonna make the people pay. They gonna make people pay. So I don't think Trump gonna be able to do what he think he gonna do with the market. So
as far as kind of being able to kind of talk it off the lows and keep the sentiment from shifting, shifting to worse, from bad to worse, so to speak, at this point.
down.
And that's it. Yeah, it's definitely went from bad to worse now.
Yeah.
And that seems to be the theme, obviously, in terms of investor sentiment, whether or not traders feel confident in the administration now to trust their better judgment to say, we got a handle on this coronavirus, because that's basically, if that was the case, you wouldn't have this kind of level of sell-off in the market. That's just ain't no other way around it, because again, you're only going to be as proficient and confident as your leadership, and in this case, it's going to be your president value trying to calm markets, because that's the whole aspect of that. Calm your consumers. Well, the market is also another part of a service that's offered, that products through different various companies, but it's still you're trying to calm the average the retail trader, the retail consumer, the whole nine, to make them feel comfortable with spending money in this economy at this point, not to panic. Go out and still do what you've been doing. Go party, go dancing, go to the club, go to the bar. Buy your kids this, that, and third. But that just obviously it hasn't been effective at this point, because this coronavirus has taken more of it's taken more of a more sanguine kind of approach to getting people to respect it, right? It has made people kind of honor the value of what it's really about, whether you feel like this coronavirus is something simple or it's maybe that it's not. It's more complex than the average flu. Again, it's about the herd mentality. The herd is thinking about it from a different perspective. If the herd is greater than your little small pool, then who's going to overrule who? Again, that's you trying to buy the SP 500 to the upside over the VWAP, but the trend throughout the entire day was to the downside, right? You finna say that, no, the market has to reverse right here. It sold off too much. I don't care what nobody say. And if you don't, it's funny too, because y'all know, I know y'all as I know, but I can go over the stock tools right now, and I can pull up people just when they start doing that, and they timestamp when they start saying they're gonna buy the market right here for a reversal. I go pull up right now and show you about a handful of people, if not more, that's already underwater in their position right now that bought calls to the upside, and they did it with some confidence and arrogance. I'm buying a 280 calls right here. Ain't nowhere in the world we're gonna be down tomorrow. Trump won't let this happen to us. I'm buying a 279 call. I'm gonna buy a 280. I'm gonna buy 10 of them. And somebody was like, "Don't do it, bro. Don't do it, bro." And you know how I did. Don't do it. And that joker went, "No, I'm doing it, bro. I ain't nowhere in the world, man. Trump, man. Trump. I'm like, man, look here. Right now, bruh. I mean, y'all know I throw some different gifts up there. Right now, they ain't looking too good. It is not looking too good for them. So again, you hate to see anybody lose money, but we understand this is a industry where people lose money, right? Based upon what? Poor decisions, things of that nature, and so for us, it's again, that's why we stress due diligence and discipline. We stress it like nothing other. I mean, it goes without saying. It goes without saying. Because everybody like, I bought the dip. I'm buying the dip. That kind of rate. I'm gonna buy the dip. And I can go here and probably again go through again over here on Funnyland stock twits and just see all the people that were saying they was gonna buy the dip. You go back about 15 minutes from now, 15, 20 minutes from now, when the market began to feel like, to them, they feel like the market was going to shift and start going back up. And that's when they say, oh, I'm buying right here. I'm finna buy right here, right? All them people now are literally underwater, or they took that L and sold, right? And so, again, I know I ain't got time to sit there and comb through all that, but I'm sure you guys go see it yourself. But I was just trying to find one or two just to show you just this mentality of people, right? When they feel like, they've been comfortable for so long, right? They were comfortable in the long. I mean, again, a lot of people, I was long in a lot of the market was going up too. I still had more bullish stance. I'm just giving more bearish stance than the long. I just played pivot point in some of my long positions in terms of scalping the calls, but my overall position was bearish because all the data that I was dealing with showed me that this was a bearish fundamental market. You know, again, I had just remained solid longer than that, you know, then the market could have remained irrational. That's because I was trading the market with more precision than just kind of trying to force the market to come down when I know it, you know, when it should have, and it was going up. So I see, no, I'm not going to fight that. I found my selected stocks that showed the, you know, weakness. I got on them. I didn't try to prove the entire market to, you know, to bend to my will, more or less. You know, my little peanut dollars can't affect the market. Not like that. You know, in relation to some of the money we see, especially on dark pool is showing you 74 million blocks, 159 million blocks. Man, that's like a little push little RC car going up against the doggone freight train, bro. That ain't gonna end too well. You know, so again, but that's just why we study and we learn how to be patient, more or less, than, you know, persistent, because sometimes it's better to stay out of the market, you know, than to try to, again, force the market to kind of do what you want it to do. See, look at the guy right here, last minute buy the dippers, right? At 15, around about 10 minutes into the close, they trying to buy the dip. They got crushed. As you go, I'll be on it just laughing sometimes. You know, again, it's funny, but you know, they mean well, but they train off emotion. You know, there it is, the brutal bottom for now. That's the bottom. It will go tomorrow to find lower or trade today. This is my saying the bottom was bottom in for the intraday. They were wrong 19 minutes ago. Wrong. You know, send in the sweeper, right? Somebody bought the March 13, 285 call sweep. Now they got a little time to get to that 285 for March 13th. But as of right now, that person underwater. And I actually know this dude here too, Viking. It's man. Well, he was just showing that a big sweep buy came through. So now that's like a lot of other people. That's not him by itself. But that's some people, a collection of people who bought that 285 sweep, 285 call sweep, 13 expiration, 116 contracts, 1,016 contracts, excuse me, at 429 each a contract. So do the math on that. And where they at right now in them calls? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Good luck. Gotta hope the market keep pumping up after hours. They bought those calls anywhere near 279, above 280. They down looking ugly right now. They down right now like, man, ooh, I don't know if that would have been a good decision right now. But again, you know, I'm not here to just, you know, single people out or whatever the case, and, you know, laugh at they dismay or despair. But this is the market that we trade, man. I don't want to be that trader, and I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to be that trader. And if it takes for a moment for us to stop and think before we make a trade, especially to the upside at this point, and you can't really validate it to the degree where you see it, there's, you know, it's recoverable. If it's not in a long-term position, at least anything, you're not dollar cost averaging in. But if you're trying to day trade, swing scalp, then you need to be very cautious, because this market at this point will spit you up and chew you out right when you're thinking it's, you know, it's time to get, you know, excited. You know, hey, the market turns on a dime. Again, Barry Sanders pivot move, it's a wrap. You know, it's a wrap. It's going to leave you right where you were standing at that point. You know, person right here, guaranteed to close over 278.25. Somebody made a guarantee. Right now, they backpedaling. They backpedaling hard right now. They're in the cornerback. That's like, bro, they got the Deion Sanders feet at his heyday, not his heyday, but at his retirement time. As receivers, you know, Deion Sanders ain't the same today as it was back in their prime. Where them ankles bad, them feet bad too. Now I can't. You got to backpedal real hard. So again, that's just the market, though.
So would this qualify as a black swan event?
It's somewhat in last week, but technically, I think a black swan has to be a combination of how many points it has to be. I think it's is it 2,000? Let me look it up. Good question. Everybody got their own little definition to a degree what a black swan event is all about, you know, in terms of the actual point value. In terms of how the market value, it's let's say It's I'm trying to get the actual points. What is the actual points? Let's pull up a little thing on it real fast and read up on it real quick here. Let me go share. Oh, stop sharing the screen. Blah blah blah. Let's go to black. Okay, yeah. Let's go here real quick. Can you guys see my screen?
Right,
so this.
Yeah, you know it's a little lag on YouTube, but it should pop up in the.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah. So it said, what is the Black Swan event, right? So this is by the CFI little research group here. All right. So they're saying that there's just, and there's other ways you're gonna pull up different things. So basically, it's a phrase commonly used in the world of finance, right? It's an extremely negative event or occurrence that is impossibly difficult to predict, a la this moment. All right. So that does obviously in terms of it being unpredictable. Yes, it's a Black Swan for that. Some people use a point value too as well. Like they feel like the Dow has to drop, this many points, stuff like that too. For me, I think it's anything above 1,000 points, right? Because that's an anomaly, right? You don't get 1,000-point drops in any kind of intraday session on average, right? You get 200-300. That's natural. Even that's unnatural at times because market typically trades in 100 points, something like that. But 1,000 point, hey, we definitely experience somewhat of a Black Swan event, right? Black Swan events are events that are unexpected, and unknowable. The term was popularized by former Wall Street trader Nassim Nicholas Taleb. He's an actually well-known trader too, back in the day. Y'all can look him up and see what his work is about. I've seen some of his work before. Who wrote the 2001 book "Fooled by What? Randomness," right? Which is a very good book. I got that in one of my PDFs somewhere. I think in one of my free ones. I have to go dig it up again.
What did it say?
Right? So 2001 book. Say again.
What was the name of that book again?
Fooled by Randomness. I think I have it free too. I have to look in one of those old PDF files we have, the Google files we have, but you might can look it up on your own if you guys may already think about having it. It's called Fooled by Randomness by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, right? Taleb is pronounced E. So attributes of a Black Swan. Taleb outlined the 3 defining attributes of a Black Swan event: an event that is unpredictable. That checks off on today, right? To a degree, because even though it's at this point where we kind of know what's happening, but guess what? The OPEC issue on top of it. No one saw the OPEC issue coming on top of it to this degree, right? Now that also brought in another form of unpredictability, hence that made it even worse. The Black Swan event results in severe and widespread consequences. Well, we could definitely check that block off. Because again, market down 1,600 points in a day, 1,500 points in a day. Yeah, we can say that's definitely severe and widespread, right? And number 3, after the occurrence of the Black Swan event, people will rationalize the event as having been predictable, known as the hindsight bias. Well, how many people are going to say that today? I knew it was going to do this today. I knew it was going to do that, right? Yeah, okay. Right? Typically, you can say, well, it could ended up this way, but you can't say definitively that it's going to end up the way that it did. Case in point, why were those people still trying to buy calls 274 and start bouncing back up? They start buying calls again, right? Because they thought the end of the sell-off for the intraday was over. Well, they end up being wrong. And they underwater right now. We just saw right now, well, it didn't show on the screen, but a block sweep buys came in, 1,016 contracts came in for expiration date of the 285 calls at $4.29 a contract. Them contracts underwater right now, heavily. I mean, I don't know where SPY right now is at. Well, basically, right back down 274. It's 274. Those contracts underwater. All right. So, for example, example of a Black Swan event, the imposition of the steel and aluminum tariff by President of the United States may be considered a Black Swan event, right? The steel and aluminum tariff, right? Companies that export steel and aluminum to the United States, namely those located in Canada, Mexico, Brazil, were not expecting such an announcement by the U.S. president. So when Trump announced that tariff, y'all remember the market sold out big back then. That hurt the markets like none before, right? Although Black Swan events seem negative connotation, the concept does not only apply to negative events. Whether the event is positive or negative depends on perspective of the individual. That's why, you know what I'm saying earlier, depends on the individual at that point to a degree in terms of how they figure in terms of point value, point notional value. But I think anything above 1,000 points, that's definitely black swan, right? That's definitely a black swan event, right? So again, for example, disaster in the stock market may be a positive event for an investor with aggressive short position. Hence, again, those who short the market, black swan event. Today was a black swan event for me. I bought a 297 put Friday, going to the close, right? I didn't know the market was going to drop the way it did today. It was unpredictable. It was unknown. I know I had some headwind catalysts, tailwind catalysts in my favor, the OPEC debacle, and then the tariff, not tariff, but the coronavirus information was going to want to ramp up over the weekend. Because that seemed to have been the theme from weekend to weekend. It gets worse in terms of the media coverage. So I had those two things in my favor on the back end of seeing the market sell off that actual Friday, and then had that little kind of reprieve pop on the back end of the day where markets, shorts were covering their positions and bulls started trying to buy into it to kind of swing calls because they thought the markets were going to reverse because it sold off so much. I played until they what? They agreed. They got greedy in the aspect of thinking that the market sell off was completely over for the extent of time that we had dealt with coming from the end of the week. I said, no. I think we got more move to the downside. So literally 34 seconds before the bell closed Friday, I bought a 297 put contract. And that put by, y'all can do the math on that. I closed around 276 and change from 295. Excuse me, 297, excuse me, 297. That's well over 20 points or close to 20 points, excuse me. So so that it could be either or. So like I said, to an investor that got short positions, it's positive. It could be negative to an investor who was heavily bought into the market to the upside. Right? So 1997, Asian financial crisis. Some of you guys might remember that. The dot-com crash. Back in the days, you hear a lot of people talk about that. It's a little older. The dot-com crash. Right? Some of you guys probably still in grade school then. Like, man, what's going on? Well, mama and them dad talk about the dot-com. Right? Dot-com crash was very brutal on the market too. The Asian financial crisis was bad too. 9/11, right, y'all? Some of you guys definitely remember 9/11, where you were during the time 9/11 happened. That happened in New York, down near Wall Street area, down in Manhattan, in them areas, kind of somewhat. So what was happening down, for the market that day. The market plummeted crazily. $1.4 trillion was lost in the stock market within a week. Right, 2008 global financial crisis. Right, we know what that's about. Right, housing, lending bubbles, Lehman Brothers, all them guys, them crooks, AIG, insurance company. Right, $10 trillion was wiped out. 10 trillion. Imagine that. I think last week we lost about 4 or 5 trillion, or somewhere around there. When the coronavirus really hit, somewhere around there. Imagine 10 trillion. Right, lost 2 trillion. 2016. All right, so again, there's always some, different headwinds, different things that we get look forward to. But when they happen, you best believe. So you probably heard a lot of people talk about black swan events all over the weekend. Man, we going on the black swan event. We can probably have a black swan event and come to Monday. And typically, they always seem to happen on Mondays too. That's what they attribute it to. Like black swan event, definitely on a Monday. And definitely sometimes on Friday because people closing out contracts going into the weekend, not trusting the markets. They sell off heavily in some cases, and in the discussion at that point. So we got our natural black swan Monday today with the S&P 500, especially the Dow closed down over 1,800 points. SP 500 closed down 215 points. That is a lot of money. So just running real quick here, then I get ready to get off here. I gotta eat. I haven't eaten all day, guys. I sacrificed for the family. I went down for the team today, right? Ain't nothing. When I say ain't nothing, I had 1 spoon of sea moss this morning. That's it. I ain't nothing since. Right? We've been grinding it out. But yeah, real quick. Look at that. Look. This is your market right now. With the futures tied into it too, because y'all know it's tied to the futures market too. 1,800 points, 1889, 7%. 215 points on the SP, 7.26% loss on the SP 500. NASDAQ lost 6.49%. Small cap Russell always the weakest because the IWM, the Russell 2000, is the weakest link of all those indexes. Obviously, it's been struggling ever since it was gapping up. It was struggling. It closed down 9%, rightfully so, because small caps get beat up lately. The mom and pop companies, unfortunately for them, a lot of that trickle down money ain't really helping them. You would think different, but it's not. So that shows you again how the average citizen is getting beat up. And look right now, after hours, look at the oil. Oil still going down lower after hours. And it got back up now $32, $33 handle. As you can see right here, 33, 34 handle. And it's right back down after hours. Now it's down 10%, back down 10% after hours. People not holding this market after hours. They do not feel comfortable with this market. Gold, same way. Gold kind of straddling sideways throughout the day after being up close to obviously around about 1700. It pulled back, obviously. Oh, no, that was back then. Excuse me. This is today. I went back too far. But it was up around the 1680 something. Pulled back around 1676, still up about $3 on the day. That's still real good for gold on the day. Again, so this is the market we're dealing with, guys. So just be cautious. I mean, I know I've said it maybe a million times throughout this whole session today. I know I've talked a lot. All right, that alone win, but there was so much to discuss, and I didn't even hit all the points I really want to talk about in depth, especially the oil scenario. I didn't really touch on that in depth like I really wanted to. But there will be tomorrow. Hopefully things will be, again, hopefully it won't be as bad as today for especially bullish traders if that's the case. But I'm short the market too, so I can't. Hey, I make money when people not making money right now in the same breath, right? So again, but for the most part, I just hope that a lot of us are on the right side of the trade. A lot of our people on the right side of the trade. That's a lot of money that was lost today, guys. 1,800 points on the Dow, 200 on the S&P. Bro, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Tesla down right now after hours, down to 610. Came all the way back down. Beyond Meat, same way, back down 87.90. Apple was trading up near 274, 276, trying to push back above the push toward 280. It came all the way back down, 265 bounce. Now it's trading near 267. Sold off on the back of the day. Boeing, same way. Boeing was up near 239. I got short on Boeing in my Webull, right? I was already shorting it and trading it. But I got short on, I hit Boeing on 89. Right now it's at 227. I shorted Thor in the earnings for Monday. Had earnings today. I shorted it Friday in the earnings. Right? I mean, they sell RVs, stuff like that. They do RV equipment, stuff like that. Like, who buy RVs right now? Well, you might be good to live in one for quarantine, but who buying RVs right now? That's low. I traded that, right? And so they had earnings today, obviously Monday morning, right? I hit it for 200 shares, short. I haven't even covered the position in trade yet. I'm actually having to swing it over out. It's still within my threshold of, I can swing it. Just that, again, as a place of understanding the market, it's down. Obviously it dropped 20 points. The overall broader market was sell off too. It seemed to me like a no-brainer. To me, it was no-brainer too. I'm going to short this. I mean, I looked at the fundamentals too. I just went blind there. Y'all know I'm trading like that. But I went and looked at the fundamentals. I saw some, kind of, very fugazi thing. Not necessarily fugazi in terms of this bad practice, but I saw weakness. I saw a lot of weakness coming out of cyclical value of a company that does a lot of business during certain times of year. Again, you're talking about RV things like that. I saw weakness. Right. So I shorted it, in the earnings and position. Let me see if I might pull it up here. Matter of fact, right here. This is where I'm at on that Thor position. I hit it with 200 shares at basically $70.17. That was about a $14,000 trade. Obviously, with leverage with trading there, obviously. And again, I didn't even cover it. That didn't mean I'm stupid and crazy because I made the cash I like everybody. But again, I had somebody in my short position that's beating it to the downside today. Again, those that I did, I'm good to go. I have no doubt in my mind.
Oh man, the signal done went out over. Yeah, we filing a lawsuit, man, on these internet companies, man.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me now? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now. You're a little lower. I can hear you.
You hear? Okay. They kicked my signal off. Thirsty little jokers. Get it in, boy. You start showing them them numbers. I'm just like, let me cut that joke off. Cut them off. We bragging about the market. Market went down like that. But anyway, I know I ain't bragging. We fan over here. We show hard work, but that's about it, guys. So I guess on that note, they're trying to tell me it's time for me to shut it down, right? I wrote a song about like here it go. One of them moments, right? That's it, guys. So again, I'll let you close out, Brother Marquise. I don't have anything else to say no more than the fact that, again, just be cautious going into tomorrow. You guys saw the market just like I did, in your own respective values. Again, however you may trade. Again, just be very cautious, guys. Just don't be so quick to rush and get it to try to buy these particular dips, especially not for swing trading. Because that's what's going to be very dangerous now. In these kind of climates here, swing trading can be very dangerous for people buying to the upside. For put buys and short people who shorten, if you don't already have a position established, same way too. Just be cautious. Right? You have to have a very notable reason why you should be swinging, the market at this point. Because it can get, things can get out of hand. It can get, really, really ugly real quick. In any direction. Again, either direction. But again, if you leverage into your short position, and your entry point is insulated pretty well, then by all means, lay your foot on the gas a little bit. Not saying go all in, but be tactical and apply pressure to the market. Keep in mind that pressure does have some effect at some point. If a lot of other people in the same same trend perspective in terms of that sentiment. And right now, that sentiment is still to the downside. It's still to the downside. The market is very weak right now, and it's very vulnerable. Apple coming back down at that again, down in 267, getting ready to break in the 266 area. Tesla, same way, it's down at 6. It was just showing 610, 611. Now it's down to 608, 609. The market is still showing you that it does not trust. Again, it still doesn't trust, the overall sentiment to change back bullish to the degree where it was doing before when we had all these body dippers coming in, and then the markets were reversing. Boeing again, 220. We got a list. Roku, Chipotle dropped 65 today. Chipotle dropped $65 today on the loss. United Health, $10. Melly, right? That Brazilian company that deals with, you know, payment system, all that kind of stuff like that, they dropped 74 today. They lost 74. Microsoft dropped 10 today. Uber dropped $3.50. That's a lot for Uber. That's a lot for Uber. $3.50. The trade desk, TDD, they dropped 35 today, 36 today. And talk about that. They dropped 18 today, around 19. Apple dropped 22 today. SP500 dropped 21 today. Dropped lower than intraday. Boeing dropped 35 today. 35. Boeing dropped $35 today. All the people that's, oh, Boeing, we're going to get recertified. Man, anywhere in the world, they're going to let Boeing fail. It's too big to fail. I mean, I heard some many people tell me Boeing was too big to fail when they were trading at 360, 370, 380. When it came out the lows around 330. And they're like, oh, we're going back above 400. Man, Boeing too big to fail. I'm going to add 10,000 here. I'm going to add 20,000. Right now, Boeing trading at $226 a share. And it dropped 36 bucks today. It's been long overdue to sell off. Space, Vernon Galactica, they dropped $2.32 today. Beyond Meat dropped 8 today. Tesla dropped 94. We were talking about Tesla on big moves. It dropped $94 today. Roku dropped $6 today. One of the little companies I've been in a little biotech company I'm excited about, but it get beat up too. AGRX, they dropped 38 cents today. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's right, 15 cents, somewhere around 15, 20% almost. That's a lot. That stock down $2.18. I mean, I'm still in at a good price. I'm in at 50 cents, you know, whatever. But again, it's getting beat up too. I always trade a lot, you know. It's going on to bankruptcy, right? It dropped $1.89 there. I mean, I can go on and pull up stocks like this. I mean, the day was just, you know, a blizzard. And tomorrow is not in the all clear. We can easily, you know, wake up tomorrow, the market be down another 200-300 points, 300-400-500 points, 600 points. It's speculative, I get it. And it can easily be up that much. It can easily be up 1,000 points tomorrow, pre-market. But I see more fatigue to the upside than I do to the downside. What do you mean by that? I mean, I think people are more tired and frustrated trying to trade the market up at this point than they are to the downside in terms of selling off. Just the strength that every time a market fights so hard to get back to 700 points and it goes down another 700-800 points, that becomes, you know, deflating. I know it would be for me about every time I climb up a hill 100 yards with wind and rocks underneath my feet, and then as soon as I get that far up, a boulder or something fall down and push me back down to 50. Like, bro, I just climbed, man, bro. That's what the market feel like to a lot of bullish traders right now. Even though they still feel optimistic and want to feel like they're going to be saved by the feds, and that hope begins to diminish over time. It becomes demoralizing. It takes all the wind out of your lungs. Unfortunately, you know, like the coronavirus, unfortunately, for lack of better terminology, but it's demoralizing. And just, you know, right now the market's coming back down, kind of, you know, retrace off the lows a little bit, made a little overarching pattern, inverse fry pan bottom pretty much, because, you know, same way it goes up and make those kind of patterns, it comes down the same way. It made a rounded bottom, a rounded top, and it's coming right back down after hours. There goes Tesla, 608, getting ready to break 608, go to 607. Remember the low today for Tesla on the intraday session was 606. That's the intraday lows on Tesla. Actually, like 605, 96, well, you can say 606. If it breaks 606 after hours on Tesla, that can be ugly. Remember we talked about that earlier in the intraday session? The next pivot point down, if it breaks that, is 587, 588. So basically, Tesla could open up tomorrow around 587, 588 easily. And points of the next level of major support. I mean, this market is just becoming very, very, hey, you know, it's becoming to be exactly what a lot of people dreaded it could happen, or basically could happen, because they got so comfortable with the market that's melting up every single day. All right, so I got a couple little swing positions still on. All right, obviously the biggest one is the Tesla. You know, again, some of my little outlier stragglers, you know, that I got in there too. You know, they're not a whole lot in terms of price value, but they gained a lot because my short position was so high. When I add to my position, you know, increased in it, you know, it brought the average down a little bit, but it gave me a little bit more firepower for any more, you know, adverse to selling that maybe happening in the market. Like space, you know, Virgin Galactic Space. I'm, you know, my short average in that position right now is 23.75, basically 23.76, 350 shares. You know, that's a $1,600, you know, notional value at this point where it's at. It was lying lower actually when it was testing at $17.73. Ever since then, it bounced off the lows and got back above 19. They're definitely trying to save that stock. I don't know what for, but you know, it already been exposed as a, you know, a bull trap in terms of valuation. They ain't making no money, but it's still ideal that they go into space. People, stock is only really worth about $5 or $6, $7, maybe 10. Some at most, I give them that. But you know, it's still trading at, you know, $19 up in the $19 range. But hey, yeah, everybody look at the market different. Everybody has their own different perspective of how they value different stocks one over the other. So, you know, it may not work for me. It may work for somebody else. Yeah. So, but that's about it. So again, I'm gonna get ready to get out here, guys. My stomach actually touching my back, as my uncle used to tell me. When you get hungry, your stomach touching your back, that means it's time to eat. Right? I am definitely hungry. Haven't eaten all day. Again, I went to work, right? And I went to work trying to do my little impression of CNBC, MSNBC, and Bloomberg and all that. I hope I served you guys in some kind of way, form, or fashion. It's always my honor and my duty to go to work for the people. I learned in the process from you guys and also from my own value. So it's always an honoring experience for me, as I always like to say. And you guys are always welcome here. You always got a home on this channel. This is your channel as much as it is mine. So definitely feel free to share it if you choose, like it. You know, again, get on the panel. Again, y'all know me. I'll do dictatorships over here. Get on the panel. I got somebody in this city in from Russia. Hey, what's going on? I definitely don't know how to pronounce, you know, your name, but welcome, man. If you're from Russia, I'm pretty sure you definitely having to deal with what's happening with even with the market in Russia today. You got markets like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia dropped 10 points yesterday when they opened up because of the OPEC issue. They dropped 10%. They halted their markets around 10%. A lot of other markets in Europe and some of those markets they got halted early too, because they were down 10 and 20%, 15% on the day when they opened up and they opened their markets up. The entire globe got beat up today. Just to be honest, the entire globe got beat up today. You only had a handful of markets that were green on the day, a handful, if that. Because if you go to, matter of fact, if you go over there to, man, look at the market still sell off after hours. Now we're down to 1,900 points. We're going to hit 2,000, guys. We're going to break 2,000. We hit 2,000 earlier, though, during the intraday session. But here after hours, we're going to go down and possibly break 2,000 on the Dow Jones, down 2,000 points.
Wow.
But again, if you go to investing.com, matter of fact, let me share the screen one more time. Then I'm going to get out of here, man. I'm hungry, man. God, I'm hungry. Tomorrow, and I typically always have some little snacks in my little in my office in my little desk, right? Like some plantain chips, something like that. You know, some spelt pretzels or something like that. Some healthy stuff, obviously. I don't even have that. I mean, my entire little stash is just empty down here. And I'm looking around just drinking water like, man, this right here ain't gonna cut it. So real quick, let's go over to investing.com. Look at the Dow Jones after hours, back down in 1988. Getting ready to probably break 2,000. SP 500, 223. The NASDAQ small cap, the DAX. Look at the German DAX. This is the German market, right? FTSE 100, right? British, right? German DAX down 1,000 points. FTSE 100, these are significant markets here because these people talk about them a lot, obviously. Everybody have their own different respect to their country. FTSE 100, a respectable market, down 650 points. The FTSE MIB, 3,000 points. I mean, these are major declines on a daily basis here. The IBEX 35, the Switzerland market, Switzerland SMI, the ATS, the WIG, right? All these big markets here. RTS, Greece. Obviously, Greece been in trouble, but Brazil. Over spot. For now, you said they dropped 12,000 today. That's a bigger ticket, but 12,000 points today, 12%. Just look at the percentage. That'll give you the degree of the severity of. I would consider all this right here a black swan. What about you, Over Marquis? I would consider those are black swan type numbers.
Facts. I'm pretty sure them numbers ain't been like that in a long time.
In years. 10%, 11%, 14%. You know, the S&P ASX 200, and big numbers. Right? The Kospi 200, Korean market 4%. That's a lot. That's a lot for them. So that's a $200 ticket. They dropped 11 points today. That's on average. That's a lot for them. Taiwan, the MSCI, emerging market play there. 3%, 3.77%, 16 points today. Dumped. South African market, they dropped 6%. The Tech DAX, I mean, the Hang Seng, it's crazy. And we still got the futures market tonight. Gold up already $6 tonight. It was just at $3 when we got out. Now, first started mentioning gold. Now it's up back up $6 right now. Oil still down lower and trying to go lower. $10, $11 on Brent, and $10 on crude. The same would be obviously in crypto, right? Excuse me, that's the ETFs. Where is my crypto? Look at that. You got a small little bounce in Bitcoin. Remember, we were looking at earlier around about. Now it's back above 7,900. So you picked up maybe about 200 points since then, but we know it can be either short-lived. Ethereum under 200, BCH under 267. Again, and 267 going again. XRP was around 24 cents a token, just literally a few hours, but not a few hours, but a day or two ago. It was up there 24 cents. Now it's, again, shaded that back off. I mean, it's nowhere safe. It's nowhere safe right now. Right? Let's say we take off ETFs and let's put on Forex. Forex market, same way. I think y'all have to refresh to pull up the Forex market. You ain't gonna just do it like that. Let's see. Take out ETFs. Apply. Yeah, I'm gonna have to refresh it. Either way, I already know. There we go. Now we got some movement. See, look at that. Look at that dial. Look at the dial now. Look at that 2,000 again. So apparently, if people felt bullish about this market still, why is it still pulling back after hours? Right? If they really felt like it was a retracement moment, it's still pulling back. This is what they call an avalanche moment. It's a headwind. It's a tailwind to the downside. It's a headwind for bulls trying to buy against it. Meaning the momentum now is strictly to the what? To the downside. Until it actually changes, definitively enough to where they've established a support base and it's bouncing and pinging up against that support more than 2 or 3 days as a launching pad perspective. Until we see that, be careful. Be ultra careful. Right? Because we don't want to be the ones, catching the fall knife, stuck holding the bag when we necessarily didn't have to hold it. It's just not worth it, So that's about it, guys. Again, I'm gonna, said a lot, showed a lot, whatever, talked a lot. But hey, we'll get ready for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sorry. I see the guy from Russia, man. I definitely don't speak Russian, man. I need to get the translator up. I need to upgrade my platform so I can get them translation going right away. But rather say Putin, I don't understand. Vodka, Lenin. Yeah, Russia famous for its vodka. I know they drink a lot of vodka tonight. The way the oil is a big market in Russia. Man, they lost a lot of money in Russia tonight. We lost some money too, but they lost a ton of money in Russia. That move was really hinging, based on the side of Saudis and the Russians, and them getting that OPEC deal together. They had a lot of money riding in that because that's one of their heavy commodities over there. So for us, it'd be like buying Apple, right? Apple to us is like oil to Russia. You see what I'm saying? It's that kind of reality. All right. No one wants to see Apple fail. Right. Same way in Russia. Nobody wants to see the oil market. So they backpedaling hard over there right now. They eating a lot of, man, what's Russian favorite dish? What are their favorite little national dishes they eat in Russia a lot? I'm about to say schnitzel, but I know that's but same thing they eat over there too. Like borscht, borscht. They eat a lot of borscht over there in Russia, right? They, man, boy, I'm drinking a lot of vodka, eating a lot of borscht tonight. I bet you. I'm gonna get drunk on it. But yeah, man. But that's the market, man. Again, so I am going to retire for today. I ran my mouth enough. I am sharing it with you guys. I appreciate you over Chris. I appreciate you over Marquis sticking out with your brothers there. I know you were busy in your day too. I'm humbled that you guys come on again. I appreciate every time you guys do come on and share your perspectives as well. As always, your knowledge, right? And how we can all benefit from it in the same breath where we have all eyes and ears on deck. That stuff is very valuable. It's invaluable to a degree, right? Because if not, a lot of us have to do this stuff on our own. Not that we can't, but it's better when you have other people who can help you see the market in ways that you probably missed. So again, I'm gonna let you close out, Brother Marquise, man. Preach. I hope I get a chance to come on tomorrow too. I'm gonna try to come on live again tomorrow because I'm interested to see how the market gonna be tomorrow. Again, it's crazy, right? We all seeing this stuff too in real time. So again, I'm humbled by it, but man, I look forward to to being able to share this with you guys again tomorrow, hopefully. So I look forward to it. So any last words over Marquise before we close out?
Yeah, man, definitely appreciate the broadcast today, man. We rocked out pretty much the whole the whole session, man, and it was very informative, man. It's history, this part of history. This was a historical event, and I know I'm gonna go back and watch this, man, because it was so many jewels dropped in this. Basically, like was the announcer. This was like a sporting event, and you was breaking down everything, and we appreciate, definitely appreciate you and everybody else who was asking questions and making comments. It just every one of these interactions is both a teaching and a learning event, So we definitely appreciate it, and it shows what happened today. It just shows the importance, man, of rigorous, studying and understanding and divorcing yourself from your emotions and making sure you stick to your methodology, and yeah, I enjoyed it, man. I ate all my popcorn. I'm hungry now too. All I had was some popcorn today.
Yeah, you had popcorn, bro. I am covered. I'm checking all my little stash little spots in my office. I got my little desk. I'm gonna have some stash in this desk, and the one might be in the other side. I had nothing. I was like, man, how did I get to this point? That's my nothing, man. So yeah, I'm about to definitely go ransack the nearest place of food where I can find some, and kind of come ourselves and get ready for this futures market again. This doesn't stop. There's no days off for me. Because I do this, around the clock. So I'm definitely finna regroup. Assess the market overall again. Again, just get prepared for tomorrow. And do like I've been doing. So you guys, in our little Facebook group, we try to keep information flowing 24/7 much as we can. Anywhere around the clock, try to make sure that we, stay abreast of things and help others out there. Might have been, obviously consume being busy doing other stuff. So again, I thank you over Marquise. And again, I learned the same way when you feel like you learn. I learned from you the same way you probably feel like you learned from me. Because that's what I love about this. When one teaches, two learn. Right? That's what it's all about. So if you dropping jewels the same way, I'm listening and learning too. I value that. A lot of people get to the point where they feel like they know it all in this market. I'm not slighting them. These different people out there, they got these YouTube places, and they speak from a place of overconfidence and over arrogance. Again, whatever works for you, and I ain't slighting on that. I guarantee that if it's powerful for you, it's powerful to people that follow you too. But I take a different approach because I understand that from what I witness in this market, there's no way you can be definitive, from day in and day out in terms of what you feel like in terms of what the market will actually show you when it happens in real time. So you have to be just as humble going into each trade, no matter what it is. No matter if you feel really convicted about it, you have to be still humble when you go into that trade, because the market definitely can move on the pivot like nothing else, and it's just not worth, again, dragging a lot of people down with you, because you may have a lot of people that look up to you and follow you, and just because you say you're gonna take that trade, you might just slip and say it out loud. Guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna take that trade too. And if the market turns fast and maybe they don't have the leverage like you or the stop loss you have set, this, that, third, they can easily get burnt. Even though that, whatever the case, I mean, I used to do stuff like that back in the days, a little bit here and there. But ultimately, I just try to give people a different way to looking at the market so they can answer their own questions. Like a lot of answers that you have are naturally already inside your own consciousness or your own intuition. Sometimes you just need a second opinion, right? Or another way to look at the market, some ways where you might have missed before. And so that's what these YouTube live stream workshops are all about. It's about sharing different vantage points about what we see in the market in real time from all the different assets. Again, I don't trade forex, to that level in real time, obviously, but I got people, we definitely bring on that trade forex in real time and show you, break that down. Crypto, same way. Option trade, equity trade, doesn't matter. We got people that are very esteemed in those particular, areas where this, that's their lane. So I try to stay in my own lane, and again, just work, to learn to get better myself too. So it's no great experience than this, right? So brother asked, what is forex? Basically, it's foreign exchange. Is where you trade in different currencies. All right, it's like when you trade like the USD dollar in comparison to the Mexican peso, or against the British pound, or against the euro, right? The European euro, right? The Turkish lira, right? The rupees of India, the yuan of China, the Japanese yen, right? All these different currencies. That's all it is. And so you trade in different strengths of different economies over another one. Or we know the USD dollar is the strongest currency out there. I think second to the British pound, somewhere around there, maybe they go back and forth a lot. But them paired up against another weaker currency, then that's how they trade forex, based upon those levels and that, and then export GDP, all the stuff that ties into it, that make those currencies strong based upon raw materials and things that in the industry, commodities, things like that. But I'll break that down a little bit more next time, Rashu. No worries, brother. Family, I don't know if you male or female. I don't want to mess that up, but I just said brother. But I'm gonna bring on some forex traders too that have them going through some of that information a bit more too, in the same way with crypto. Even though I do trade crypto pretty regularly at Case Steel, but again, I want to bring on people who are very proficient in those lanes. Even though I can trade all of them, but these people really have a specialty in a passion for those lanes. I want to bring them on so they can spell those. Right. I'm gonna try to get Dr. D on. I haven't had her on in a while. Go ahead, Open. Sorry.
No, I was saying, yeah, crypto. That's my lane right there. That's how I came into the game, on the crypto lane. And right now, I'm actually, I've been learning forex, from a lot of the information, Eva, Camille, what I'm saying, put us on, and it's been
right.
a blast.
And that's the ultimate goal, not just for everybody, because everybody probably won't want to do it, but to be able to traverse across different asset classes, man, that's when you made it. Because when you really break it all down, what is the market really comprised of? Price action, technicals, and fundamentals. The charts all look the same no matter what asset class you're really looking at in the day. Volume bars, RSI, moving averages. Again, you can just naturally naked trade a trade without necessarily knowing its fundamental counts and just see the price action alone and still trade to make money. Just to be honest about it, it's the same recipe every single day. What makes it more intricate is knowing a little bit more depth about what that particular asset class holds, over another one. So that's how you take it from a raw perspective and making money to an extreme level and really juicing it. So again, that's why I love this stuff, man. Once you got this here, man, you don't have to go to college for this. You don't have to get certified to this. You don't have to have, they don't run your credit. They don't check your background. They don't care about the children you have, all the stupid stuff that people they have to deal with when they come to block them and redline them. You don't have to worry about that in the markets. See, everybody's the same in the market. Everybody's the same, right? Even though you may have a little more special information than that, because you may have an uncle, somebody working at a company. I get it. Instead trade does happen. But for the most part, when you crank your computer up in the morning, your cell phone, your tablet, you see the same charts that Warren Buffett sees when he crank his up. He may have some more indicators and all this stuff on here, granted, and oscillators, but you still gonna see the same price action. Ain't gonna be no different. So again, by that token, it makes an even playing field. So again, for us, we get excited for this stuff, man. I tell you, it's just that notion of
There go them internet companies again. Yeah, but yeah, family, man, this was a powerful build, man. One of these days, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch this all over again, you know, because some jewels was definitely dropped in this, you know. And I'm taking notes, and I hope y'all taking notes too. They sniffing me. I know that's right, Oba. They trying to suppress the truth.
testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I hear you.
And they give me, bro. I guess that's my sign, bro. I didn't beat the brakes off my little I don't know what it is. But ain't nothing lagging, you know, in terms of locking up in terms of any windows. I know I have like a gazillion windows open and I be trading out there. I don't even want to close my little trade, but those my little tools. I need to pop in and out of these different little screens, but yeah, it ain't nothing lagging though. Everything else still running smooth. But yeah, we got a group on Facebook too. It's a private group too. That's why I like it. It's a private message group. You know, again, it's for people that are hungry. Again, you know, we dial for those people that are hungry that want to be in it before we add them, because again, we don't want to just, you know, string people along and they're not necessarily, you know, ready for this journey. Not that matters too, but because if a person is willing, they're willing. But ultimately, you know, you'll know when a person got interest in this, when they want to learn. They'll go out the way. You'll see them, you know, following the market. You'll see them kind of paying attention, and you know. But we do have a group, Family Rashu. We'll definitely be glad to have you, man. Matter of fact, hit me up on my my Facebook business page, and we'll get you added to the group. Let me see if I can. There's no link for it, right? It's not like with Facebook, you can't send out a link. I don't think you can. You might can. I may not just be savvy enough to have realized it quite yet, but I think people have to add you in. People have to add you in, you know, by selective cases, you know, one by one.
You got to be initiated.
Kind of like that, but yeah. But you know, we let everybody in that, you know, that want to have an interest for it. Just to be honest, but yeah, you know, but yeah, you know, it's about having an interest. That's all it is.
Yeah,
yeah. Like, but my Facebook. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying it's like that old saying, you know, when the student is ready, the teacher appear, you know.
Yeah, that's my Facebook business page there. Just click on that over there too. I don't know, these links be acting crazy sometimes or retarded. So, but if it did, just leave a message in my Facebook business page, and that way I add it, because I think you have to interact with a person at least once, twice before Facebook even let you do it, because their algorithms are very selective over there. I noticed that when I go try to add people to the group, I can't find their names, and sometimes you have to be their friends and out. You know, yeah, Facebook just janky like that anyway. That's why I stay short in their stock anyway. But yeah, you have, you know, it's very selective. But yeah, that's why I always tell people to send me a private message, or you know, or email Dagger Squad at Dagger Squad, you know, 1@gmail.com, especially if you follow us on that side of the house, you know, and either Brother Garfield or Sister Monica, they'll patch you through to our group, so you know we can get you added on that side as well, right? But that's it, guys. So again, I am going to retire for the moment and not forever, and you know, go and get me something to eat, because I had to buck the trend today and eat some trash that I normally don't eat. I found it. It was you know, at the little preschool they had little Halloween. You know, we don't, you know, feed that to our kids, whatever. And we throw it away, actually, to be exact. And people like, man, why you throw it away? You could have given it away. But he had a little smaller bag. I found it in the very bottom of this of my desk, and it was underneath some foul, a little dusty little Kit Kat. I went against all my little vegan religion. That was not how bad it is. My other guy, I'm honest. You see one of the Halloween type sizes there. I don't know if y'all can see it on the camera. But I think underneath that little it must have been in for a minute too. I don't think we were from that bad, because it wouldn't have been in my office. I was thinking maybe I might have moved just on GP bringing them in. So it might have been in here for a while. I don't know. Either way, it became I go eat a lot of sea moss after I get off this live stream and get this check out my system.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was for you, brother.
Yeah, I got boss, man, making those shakes. I used to get when I used to live in Atlanta. I used to go to Mama Peel and get that sea moss and make that
yeah.
What they call that that Irish what they call that Jamaican drink?
Like Irish with the milk, coconut milk, and yeah, technical name for it. But yeah, I make them too. I sell it. I sell both. I actually sell the purple and the gold sea moss. But yeah, man. So if y'all ever need sea moss, hit your brother up. I carry. Y'all know I got an African specialty shop. I got authentic African handmade clothing. I got the authentic handmade African masks. Pretty much, I source from, well over 30 different nations in Africa. I source from, you know, in terms of the actual countries. But there are different tribes even in some of those countries where I get specific, you know, pieces. So I would say maybe 30 to 40 different nations, meaning the country, and then with the actual, I guess, tribes, well over 50, 60 different tribes I get stuff from, handmade stuff. So all authentic, straight, you know, exported in, natural stuff, even from the true sticks, you know, the licorice bush, neem plant, stuff like that. You know, fluoride-free toothpaste, aluminum-free deodorants. The same with the soaps, naturals, all 100% natural soaps. Y'all know I like to do that natural stuff. You know, so yeah, J Bud, we need that, all that, incense, all that. I got all that.
That's that's all on your business page, on your Facebook business page.
Yeah, I need to update too, because I have stuff on there, but you know, again, especially when I got deep into investing a lot, I ain't gonna say I put it on the back burner, but I wasn't posting, you know, as regular a lot of stuff. A lot of people that knew I had the stuff that already knew about me, they're just, you know, asking for a little catalog. I have an online digital catalog, and so every spring season, fall season, summer season, winter, whatever, I send out the catalog. So they already have it anyway. So typically what they'll do, like repeat buyers, they'll just go in the catalog, see what they want. They let me know what item, what it is, and I ship it to them. You know, then stuff that I don't have on there, like the sea moss in the catalog, you know, whatever. You know, again, they just see it posted, you know, because I also carry tinctures and again, I got different tonics. Again, it's all natural stuff though. It ain't like it's, you know, it's just natural. Black seed and cumin and, you know, stuff like that.
You got
you know, moringa, stuff like that.
Yeah, I was saying you got some of that what do they call it, baobab, like the fruit that comes from the tree.
Yeah, baobab.
Yeah, I really like.
Baobab oil. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think I got some tinctures with it in it too, if I'm not mistaken. The baobab, obviously African bird pepper, I carry that. I get your African bird pepper. Got soursop leaves for making teas and tinctures with that too. Dandelion roots are really good. You add to it robust teas, and you know, I mean, so many different things. It's just nature. Y'all know how it is.
Yeah.
And I ain't saying you can substitute it for going and get your little flu out shot. You know how people like, that's a big debate now. Everybody, man, you gotta take that, man. You gotta go get that chemical stuff. Hey, work for you, family. I'm just saying, your brother all right over here. Don't be sick over here. We stay fortified. You know, that's all life is about, fortification. And how do you get fortified? Through the foods you eat. That's why I laugh at people when they tell me, well, again, there's not no slight against people who believe in Western medicine. I ain't got nothing against it. I'm just a person who's very strict in terms of what I put in my body. If food is medicine, then what's your first line of defense? It's to eat better. Again, you can't go, I eat a 12-piece bucket of chicken, drink a 2-liter gallon of Coca-Cola, and then tomorrow wake up feel like you Iron Man. I'm just saying, life don't work that way, and your stomach don't work that way. So again, your first line of defense is the food you put in your body. So you have to have a mixture, at least a balance. At least put, some leafy greens in there. Eat some raw fruits up a little bit. Don't just go strictly meat and cheese and dairy and eggs and sugar and starch and all that. They're 24/7. And then think tomorrow you're gonna just be invincible because you can go down to the local store and get you a little flu shot and you're good to go. Life don't work that way. There's such thing called I've said it a million times, a PMCS check, preventive maintenance checks and services. So it's what you do prior to a sickness that matters more than what you do after the sickness. I'm gonna repeat that. It's what you do prior to sickness as opposed to what you do after the sickness. So fortification matters. Build up your body, get your immune system strong, get that lactic acids out your muscles, right? Get some some good acid in there, coming from the coconuts, and not that lactic acid to come out of acidic fruit, bad, starch and little additives and stuff like that. So, and milk and all that, whatever. But again, another stuff comes that's another rabbit hole. You're gonna be coming at me in a minute. Watch out, bro. You talking about what I eat. But that's me. So right now, again, especially with this coronavirus, this is a great time to understand how serious it is. And there's certain foods you can eat to kind of help keep your little system up a little bit. It's funny because we grew up hearing our grandparents and mothers tell us about, eating vegetables and things like that. Just get grown and forget all about it all of a sudden. Now you get, what they call too grown for yourself. I ain't even eating all that stuff now. Man, I'm grown. All right, well, go ahead on then. Handle it your way. Heart disease is real. All I know is heart disease is real. Pancreatic cancer is real. Colon cancer is real. Breast cancer is real. Throat tumors and thyroid and fibroids is real. I mean, that stuff don't lie. And it's a combination of a lot of what? Bad eating habits. It just don't happen out of the blue. It's bad eating habits that trigger it. That's just a fact. Again, I'm just strictly off what the science says in that perspective. But again, another conversation for another day. We can have that conversation likely, because I enjoy talking about health and wealth too, along in its entirety, so to speak, because it's all synonymous, so to speak. But yeah, I do have those products. If you guys are interested, go check my little Facebook fitness page out. If you want more in depth, the more products I carry, I can give you a little catalog, a little digital catalog, so that way you have to worry about having a paper trail. You just open up, see what I carry on that perspective, and we get you good to go. I do carry the sea mosses, 2 types. All of them 100% organic, natural, straight from the sea, from the Caribbean islands to be exact, Belize and Jamaica. And so they are the original Conjus crispus mosses of the aquatic sea plants. But yeah, so that's another conversation. But again, I appreciate you guys. I am about to break out and go ramshack something to eat. And I'm gonna continue looking at this future market. I'm pretty sure you guys are. As of right now, the market sold back off. Again, after hours, you got the SP 500 is down in closing. SP 500 back down to 273.92. Tesla is down to 603 from 610, 608 when we were talking earlier. It dropped already another 7 points after hours. Apple's back down to 265, getting ready to break the low of day. It's getting ready to break the low of day. It's getting ready to break the overall low of day in Apple right now as we're actually as I'm talking. It's getting ready to break 265 on the intraday. Well, it's after hours, but on the daily session. Same way with Boeing. Boeing is at the low of day. It's at its low of day today. 225 in Boeing right now. 225. Wow, man, this stuff is crazy. Just after hours alone since I've been on since 4 o'clock. Again, it's paper gains obviously until you realize it, but I went up additional like 2,000 or 3,000 after hours, just that quick. After hours alone. And so this market is telling me again that it's still, again, like I was saying earlier, it's still the momentum is still to the downside. It's no denying that. The momentum is still to the downside. And there's nothing I see that's different to stop that at this point. Because we know the market turns on dime. But as of right now, bro, it ain't looking too good for equity markets. So, bullish sentiment. And you got some earning plays now. I didn't get a chance to even get to the earning plays. That's how crazy it's been. Y'all know I love throwing around the earning plays. I didn't even swing no earning play tonight. You know it's serious when I don't swing an earning play. Y'all know I love earning play. That's why I study hard, to try to catch some of those little plays like that. But yeah, I didn't even trade the earning plays tonight, and it was real quick before I close it out. It was a little on there worth looking at. And then I think tomorrow pre-market, it was a few, some that maybe was worth looking at. So after hours, you had, let me see. Oh, that was a notable one. ASNA, that was a noticeable one. DCPH, maybe. Because some of these I already had looked at, and I looked at them, and I didn't really kind of go in depth. United Auto Parts Network, possibly, because you're dealing with, China parts, stuff like that. Now MTN, that's one. I've traded before in the past. They do resorts. That's like a resort play. So they're in trouble because resort plays are in trouble, like MGM Grand, stuff like that. Any kind of resort plays, and look at that. They dropped. Look at that. They down $14. I don't know how much they down after hours, but today it dropped $14, down 7%. And it looks like they missed on earnings. How about that? They missed on revenue and they missed on earnings per share. They had expected earnings per share of $5.52 or $5.44. They only posted $5.07. Wow. Revenue is supposed to be coming in at $954 million on revenue. They posted $924 million on revenue. And I'm pretty sure they got lowered guidance because of this coronavirus. So again, that was an easy little, and I know I would have traded MTN because I know me, because I've traded in the past. I know I would have traded this in the earnings. I'm pretty sure if I look at the puts, I don't even want to go look right now because I'm probably, well, yeah, I ain't greedy. But I trade with everybody else. But that's why I trade. That's why we had this privilege, guys. Y'all know what it's like. That's exactly why we do this stuff. But going into the close, they dropped $14 today. So let's say right now I said it dropped $14 on the day. Right now, after hours, know what's trading at? It dropped. Intraday it came down from near $200 a share to $182. Right? It dropped 7%. After hours, guess where it's at? Open Marquis.
Where's that?
It dropped $23 after hours. It's down 12% after hours on top of the 7% it lost today. It's down to 159. If I woke up in my game face today, for all these little stuff like this here, the put's a little expensive. Well, they probably are now because the intraday then passed through. But I guarantee before the intraday session, if you take off about 7% value of 100 share notion of value in the option buy, you can kind of do the math about what the option was at that point. So even the 170 puts, maybe when the market opened up today, because I probably would have bought them obviously maybe on Friday, knowing me, just like I bought THO. But those puts are probably trading at maybe, I think for the 175 contracts, even the 170 contract, they were probably trading at maybe like $2 and change a contract, maybe somewhere around there. Right now, those contracts worth $6.50.
Man.
So, man, I can only imagine now the earnings drop on top of that down to 159. So you drop additional $10 if you would have bought them, swung it from Friday, and lit. Yay. But again, that's just me being a little greedy right now, and I admit it, even though I didn't take it. But that's why we trade, guys. That's exactly why we trade, for stuff just like that. So they down another $23 after hours, after already losing about $14 on the intraday session. So total around, you talking about roughly about $34, $35, $36 on the day that they dropped. And it's resort play. So again, you're talking about what? Resorts. Resorts on the fire right now. Well, especially the ones that are, out of the country, but even the ones in the country, international, excuse me, not international, but in the inter aspect of the nation, they're the ones that suffer right now too, because people still kind of, claustrophobic being around, big spaces like that, not knowing who may or may not have this coronavirus, so to speak. So whatever. But that's it, guys. So let me get out of here. I'm hungry. I barely can talk anymore. I gave it all to the charitable cause of dropping some information, sharing and learning too. All right. So with that being said, guys, I thank you for stopping by. Thank you, over Sunline, over Shoot, everybody that stopped through today. If I missed your name or didn't pronounce it right, forgive me. I definitely appreciate you guys stopping by. Brother Nominex, Nomics, I think. Everybody again that stopped by, they definitely you again. Over Marquise can't say it enough. Over Chris stopped by today. Even Monica that stopped by for a little while, and everybody that stopped by. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow again for another session. Peace, power, profit, everyone. I look forward to seeing you guys in the trading field tomorrow.
Peace, power.
Peace, family. Peace, family. Peace, power.